roll now. No pictures, please. Good luck.
Big value.
The win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Malletz has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Today we start our Cards Up coverage of the main event. It's day 2 of a record-breaking tournament from King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, thank you so much for having me.
Yes, this looks like the biggest EPT Prague ever, beating the record set last December. I'll be honest with you guys, I didn't think that was going to be possible. With competition from the Bahamas, with competition from Las Vegas, I'm astounded that we've got a bigger field than this time last year.
Turns out Europe is also a place.
Glad to hear it. So I said this is our second day of streaming. We brought you the final table of the 10K Mystery Bounty yesterday. Now it's all about the main event. Kicking things off today, we'll have world-famous bubble coverage a bit later on. And we'll follow it through days 3, 4, and 5 as we play down to the final table. And we'll bring you that final table on Sunday. Cards Up all the way, live every day at 12:30, apart from the final day, when we're live at 1 PM local time. You can get in touch using the live chat on Twitch. You can use the live chat on YouTube, depending on where you're watching. You can use X. I wouldn't recommend it. You can also check out what we've got going on Facebook and Instagram as well. Lots of fun stuff happening here in Prague for the final EPT of 2023. And these are the chip leaders coming in to day 2 of this record-breaking main event. Gilles Mestre, the biggest stack with close to 240 big blinds.
He's the bestra.
Steve O'Dwyer, a former EPT champ, one of Ireland's best. He finds himself in the top 10 along with Ka Kwan Lau. Daniel Colazar was the chip leader at the end of play yesterday. We'll check on various players. We're going to have different feature tables as the day goes on. Our first feature table is going to be headlined by a member of Team Pro playing in his first ever EPT main event. It's X-Flix himself, Felix Schneiders. Nick, I didn't realize Felix had never played an EPT before, and it's only because he won a gold power pass that he finds himself in this tournament.
That's right, he's ticking all the boxes, not only a Power Path qualifier, but also representing in his first ever EPT. Very pleased to see him going very deep at this stage, and you know, just been around for so long, such a prolific content creator. I really hope he does well, and we get to follow the action right from the start.
I'm pulling for him myself, but I prefer to call him Twitterflix.
Schneiders coming into play with 53 big blinds. The first blind level of the day will be 1K 1500 with a 1500 big blind ante. 90-minute levels to be played on the EPT main event. Now we've reached day 2. Other players in the feature table include Jong-Wook Lee from Korea, playing 20 bigs.
Maybe they sell the little ones.
I went to a school with a guy named Lee. I wonder if they're related.
No, just like this. No, but magic. Yeah.
Looks like the total field size, by the way, is 1,285. That's 1,285 total entries. Last year, the record was 1,267. So close to 1,300 entries, around 450 players back in the room for the start of day 2. And we will play into the money tonight. We're likely to hit the bubble around the penultimate or final level of the day. And we should see that bubble burst before we wrap on day 2. And of course, the prize pool and the payouts will be confirmed a bit later on. Once the registration desk has closed, and once we actually know the confirmed field size, it's just an estimate at this stage. Cornelis van Gent, also on the main stage today, might be a player who bought in at the start of the day, seeing as he's only got 30k.
What a gent.
30k being the starting stack in an EPT main. So here is the full lineup.
Are you guys all okay? Last time we played...
Felix, second biggest stack.
You guys are okay? Show both cards here.
No other names that I'm particularly familiar with.
Yeah, we can do, but like, you know, for us...
No, I do find it interesting, though, that Jungwook Lee played yesterday and starts with 1,000 more chips than Cornelis van Gent, who bought in Meow.
We got to see the whole card anyways in 30 minutes, but, you know, if you want to...
I don't mind, but...
Looks like we're ready to get cards in the air. The clock's showing 463 players remaining from a field of approximately 1,285. Here we go with the first level of the day, 1,500 blinds with a 1,500 big blind ante.
The whole day one, it was really fun.
Is Felix going to get this table talking? If so, I might go have a walk down by the river.
So now he shows one, and then we...
Yes, exactly.
It took me about 2 minutes to get your Twitter Flicks joke, by the way.
Because it was really good.
But it was actually very good, yes. I wish I laughed more at the time, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So Mark Hello is the table chip leader and opens under the gun +1 with Queen 10 of clubs, raises to 3,500. Action folded around to the blinds. It's Felix's big blind. 8-4 of diamonds.
3-5?
3,500.
And Xflix is going to play the first hand of the day, defending his big blind. Heads up to the flop.
Grund.
King 8-5 with 2 clubs. So second pair for Felix.
5, check.
The flush draw for Hello. This is a post-flop flip, near enough.
8 bet, 2,500.
Yep, pretty standard continue here. Obviously, semi-bluffing the queen high flush, draw.
Hello, it's C you're looking for.
Felix check calls for 2,500. Turn card is the Queen of Hearts, and Hello is now a 93% favorite with second pair and that flush draw.
More like goodbye.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. Obviously, the Queen of Hearts, great turn to bluff as well. If you put your opponent on some 8x, 5x, flush draw, 6, 7 kind of combos. Quite a small continue. Felix might be tempted to continue unless he actually has a specific read. I don't know, 5K here seems quite small.
Top card, please.
Fine.
All right, so have they done a thing where they're going to show one card?
Well, seems like Hello is
30 minutes, we see both.
declining.
We will not have time to see anything.
I think some players at the table were amenable to playing the show one game. Mark Hillu, not so much.
I'm sure you have the
Got
better
good
hand.
fold there from Flix. I think generally speaking against certain opponents, just the second barrel is just way too strong, way too often, right? If you're thinking your opponent has some moves,
Maybe we do
sometimes you do find yourself calling there once in a while, but I think folding the 8 is perfectly reasonable.
We can do a lot of things.
Also, how many card protectors is Flix allowed to have at this point? He's got a Grogu. He's got sort of like a Stormtrooper Ducky.
He is really taking the feature table experience by the horns. He's like 2 card protectors, show one game, pitching the stand-up game right now. Lots of, I'm like, hey, save some of it, buddy. You don't. Hopefully, you last longer than an hour here.
Second hand of the day. Hello now under the gun. King Jack offsuit.
8 raise, 3,000.
Raises to 3,000.
Reminds me when I went to Amsterdam for the first time, and the guy in the store said, "You're not going to need all that."
1 fold.
That's what Felix is doing right now. Pace yourself, buddy.
I don't know, Joe. He's been doing it for so long. He is the king of content. This guy's been pumping out poker content for like
4 fold.
15 years, something like that. Can anybody quote me on that? Any of the chat? No.
5 fold.
Felix not going to play the small blind. So action is on Pavel Maracek in the big blind with Queen 9. By the way, Felix has Just over 100K in total live earnings. His best live score came in the inaugural PSPC back in January 2019. He was 40th place finisher in that tournament for $69,100. I believe he was the highest placed member of Team Pro.
Check.
Hello. Where's your C-bet?
There it is.
Bet 2,500.
Yeah, good size here too. Nice and small.
King High is still the best hand. Maracek with no significant equity folds the Queen 9, and that's 2 in a row for the table chip leader. Mark Helou now playing more than 100 big blinds.
Got a good question from a first-time chatter, James. Technics. Is getting into poker possible these days, or are there too many sharks at the casinos? I mean, if they let Flix play, I think you're doing just fine, buddy.
Oh, boy.
Oh, games are soft. Don't worry, man.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't know.
Games are soft.
Maybe you know, but
No, it's actually a good question.
Thank you.
We never really question.
No, there's always time to learn to play cards.
But there's like, in Clone Wars, there's Yaddle, so there's one other character of that species, and she has like long hair, so
yeah.
I don't know, but he's like young, 50 years.
Well, it took Felix a whole 2 hands before he started talking about Star Wars.
Well, when you have those card protectors, they're icebreakers.
Paging James.
Like the ice on Hoth.
9, fold.
Well, they say he. His name is Grogu. So probably he.
You see, I know we can go down some nerd avenues. I know we can geek off about stuff, but when it comes to Star Wars, no one is as big a nerd as Felix.
3,000.
It's funny because knowing a lot about Star Wars was really uncool for a while. And then it was cool for a minute, and now it's really uncool again. Because they ruined it.
Is it cool to be like know a lot of stuff about Bond?
I think so.
Is that fringe? Is that on its way out though? Is the question.
Easy game.
I think given that there's no Bonds in production, it's cool. Because it's not in fashion at the moment.
Same one.
Beautiful.
The other one was red.
That's the best. That's the best suits. We were discussing this. Like, how would you rank the suits in like preference?
Personal preference?
Yeah.
I like hearts.
Oh, thank you so much.
Most people would say spades first. You would go with hearts.
Yeah.
That's close.
How can you not love hearts?
I'm all about love.
James
I
Hart's
can
again.
relate. It's good.
Hearts again.
I don't want to put you on the spot, Nick, but do you know what Felix's power path journey looked like? Did he go from the very beginning all the way to the end?
I don't want to guess. No, I don't actually know.
Or like Star Wars, did he start at episode 4?
Exactly. Did he start at step 4? Knowing Felix, he probably did the whole ride. I can imagine him putting in
That's like different. This is like
the full journey.
And also, I'm going to give you a, well, actually, you can't start at step 4. That's the ticket only element of it.
And actually, in my opinion, probably one of the coolest features of the power path, because it's not something that is able to be purchased. You can't purchase that step 4. You can't play for the big prizes unless you've qualified. And I think that really makes it much more recreational friendly, makes it a lot more competitive, and makes it more fun, really. You have to play for it. You can't just buy your, what would we call that? Brute force your way to the top.
Sure.
Yeah. By the way, Felix is one of 4 Gold Pass winners to have made it to day 2, which is pretty impressive. I believe there were 6 at the start, and 4 of them have advanced.
Where are you from?
And one of them is an Italian player who has never played a live tournament before.
You're from Prague?
8 days, 5,000.
Close to Ostrava. Far away.
Yeah. Sounds far away.
I love that.
Still hometown player.
Yeah. It's like a home game for you.
Blind v blind. Helou raising small to big with King 3. Lee all in for his relatively short stack with Ace-7 of hearts.
Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee.
29,500. All in.
So 20-ish big blinds. And yeah, seems good. I think this is pretty much what you want to do most of the time.
A reminder that payouts will be confirmed a bit later on today. Registration closes at the start of day 2, just before the first hand is dealt. So we think we have a field of 1,285, but that's still to be confirmed. That will be the biggest ever EPT Prague main event.
You're in for showing one card?
was
Show
close.
one?
It was close.
Oh.
It was close.
This game is not gonna work.
Maybe just the two of us. I'll just do it between you and me. That's fine.
You can do it, you too.
Okay.
The shove gets through.
Really big
I don't-
disadvantage.
Yeah, you might consider having some more flats there. With the big blind ante, though, I think there's a ton to win, so I think subbing is also going to be okay.
And we've got a new player coming to the table. This is Samuel Mounier from France.
Oh. Bienvenue.
So we are now playing 8-handed on the main stage.
Korea. Korea. Nice. So we got.
Pretty international.
That's very international. Now it's just about you. Where are you from again? You were Latvia, right? Yeah, we are. So where are you from?
France.
There we
Wow.
go. Wow, that's insane. Got all the countries and Romania or Ireland.
You're Romania,
Both count.
3, 4,
but I'm not sure I see a Romanian flag at this table.
4, 5.
Folded around to Felix, who has ace-8 of hearts. He raises to 3,000. There's got to be a story behind Maracek's hoodie, right?
Do you think he drew on it himself?
Well, I was going to say, is it not giving you Sam Grafton vibes from yesterday's?
7, fold.
No, Sam's hoodie was loud, but it wasn't scribbly. Are you saying that that scribble is part of the design?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
What do you mean it wasn't scribbly? Sam's hoodie was a bunch of Nike shoes, like all hand-drawn.
Was it 7?
No, but it didn't have like people writing good luck messages on it and thank you and all that stuff.
Is that what it says?
I think it was bought that way.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure it was too, but
9, call.
It was probably real expensive. Usually the more obnoxious something is, the more expensive it
If
is.
I'm going to pay a lot of money for an item of clothing, I don't want someone to have drawn on it.
How much to buy Sam Grafton? Chat, how much would you pay for Sam Grafton on the open market?
Cheapers. It's got dark.
Yeah, let's keep human slavery out of the conversation as we see an ace trade deuce flop. And we've only seen one of Halu's hold cards.
9, check.
First person to say Tree Fitty wins. There you go. Okay. You win the internet.
So we know that Felix has top pair. Lee has the wheel draw.
5, bet 3,500.
Felix continuing into two opponents, gets a fold from Halu. Lee with a pair and that draw. Backdoor spades working for him as well.
Yeah, you can come along one time here, right?
Yep.
Huh?
Definitely.
3,500.
Makes the call, and this hand is going heads up to the turn. The 9 of diamonds. Felix now an 86% favorite.
Check.
Action's been checked to him. Internet Rando 27 watching on YouTube says it would be nice to have the equities on the HUD. First of all, their graphics. Secondly, 86%, 14%.
6,500.
All right, don't click that link. I'm gonna quiz you on what you think this hoodie costs. Thank you, Statrick. Oh, it's out of stock, so there's no price.
Also, the link is from Harrods. So the fact that it's sold by Harrods tells me everything I need to know.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah. You might have to get that bad boy on the original retailer as well, because Harrods will just slap on 40%.
Example, so that's on me.
Just for the memes.
Oh yeah, okay, all right. You made it to day 2 in your first EPT main event.
I was so
How are you
wrapped
feeling?
up in this hand in my head.
I'm feeling super excited, super nervous, but still at the same time super happy because I envisioned this. I kind of put this idea into my head and I was preparing for it all the time. We've been preparing all year for this to happen with the Grand On Tour team, with the streams and everything. And now we're here. This is going to be the final one, the Big Bang. And my plan is not to do commentary until Sunday when I come into the booth and say that I won the thing.
Exactly right.
Felix talking to us before the start of play. Here's time to shine at the feature table. Okay, Joe, how much is this god-awful hoodie actually worth?
Let's start the bidding. Go ahead.
Okay. I think it will be
You have to do it in increments of at least 20 euros.
Okay.
Oh, the price is in euros.
Price is in euros.
Do you want to go first, James?
1,050 euros.
Huh. Okay. Probably not that much. I'm gonna say 820.
You're both over.
By a lot?
By a lot.
Oh, what is it then? Like 200?
300 euros.
Oh.
That's actually quite cheap.
What? The hell is wrong with you?
Subtle brag.
Quite cheap?
I mean, it's not my style. I wouldn't buy it, but that's not a grotesque amount of money to pay for a designer hoodie, is it?
Absolutely a grotesque amount of money to pay for a hoodie. It better come lined with 100-euro notes.
Joe, when one visits Harrods, one does not look at the price.
We have seen a raise here from Felix and a 3-bet from Michals Nikitins, who's got aces in the big blind. And that little waving kitty is very distracting.
Oh, Felix, buddy.
7,500. That's up.
Do you think this is a set mine, Joe?
Yeah, of course. Problem is,
well, this
the wrong guy set mine.
Yeah, but this should be a relatively easy board for Felix to get away from. Nikitin slow playing top set, checks the action to Felix.
Here's something I can say watching it, and that I'd probably be just as bad at if I were at the table, is seeing Nikitin's stack to pot ratio now. I would a lot of times get myself in a situation where I would feel like I'd have to just see this to the river given how little chips he has behind. And I know that that's not right, but it's like a weird, awkward stack size for Nikitin's where I probably would have just not called pre-flop.
Well, Nikitins has checked 2 streets, and Felix decides to bet the turn, 5,500.
It's so hard to fold.
But sorry, yeah, just to follow along with what you were saying there, Joe, I actually probably just find a fold here pre with 6s, personally.
Yeah.
Just because we are starting the hand quite shallow.
That's what I mean, is that you get yourself into weird spots when you call pre-flop.
Yeah, and now Nikitins goes for the check, raise, turn.
I saw that little acting there. That looked like an act. Damn. I really thought you were weak. I think I would have bluffed this one off.
I'm going for a draw.
He's drawing to quads.
We'll see the replay, okay?
Just try to convince him to find
Well,
one
you
more
have the best hand
call.
either way, so I'm pretty sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, the old trap check worked for him.
I think this one would have... Actually, maybe you saved me from punting it off on stream.
Nikitins has chipped up to 30 bigs. Felix has dropped below the 50 big blind mark, playing 47 big blinds, and still more than an hour to play at this blind level.
Yeah, I wonder if he had just check called the turn, if he would have considered, if Felix would have considered blasting on the river, and I think there's a chance he might have gone for it like he was alluding to just now. Anyway, on to the next one.
Counting in my head.
4 call. Sorry, that was 5 call. 6 call. 7 call. 8 call.
Action folded to Jungwook Lee on
9 call.
in the cutoff. He folds. Van Gent on the button. Ace-8.
He's got about 20 big blinds here. I think definitely a raise is fine. I think shoving is also not completely ridiculous.
Well, he raises to 3,000. King-Queen from Nikitins in the small blind. That's a call. Antonius Wojciechowski in the big blind. Jack-7 off.
I mean, there's an argument for King-Queen to 3-bet jam here as well, and I think Van Gent certainly in an awkward position, which is why maybe you might want to consider just slamming in the ace-8 pre Jack 7 off, not a hand that plays well multi-way, probably just a fold. Yeah, all right, we're going to a flop.
Sneak preview.
Our flop is Queen 8-7, top pair versus second pair.
Interesting. I think checking middle pair here is pretty reasonable, and 10 of spades, another overcard to the Ocho.
Nikitin's 87% favorite.
Yeah, I think you got to find a lead here, but we have seen him playing more of a trappy game, like the top set of aces we saw versus Felix just now. I much prefer the lead. Very good. Quite a small lead as well, though. If you're going to miss the flop, or if there's no action on the flop, I should say, really being out of position, probably want to have a larger turn size here, because you really punish spades, you really punish king-jack, you really punish ace-10, jack-10, that kind of thing. I think you can make a lot more on the turn here with a larger size.
5 on the river. The board bricks out for Van Gent. Action check to him.
Wow. All right, cool. Lets him off the hook, excuse me. Lets him off the cook. Yeah, might have missed a bet there. I mean, obviously some cool properties of checking that river as well. Obviously, the missed draws might be tempted to bluff, but I feel like if that was the case, they might have considered bluffing flop right from the get-go. So potentially missed a little bit of value there.
Sir, I just need to tell you, when you're getting the cards, you need to keep them in the square for about 3 seconds.
Again, playing 16 bigs now. Antonius Vogiatis, the short stack of the table with around 10 bigs.
3 seconds in the square, and then you can move them. Thank you.
I am hearing that number, 1,285, is confirmed. That is the total number of entries in this year's EPT Prague main event. Around 20 more entries than last year, so a new record for this tournament. And now that number has been confirmed, the prize pool will be calculated. So a bit later on today, we'll learn how many players are going to make the money, what a min cash is worth, how much the winner will receive on Sunday. All those details to follow. And we will make the money today. The bubble will burst towards the end of play today.
Got a little hand brew in here, James. Maracek from under the gun, pocket Jables.
Round to the blinds. The short stack in the small blind with pocket eights. Understandably, might want to shove for his last 10 big blinds.
Pocket eights.
Yeah, Ocho's very tempted to be all in here, guys. Only has about 9 big blinds after putting a small blind in.
Yamas.
4, all in.
Yamas indeed.
5.
And snap call.
Good luck, guys.
Call. Go down, please.
All right, off we go. It's going to be an 80-20 situation in favor of the Jacks. Or is it 16 or something like that for the eights, if you want to be more specific? Usually we just simplify these to 80-20s. Yeah, closer to 80-20.
The right way to play jacks.
Oh boy.
9 deuce deuce with 2 hearts. As things stand, Vogiatis has 2 outs. The 8 of clubs, the 8 of spades. Turn card is the ace of clubs, so no heart draw, just those 2 eights. A 2 outer required on the river.
No date with an 8. Good game.
Barry Greenstein does not change the result of this hand. It sees the elimination of Antonius Vogiatis. And we lose a player from the feature table. His seat will be filled relatively soon. As tables are balanced, tables are broken, new seat assignments are given to players.
Someone asked how their fellow Greek was doing. First of all, someone doesn't know the difference between a Greek flag and a Uruguay flag, and that person is me. Second of all, he's out.
Quick question from Czech Nicholson. Hey guys, great commentary as always. Thanks. Do you have info on qualifiers / Gold Pass winners left in this event? Well, yes, there are qualifiers and Gold Pass winners. In fact, you're looking at one.
You're burying the lead here. Did you say that question was from Jack Nicholson?
Czech Nicholson.
Oh. Thought we had Hollywood royalty watching the stream.
There's no Lakers game last night, maybe.
Czech Nicholson, you're looking at him. Felix Schneiders, a.k.a. Xflix, a.k.a. Twitterflix, on the main stage. Member of Team Pro, in fact, is a qualifier, a Gold Pass winner, in fact, and we're following him as we speak.
And I'm sure we'll get to see the other 3 Gold Pass winners who are still in contention a bit later on today. Virgil Greco, Egidio Salandi, and Alf Peter Onestam, they're all still in right now. As we see Felix complete in the small with Queen 4 of Hearts. Pavel Maracek has Ace-King suited.
Ace-King suited, considered a pretty good hand in Texas Hold'em. It's definitely up there.
It's more rare than aces.
Raise.
6 raise, 6,500.
Raise to 6,500.
These guys are closely stacked.
What do you stop with?
Slight discrepancy here. 44 bigs for Felix. Maracek 33. I think Flix is probably going to consider limp calling here quite often. You don't usually limp fold your suited combos. There might even be a limp raise once in a while.
Felix just calls.
Yeah, not sure if Queen 4 suited is the right combo to have a limp raise, but definitely want a limp call most of the time.
Well, it is a Queen high flop. A gut shot for Maracek.
5 check.
Felix with 61% equity checks this board. Maracek continuing for 4K into 14,500. And Felix is not folding top pair. He calls the bet. We go to the turn.
I knew it.
The deuce of spades. Maracek picks up equity, now has the nut flush draw to go with that gut shot. And of course his ace and king are live as well.
Maracek, more like Mara double barrel.
I really hope for Felix's sake the river isn't the 4 of spades.
Oh dear. Why you want to put that out there, James? I believe this is what the French call
second bar.
Thank you, James.
15,000.
I think you're just calling again, guys. Playing against competent opponents, top pair.
Felix has quite a bit to fade that Maracek can easily get it in on the river.
Yeah. Oh my God!
No,
why did I say it?
How did you
Why
do that?
did I say it?
Oh, the commentator curse strikes again.
Felix, I am so sorry.
He can still fold.
It happened half an hour ago. It's not my fault.
Maracek could check the nuts here.
Oh dear, oh dear.
So Maracek's the effective stack, right? 31.5K behind. There's 52 in the middle. Yeah, he's going for it all. Snap call by Felix. It's going to be a full double up for Maracek, and it's going to leave Felix super short. He's going to have a sub 10 big blind stack. He's going to have 7 bigs left.
Oh, man, you really got to feel for Felix here. Plenty of combos playing their hand for value that he beats now on the river.
20.
Backdoor spades, just one of those weird ones, and certainly backdoor spades that gives you 2 pair. Oh, I really feel for old Felix here.
That's not the river I was looking for, in fact. Actually, I thought it would be a good one.
It was the river he was looking for. He just shouldn't have been looking for it.
Like ace.
Interesting that Felix didn't even think about it. That was a snap call there.
I mean, you know, given the action, I think maybe he thinks aces is paying me, kings, especially if they're aces with the ace of spades or kings with the king of spades. Maybe ace queen goes for 3 streets if they have the ace of spades in hand in particular. I think there are plenty of combos that think they're value shoving there that he's just snapping. So I get it, and I think it's just a cold deck, but what can we do?
More like blech, Felix.
New player coming in to the feature table, taking the seat next to Felix. It is Pascal Vos from the Netherlands.
Moet dit zo, ja?
Ja, 3 seconden.
3?
Action folded to Lee, who folds 10-9 off. Jack Deuce goes in the muck. So round 2, Pascal Vos, his first hand at the table. Queen 4 suited, don't play it. Good move. Jack 8 of diamonds for Felix. Short stacked on the button.
Zit de chips in. Net als je bloedbaan.
Mij niet.
Zeg je wel.
Ja.
5 call, 1,500.
And Felix is gonna call.
En als ik zo bustig een kop stoot, of...
Headbutts, headbutts.
10 deuce off. Maracek completes. And we haven't seen Samuel Meunier play a hand since he joined the table. He's got 9 deuce off, checks his option.
3 players.
King 5 tray. So Jack high is still the best hand?
6 check.
Yeah, I think we just see 2 checks. Felix has the chance to bet in position here, which of course, one of the benefits of being in position is you can do it some of the time. I don't know if you necessarily need to even bluff Jack high here, so I think the check is also fine. The thing is, James, if you're trying to sort of bet Jack high here, what you're trying to get to fold is some 5x, some 3x, some flush draws, all of which probably call, which means you probably end up bluffing on later streets again. And Maracek is going to take the initiative right here, right now.
Yeah. And
Cool.
Felix folds the turn. I have to ask the question, Nick, because a lot of people are asking on both Twitch and YouTube, how do we feel about that limp, and should it have been a shove from the button with the Jack 8?
I would have preferred a shove personally. I think maybe that would have been my line. At such a short stack depth, it's just an instant profit shove in my opinion, especially with the big blind ante in play. So potentially missed a shove spot there, but you know, Felix maybe just mixing it up a little bit. And unfortunately, the missed flop bet also means that the 10 catches up. So Felix down to 6 big blinds, and really hope that he can spin it up here.
Blinds will be going up in just under an hour's time. That's when we'll hit the first break of the day. On the other side of the break, we will have the prize pool announced. Find out how many people are going to get paid. I'm going to hazard a guess that with 1,285 total entries, there will be a 7-figure score up top.
9 fold. 1 fold.
Right now, around 420 players remaining. Action at the feature table has been folded to Mihal's Nikitin. So ace 8, he passes. Pascal Vos. King 6 off, folds. Felix Schneiders, 5 deuce. No, thank you.
Dutch as well. Dutch? Yeah.
Pavel Maracek.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Not playing the button.
It's like a 10-minute drive.
Meunier gives hello a walk.
sometimes an hour because of the traffic lights in the city.
Which city are you from Germany? Which city?
Köln.
Oh yeah, Köln. Almost Dutch.
Yeah.
I know where...
in the Netherlands in the past. Like, there were a lot of Magic the Gathering tournaments back in the days. I traveled to like Utrecht, Nijmegen.
Yeah, he lives in Utrecht.
Yeah.
I know we're only 40 minutes into the broadcast, but I'm going to have to bring the first bad lookalike into the equation.
Yeah, sure.
Our friend in the loud hoodie,
yeah,
Pavel Maracek, has a touch of Simon Baker, the mentalist.
Yeah, sure, all right.
You can do nothing but sitting all day.
Well, it's a good thing if you sit all day, then. Mostly. If you play one event.
That's a pretty good race, the mentalist versus monk. Nick, do you disagree, or you just don't know who one of them is?
No, I was looking up that spot that Felix just had. Sorry,
The limp spot. You look consternated.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was looking up the Jack 8 suited here, giving that some consideration. Ah, that's the confusion. That's why I did this wrong. There we go. I was right. There you go. Boom. Okay, cool. I was beginning to question everything I knew about poker, three-handed poker, and who I was in the universe and where I belonged. And anyway.
Because you disagreed with a computer program for 5 seconds?
Because the computer said no, and I was absolutely sure it was a yes, but I had the cutoff putting in a raise first, so that didn't make any sense. Perfect, anyway.
So yes, limp?
Yes, shove.
Yes, shove.
Yeah, and analysis confirmed 100% shove.
Biggie Call says, I don't think any commentator discusses strategy as effectively as Nick Walsh does. Always concise and on point. That's a nice thing to say.
That's a very nice thing. Biggie Calls, thank you. Thank you.
Is that your mum's handle?
No.
I know she often watches now.
She does, but the rest of the chat would have called me out on it already. Everyone knows the mom handle.
So Maracek has gone to the flop against Nikitins. Fives do not improve.
Check. 3 check.
It's a good point, though, James. She's not watching, and it's hurting my feelings.
Hope Maracek doesn't fall into the same trap that Felix did. 8 on the turn. Nikitin's 95% favorite.
$6,000.
3 bet, 6,000.
And we get a delayed c-bet from Nikitins of 6K. And Maracek folds the fives.
Change. Sure.
So roughly halfway through the level. And time for a dealer change. Here is your hashtag fun fact for the day. Our 2 feature table dealers, Mickey and Russ, are a couple and have been together for 12 years.
That's cool.
Very sweet.
I love the banter that you did.
Actually pretty loud. I can hear what they're saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can hear a little bit.
How's it going over there? All good. How's it going for you? Very good.
Ace-7 suited for Nikitins under the gun.
Nice little run of cards for Mihails.
Down to Mounier with king 10 of clubs.
6.
7 raise, 6,000.
Okie
Waving
dokie.
cat is a really good idea. Like, can tilt your opponents with
Slap, slap.
Yeah. Bye, cheese.
Okay, I got one better hand to fold.
Lee giving up the small blind. It is Van Gent in the big blind. He's folded as well. Raise and take it from Mounier.
Lucky with that stack size.
Lorenzo, watching on YouTube, asks, is registration still open? No, it closed at the start of day 2. So the field size is confirmed, 1,285. There's about 400 players remaining. Once we're at the other side of the first break of the day, we will get the prize pool confirmed.
Catastrophe if you call.
Or aces.
And you hit, you miss.
Aces.
Aces, aces you bet 6,000. Oh.
You're gonna make more money when they call.
See Voss folding the Spraggy under the gun. King Jack suited for Felix Schneiders. A lot of players down behind him, Nick, but should this be a shove?
The force.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt, 100% of the time, never, ever, 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 ever miss this one. No justification for anything other than a shove. Only about 6-ish bigs. And definitely a fold from the King 8, in my opinion. Can he get it through? This is a big pickup if they all fold.
They do.
Very, very nice.
They do.
So Felix going to increase his stack by about 2.5 big blinds with the big blind ante.
Yeah. So Felix, yeah, hovering around the 10 big blind mark, still in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And Ragid on YouTube asks, how much is the prize on top? As I just said, prize pool will be confirmed on the other side of the break. Likely to be more than €1 million, but it won't be confirmed for another hour or so.
Don't forget, guys, 5 days of coverage.
Yes.
5 whole days of poker action to cover. If you don't follow us here on Twitch, if you don't follow us on social media, go and do so now to be notified about when we go live, because if you enjoy this kind of content, it's all we do. It's literally all we do. And we're doing it for 5 days straight here in Prague to finish up our EPT year. And what a year it's been as well, James.
Yeah, great 2023 season. And in case you might have missed it, we see Felix with ace-queen under the gun here. The 2024 season's been announced.
I know, I'm excited for that too.
And all the same stops. We're going to be back here in Prague next year, kicking off the season in Paris in February. If you check out the PokerStars live app, you can see all the stops, all the dates. Felix all in again.
Yes, correct. Ace-queen 100% shove here as well. No PSPC next year, of course. That was a special one for 2023. But all of the same stops, including a return to Cyprus, a return to Paris. Very, very, very exciting times.
Okay, we've just got Pascal Voss in the big blind. 4 deuce, that'll be a fold.
It is, it is.
Another pickup for Felix.
Yeah, he's done it again. Another 2.5 big blinds. Felix up to 13 big blinds.
Prettiest one. Thank you. Prettiest one,
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, James, lots of poker happening right now. Very pleased to see a record-breaking field here in Prague as well. Just great to see poker booming, right? More poker is better. Very excited that the live scene is anything but dead.
We tried to get that game going where the winner shows 1 card, the loser gets to pick.
Yeah.
But
Not
not everybody is
heads
in.
up in
We
the
were just
game.
heads up in that
It's
game,
not
yeah. That's not much fun. But I'll keep it alive, you know, I'll do it.
Is somebody
I'll do it
watching
for the team. I'll do it for
watching
the
the
team.
stream for you? Somebody? Probably, yeah?
Yeah, Ollie is doing
So
commentary
we
on
can
his
ask.
own.
We can ask
Yeah.
for some hands. Nice.
He asked him if somebody's watching the stream. He was spotting for Felix,
ask for
James.
some hands,
Yeah, he has an
me,
entire
so-
team up here doing commentary, live
see
broadcast to the German Twitch.
I won.
I trust you, you never bluff.
Yes.
3,500.
Lou has opened with ace-10 of hearts.
Hello, about 93 big blinds here.
Oh,
and
Nikitin.
aces.
This is the third time he's had aces in 2 orbits.
He's having a good time. He had a set last time as well, top set, in fact. Nikitin's 39 big blinds. And he's going to 3-bet to 8K. I dig it. I think this is really nice.
Oh, and Voss has woken up with queens.
Oh no, Voss only 19 big blinds. There's no way out, James. He's got to put it in here, especially from the in-position 3-bet. That button 3-bet can be so much wider. Yeah, there's no way out. He's got to be all in here for sure. And unfortunately for him, he's got to find some improvement.
Easy fold for Hello. Snap call from Nikitins. Snap call from Nikitins. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Wow. Count, please.
I heard the word slow roll uttered there. I mean, it took him a beat.
Yeah, it was a beat. It was a beat. That wasn't a BM.
What action?
Can we start?
You want a chant?
Yeah, of course.
I folded 1 ace if that helps.
Anyone for the queen? Oh, fuck. I did. But we only need one.
Nobody had a queen.
Queen. Yeah, I did.
You did? Okay.
Yeah. We only need one. Queen.
No, sorry. I don't know. Is it better for you to chant for that one queen that's left in the deck, or are you telling you that you folded a queen? I don't know what's better or worse.
I don't know why I started it.
Yeah, me neither.
It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, that's true.
All clubs, and that's not good news for Voss.
Queen. Roep even mijn vrouw dan. Vrouw. Zijn het vrouw? Zijn het vrouw?
Needs to be a Frau.
Voor Pascal.
It's over on the turn, the nut flush for Nikitins. Pascal Voss eliminated.
Sorry, the shop that you bought, this one is here somewhere? Around the corner, or?
No. I used to live at Radisson on a star because the hotel was fully booked here.
Ah, okay, so it's not here nearby.
Yeah, but go any Vietnamese shop around Prague and you'll find one of these. Or I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I need souvenir shop.
Any souvenir?
Yeah, I need.
Good to know that if you want your own little waving cat card protector, you can find it at any shop in Prague.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doesn't Felix have enough?
He needs a little Darth Vader that waves a lightsaber.
I think what Felix needs is a chip protector. And maybe something to protect the cards a little less. See a couple more pre-flop folds.
Well, by virtue of picking up aces 3 times today, Mikhail Nikitin's got his stack up to nearly 100K, more than 60 big blinds.
Yeah, you're like, day 2, I just want to aggregate chips. That's what he's been doing. This guy's having a fantastic start to day 2. Top comment from Twitch. Felix has more card protectors than chips right now. No, he's doing just fine. He's managed to scoop a couple more. He's got a stack he can spin, no problem at all, I believe.
He's doing just fine. He's got fewer than 10 big blinds. I appreciate...
Hey.
Look, I'm supporting Felix as much as you. It would be inaccurate to say he's doing just fine.
James, I know you've been doing this for a long time, but let me give you a really good quote that I heard once. All you need is 1 chip and 1 chair in this game. A wise man once said.
You're close to what my phrase is, but yeah.
You're also close in saying wise.
It's a phrase from a man.
Exactly. He was a huge man.
Amen.
Leah's open with ace-jack. It's round to Maracek in the big blind with 6-5. That is a call. King 7 deuce. Ace high still ahead.
I think you're going to c-bet this a ton. Yeah, let's go for it here. 3.5 to make you laugh.
Are implied odds still a thing?
They've always been a thing, yeah. They never went away.
No, there's a fair question, though. Are they still a thing? Poker theory and poker reasoning does change as the years go on.
No, I didn't mean that in a facetious way. I think that a very legitimate question. Yes, it's always been a thing.
So you're like implied odds there with 6-5 off against a short stack. I don't know. It feels like maybe that's not a mandatory defend.
So you're a situation with a hand like 6-5. You mean?
Yeah, 6-5 off.
Yeah, hands like 6-5 and 6-5 suited and all that. Yeah, obviously the implied odds is better when you're deeper. So the same as what we were talking about with the spot with Felix calling with the 6s, right?
Yes.
Against the 3-bet with the aces, right?
Yes.
The deeper you are, the better the small pairs are, because when you do hit it, you can win at chunks some of the time.
Yes, and you don't end up having to call off against like with like a 6 on an 8 high board, and your opponent has ace-8.
So the slightly different thing there, though, Joe, is although the implied odds are not as nice as they would be if we deeper, and if you had a better hand like 6-5 suited, for example, but also it's just because there's so much chips in the pot, you just have great pot odds in the first place, right? The big blind ante's in there, small blind's in there.
So what
he's
can
put
you
in a small
effing
raise.
fold in the big blind?
It's almost nothing. You actually you call an absurd about it versus hijack. Yeah.
I don't like it.
I know you don't like it, Joey, but yeah. It's just one of those things. It's like every suited hand. It's like all the connectors.
You guys wore me down on suited hands.
Oh, okay.
So Nikitin's with another big hand, opening with jacks in the cutoff to 3,500. And looks like Mounier has already surrendered from the big blinds.
I'm still folding Jack Deuce and Jack 3 suited.
That's fine. Those,
even suited.
You can fold those. What, the
Okay.
suited versions?
Yeah.
No.
9 Deuce suited.
Oh, you
Out.
can't do it, Joey.
Sorry.
You can't do it.
You'll never convince me.
And the cat.
So just to clarify once again, payouts will be confirmed after the first break of the day. Carlo asking on YouTube, what is the prize pool? 6.6 million. 6.2 approximately. Toby will confirm the exact number when we come back from break, and he will also confirm how many players will get paid and what a min cash will be, what all the payouts are, up to and including first place prize money.
Joe, can you field this question for me, buddy?
Sure.
Is Marley Sprague related to Spraggy in some way? I found her in the chip count list on Poker News.
My guess is they have relations.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
And they're legally
related
at this point. They are related in the purest sense of the word. There is a relationship between Marley and Ben Sprague.
Yeah, they're married. They're married, buddy.
Oh, just play with one handicap. Yeah.
She's recently become Mrs. Sprague.
And I guess at this point, I can say that I did, in fact, introduce Mr. and Mrs. Sprague.
I think you can claim that one.
In fact, Marley's dad came and tracked me down in Vegas and pulled me aside and said, "Thank you so much for introducing my daughter to her husband." And I went, "Who are you?"
I thought you were going to say, "Thank you so much for introducing my daughter to a complete reprobate."
Yeah. How would you not love Spraggy?
Well, we are playing a mini sweat with here. Maracek, we've only seen one of his cards. Looks like we've got a dead RFID card, so we'll change the deck after this hand. Maracek could be ahead here.
Yeah, quite easily. I think you just see bet this a ton for about a third. Interesting to see the call here from the Queen 7. Big blind not messing around.
Is floating still a thing?
Well, apparently it is. But no, in a modern theory as well, absolutely. I don't know if you're floating with Queen 7 off here, but we'll see what happens on the turn. If I am Maracek, regardless of what I have, I bet this turn. If I'm strong, I bet. If I'm weak, I bet. If I'm drawing, I bet. Queen of clubs is probably a good indication of a continuation bet here.
5,500.
Nick just put this Queen 7 float into his solver, and it came back with, "Kill yourself?" What?
I really want this guy to have like a custom waving arm now. I gotta get it done.
Yeah, that would be good.
It's so inspirational. I love it.
Maracek second in chips at the table, close to 80 big blinds. Mark Kalu still table chip leader with 87 big blinds. 36 minutes on the level, 36 minutes till the first break of the day. And to answer Rosa's question on YouTube, chances are we will change feature table during the first break of the day. There is a doozy of a table out in the field, which we want to bring to the main stage. Longest shuffle ever. New deck, just checking all the cards are present and correct.
Well, we're waiting. See your squeaks in chat now.
I'm just enjoying the ass.
Something to the camera while you're shuffling. So basically, I know my wife is watching now, and I want to say I love you. Natasha, I love you, my wife.
Aww, that's sweet.
That's it. So much love at this table. Yeah, I just want to say that, you know. Wow.
You have to open the camera, so.
I introduced them as well.
Anybody else?
Next time we're in Vegas, I'm just going to pay a random guy to come up and you say that to you, Joe. You're going to have to guess again.
Not anymore.
No lover?
Not anymore.
No?
No. That's why you can
Also
enjoy
not
poker.
a lover? Sorry? Oh, yeah, one more time.
One more time. Yeah, I'm just using this opportunity, and I want to say to my wife that I love her. I love you so much. You know, and yeah, basically that's it.
Aww.
That is ridiculously cute. That is so sincerely lovely. Wow.
Ugly crying right now.
I'm proposing the next time, maybe. We had that in our community events. Well, you will laugh. Like, we had 2 community events.
Can we get a pic?
There were 2 proposals happening there. So we brought people together in the community. Like,
okay, now you give me an idea. Can I get some kind of...
3,500.
Pass.
Keaton's back in action, raising with King Jack of
They
Spades.
got married. Out there, will get married. But
Is he in trouble or something?
that was my live event. That was pretty cool.
She told him he wasn't allowed to go to the EPT. He wasn't allowed to play poker. Ended up on the feature table.
Oh yeah. I just want to let my wife. I love her so much. So pretty, smart, kind to animals.
Don't worry, guys. She'll never find out. Hey, you're going on the feature table, baby. I just wanted to say I love you so much. You mean the world to me.
Have you ever skydive?
No. I heard a lot of good things about it. Like, it should be much better than doing any other of the other stuff, like bungee jumping or what else. And it probably is also like one of the safest.
Yeah,
things.
with a tandem instructor, yeah, it's very good.
Yeah. I mean, what is she supposed? Like, after landing, she will be full of adrenaline. She's like,
Yeah.
yes, fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's probably one of the safest ways to
Yeah, it's also
propose.
safest way to propose. It's a good one.
She's in for anything after that shot of adrenaline.
That's true.
Fewer than 400 players remaining now, 391.
Very smart.
Yeah.
Poker play away.
Yeah. Increase your odds. Did he say tight fold?
Me? Him? Yeah.
Did he say tight fold?
I heard that.
Round to the blinds. 10-8 off for Lee.
What a nit.
Blind v. blind. 18 bigs for Lee. Yeah, I would probably say this is about 50-50. Limping is fine. I think raising is also fine. You might want to randomize this one.
And Van Gent checks his option with Queen 8. These two will go to the flop, which is an 8 high flop.
Good boy.
Yeah, probably just want to put out a nice lead here. Something like half pot, 2 grand, something in that region. There it is. and probably a raise from Van Gent. This is a good board to raise, especially given the pre-flop action and a very wet texture. That looks like a raise to me. Let's go.
All in.
Yeah, it wasn't many chips behind here. And I think probably Lee ends up calling this a ton, you guys. There's so many draws on this board, so many combination draws you're ahead of. You could be even beating some weaker 8s with the 10 kicker. I don't think you can fold. Bit of a cold deck for Lee, but off we go to the races.
And Lee
84-9 races.
only has one out. Now, there are some opportunities,
Yeah.
but Van Gent is a pretty solid favorite to get the full double up here.
6 or 7.
Deal.
Perhaps the races is the wrong
5 king
metaphor here.
Ooh.
Yep, now a 22% chance of a chop. Crucially, Van Gent just has to dodge the 10 of hearts on the river to survive, which he does, and he does get the double up.
Lovely little spot there for Van Gent. Really plays himself, I think. If there's a raise pre-flop, Queen 8 probably still wants to defend at a pretty decent frequency, but either way, I think it's going to be a cooler blindy blind there, and I don't think Lee's done much wrong. Lovely little equity spot for Cornelis Van Gent.
So he's now playing 25 big blinds. Jungwook Lee now the shortest stack at the table with just 6 big blinds. Felix Schneiders has a sub 10 big blind stack. So we've got 2 players on the main stage in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
As we track across the room, still a lot of tables in action. 384 players remaining in this record-breaking EPT Prague main event. The players benefiting from those heat lamps. Can get a little bit chilly in Prague at this time of year.
I'm loving the new heat lamps. No, the setup this year looking really, really pristine. I'm liking the new camera placement that we have. You guys see those little sort of chandelier items?
Yeah, the heat lamps.
The heat lamps, yep. Replacing our, what was previously kind of like a sort of...
We call it a truss.
A truss, yes, thank you. But yeah, it feels a lot bigger in there. Feels like there's a lot more space, a little bit less oppressive, a little bit more natural light, or unnatural light in this case.
Hello, raising from the cutoff with King Jack. Lee folding King 6 on the button. Round to Nikitins in the big blind.
Queens this time.
Ace 5 of diamonds. Does not 3-bet, just calls. And flops a wheel draw. Still has the best hand right now.
His C-bets have been getting through.
Just realized we have got a new player at the table, occupying the seat recently vacated by Pascal Voss. Konstantinos Zinis has joined us on the main stage.
We replaced a Greek person with a Greek person?
We have indeed.
Huh.
Meanwhile, the C-bet got the job done for Hello in that last hand. We've played 22 hands at the feature table so far today.
Pretty wild fold there with the ace-5.
Sometimes you're just not feeling it.
I can certainly relate to that.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, buddy.
Well, the expression started in Germany. Always coming 7, and with pocket 7s, Felix is all in from under the gun.
Absolutely 100% shove once again. He's finding a lot of these nice little just easy decisions. Ace Queen was a good one earlier. Pocket sevens now.
Okay. I believe you.
The King Jack, or King Jack suited, I believe it was as well, just to be picking up these pots and remaining alive, and I love that for Felix. I think Jack 10 probably a little bit too wide here as well, especially versus the under the gun shove.
It's just 6 big blinds.
It's a little bit more. It's 14K.
Okay.
It's closer to 10.
And it's not Jack 10 suited.
10 too many.
7.
No, he wishes. He wishes it was pocket 7.
Oh, yeah.
I like the crease in his arm. Makes it look like the his little elbow joint there. Makes it look like the woman in his tattoo screaming.
I was so ready to scream 7.
Maybe she's screaming 7.
Felix has posted the big blind and the big blind ante.
Look, he's talking every time he moves his arm. It's awesome.
A decent percentage of his remaining chips. Action starts with Maracek. He folds under the gun. Ace King from Wenier.
17 big blinds.
7 raise, 3,500. 8 home.
Yep. I appreciate the fact he doesn't just ship it here. Definitely want to have some min raises from this position, and I think Ace King is a fairly obvious one to include. Sometimes people get under 20 big blinds, James, and they're just like, I just want to shove. I don't know what to do.
Snowmans for Zinus, who recently joined the feature table. Wenier is a relatively short stack with 15 bigs behind. That is a call from 8s. And Felix folds the big blind. It's a 3-bet, by the way. Sorry, a re-raise to 10,000.
Yep, and then an easy shove for Ace King every single time. And Ocho's ain't 3-betting to fold, so we're going actually to the races this time, Joe.
We are going to flip that coin.
Yeah, this is actually the flip as opposed to just a pre-flop or all-in scenario.
Like the Mentalist versus Monk. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
And Wenier is the at-risk player. Wenier is the player who needs to hit to survive.
We got our very own Wilhelm.
Well, it's a king-high flop. Ace-king has taken the lead, and Wenier is now a 9-1 favorite to double up. Just has to fade an 8 on the river.
Close enough.
Close, but not close enough.
So it looks like a double.
It is.
Wenier, 36 big blinds in a dream, remains in the tournament, and a very healthy 36 bigs at this stage.
Life Loving asking what happened with the fight yesterday. Did the guy who got kicked out just blind out? No, so in case you missed it, and it has been reported by Poker News, there was a physical altercation towards the end of day 1B. And as I'm sure you can appreciate, the EPT and King's Casino have a zero-tolerance policy towards physical violence. As soon as someone was struck, the player who attacked the other player was removed from the room, was disqualified from the tournament. Their chips are removed from play. Their stack is not left in play. The chips are simply removed from play.
I don't even know if you noticed this, James, when you were introducing the show today. I think you were trying to say this feature table is headlined by Felix Schneiders, and you said this feature table is head-butted by Felix Schneiders. Which, by the way, has not happened. Guillo came in and, oh, we got the all-in from Lee. Guillo came in and told the story about the incident, said he was across the room and heard the sound of the headbutt, which was probably the sound of someone's nose breaking, would be my guess.
Oh, savage.
Wait, hold on. So is 8s now 9s?
Yeah.
Yep.
Lee's going to go for it with the queen 7 of diamonds.
Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Pocket 9's loving life here. Going to be a dominating hand. Queen 7 going to have about 30% equity, or maybe a smidge less. Sorry, yeah, about 30. Let's give him 27. That's my guess. 27% for Lee.
39.
Ooh, went the wrong direction.
It's way too high.
Queen high flop. Oh, is Zinus going to lose 2 in a row?
Actually, not happen like that.
Lost with 8s, is about to lose with 9s. It's going to need the 9 of clubs on the river.
You want the last river, like from last hand. Yeah, that would be good.
So that is a double up for Jung-Wook Lee. Now playing 16 big blinds. Felix Schneiders now the shortest stack at the table with 9 bigs.
Was that even?
I folded the queen.
Yeah, you see.
Don't say that.
It's painful to watch because that's my favorite hand. If I was a poker hand, that would be what I would do. Actually.
You would be 999.
Yeah, exactly.
Love this one from Biggie Calls on Twitch. I wish the guy who got headbutted ended up making the final table with raccoon eyes and won the whole thing. That'd be a great story.
That would be a great story.
That would be funny. How was your EPT? Well, good news and bad news.
I think I might forget the bad news at that point.
That's a good question from Hydro Mush. How is the guy who was attacked? That is a very good question. I hope he's okay.
All
right, we're going again, Mr. Lee.
Not such an easy call now for 16 bigs.
King, queen suited.
Marichek seems genuinely bummed every time he can't call an all-in.
Yeah, I think he knows this one is definitely a spot where you could gamble. I honestly think that there's probably not a lot in it. When you see a shove from that position with that number of chips, they're going to have a lot of pairs where you're flipping. Might even have some King X that you're dominating once in a while. You're going to have tons of equity against some aces that might shove here as well. Like, you know, ace 10 might do this. You're doing okay-ish there. Ace 9 suited might do this. Again, probably not GTO to just be banging those in for 16 bigs, but I think a disciplined fold here is perfectly fine. I'm just saying you're probably going to be close to the equity correct in order to call there some of the time. Quite player dependent.
Would you fold?
The second time is always a bluff too. It's always like.
16 minutes until the first break of the day. Before we go on break, we will show you the lineup at our new feature table. We are going to change the feature table during the break. I can reveal there will be a different member of Team Pro headlining the main stage for the second session of the day. More to be revealed.
Similar problem.
Sounds good to me. Get some more behind-the-scenes action with Team Pro here in Prague.
Is it Julian Gardner?
I don't think Julian Gardner's ever been on the books.
Is it Ruben Visser?
Current member of Team Pro.
Okay.
35.
3,500.
Is it Froggy?
Froggy is on commentary duties over in the land of Spain.
I have no more guesses.
Sometimes I see cards that are not there.
I have it too, but there's nothing about my eyes.
It's the brain, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we need to get one of those. It's
for sure.
Doesn't lose a hand.
You know the funny thing, on the first day, when I get this one, the other guy saw it too, and he went to the shop and bought it. So we were sitting on the same table with the two cats.
So split pot every time.
Yes, and then we went to the situation, there was a cat versus cat, okay, and my cat won. So
Okay, you're the OG, you're the original.
Yeah.
You were first.
You're a waving cat influencer. You should do like business with them and do a promotional code. 10% off.
Cat avatars, now a thing. IRL, James.
What is the screen?
Nope.
What is this?
Sun, for sunlight.
Mirror.
No, I think
It runs on sunlight, huh?
Yeah, you have to put it in the sun and then it will charge.
No, there is no battery here.
Yeah, but that's why it works, huh? Because it charges by sunlight.
It will run out,
could
you
be.
have to put it in the sunlight and then it starts working again. I guess it's
Okay.
3,500. 7 fold.
Hello. I love your bad jokes, guys. Keep them up. What?
I'm appreciating the wider open here from Maricek. Like the adjustment with the big stack.
8-5-4 on the flop. Maricek flops best.
I'd like to see a continuation here with the 5. Although Lee is on the shorter side. So you got to be a little bit concerned about getting check raised, check shoved on some of the time. I think there's definitely never anything wrong with just le bet. Just the c-bet is cool, but you know, sometimes you just want to be a little bit more careful with your middle pairs on these textures just because flush draws can check shove, straight draws can check shove, combination of the two can check shove. Sometimes some top pairs might be tempted just to check shove where you still have equity in streets to see where you might improve. Having said that, if you check here,
how long is the delay?
And it comes a hard turn card, a hard river card, can be very difficult to take it down on later streets, and your opponents do have the opportunity to outplay you as a lead on turns and rivers as well. So, very tricky one. I'd be very interested to sit and study that one for a while and just try and weigh up your options. Day 2 here, obviously, player is going to be a little bit cautious with pay jumps, etc. to come.
You know what I say, Nick? Cautious avoids nauseous.
Now you're saying all the naughty stuff. That's why they turned it on.
Keep yourself out of sticky situations. Just take it down now.
Of course, once we hit the break, when we come back for the second session of the day, level 12 of the EPT Prague main event, we will have the payouts confirmed. So with 1,285 total entries, we know the prize pool is going to be in the region of 6.2 million euros. Woo! How that will be broken down and how many players will cash will be confirmed by tournament director Toby Stone when we come back from the first break of the day.
I was streaming the other day, and this guy came in the chat, and he was like, "Oh, Nick, I don't know you bother anymore. Poker is dead." Tell that to the 6.2 million euros in this prize pool, bro.
Felix still a short stack, still playing fewer than 10 big blinds. He is all in with King Jack offsuit.
Good luck. Here we go again. Thank you.
Yeah, again, just a little bit shy, 10 bigs, but bad news. He's going to get some action from Ace Queen for show.
So what do you do here? Do you just flat, or do you like a small ISO so you don't invite a ton of action behind you?
Just a small 3-bet is great. Just a small 3-bet is wonderful. Even if you just made it like 35 or 40 or something like that.
I love the way that Grogu was carefully removed as the stack was counted.
You don't disrespect the Grogu.
That is a call.
Okay, playing it cool.
Let's see what happens behind, because Hello looks interested. He's got ace-king.
Hello.
Saved himself some chips. However, what if Hello decides he wants to 3-bet with ace-jack and you end up folding the ace-queen?
That is a re-raise. The 3-bet from Hello is sizable.
Yeah, Maricek obviously making no mistakes by calling here as well. I think some players just want to ISO, but I think the flat is going to be totally cool. You do find yourself in some tricky spots, though, now, because, of course, the squeeze here, the 3-bet from Hello, can be a bunch of stuff that you have equity against that you potentially might have pushed out with a 3-bet yourself. Yeah, good fold, and we are going to the flop, and Schneiders dominated, needs to find some improvers.
It is domination situation. Felix at risk and way behind.
That's what I figured. Damn. So I need to make it straight, huh? Rest of the table goes, okay, I folded all the 10s and the queens also, so there's none left.
Yeah, he folded back the 10s. You fold 10s, right?
Yes, queen.
Okay, that's one queen.
Felix went from live cards to dominated. Not that cool.
Low flop.
I think it's 5 on the turn, yeah. That's acceptable.
Right now, Felix needs a jack.
He's calling for the chop.
Yeah.
Or deuce.
Deuce or 5 is good. Not really. Okay. So?
Down to 8%. 3 outs for X-Flex.
That is important. I don't have a jacket with me, that's the problem. But it might still work. Jack of hearts, you can do it. So
no
close.
jack on the river. The
Good
king.
Good game.
And Felix Schneiders is eliminated towards the end of the first level of day 2 of his first ever EPT Prague main event.
I'll come over.
Because he busts you.
Oh, my friend. Good luck, guys. Have fun. Enjoy.
Won his way here via Power Path, used his gold Power Pass to play his first ever EPT. Did not make the money.
What a guy. I'll miss him.
Claps in the chat for Felix, guys.
And Mark Hello chips up to 110 big blinds.
Pretty good day for Hello, as well as Nikitin.
So confirmation, there will be a change of feature table during the break. And we're going to see which table will be coming to the main stage after this hand.
Is it Spraggy?
Spraggy did not advance to day 2.
Doesn't sound right.
How many bullets did he put in?
Well, it's capped at 2.
My guess is 2 then.
I'm pretty sure Marley made it to day 2. I haven't actually seen any updates, so don't want to
Day 2 with a decent stack, I thought, too,
Yeah,
actually.
I think she was off to a good start.
Raise and take it there for Samuel Mounier. So 2 minutes left on the clock, 2 minutes until the break. And yes, we are going to have a new feature table when we come back from break. Also, we will reveal the payouts for this year's record-breaking EPT Prague main event. So make sure you stick around on the other side of our first break of the day. We may have lost Felix Schneiders, but there are still a few team pros in the field, and one of them is Alejandro Lococo, Papo MC. He's at a table with Nicholas Ostedt, aka Lena 900. There's Papo. Also at this table, a former EPT champion. With the luck of the Irish, it's Steve O'Dwyer.
41. It gets a lot tougher.
Yeah, but I already know this.
Love Steve, miss Steve. Happy to have him at a featured table. Feels right.
O'Dwyer.
Rules.
Ostedt. And Papo MC coming to the main stage for the second session of day 2.
So I've never formally met Steve O'Dwyer.
Oh, no?
But he did call me out for that game we played in Dublin, if you recall. We were playing, how many flips do you think Steve O'Dwyer has seen in his lifetime?
Yeah, well, we were doing Laden things, right?
He's usually a pretty stoic guy, doesn't really come out of the woodwork too often. He came out of the woodwork to text Joe to tell me that was the most ridiculous answer he had ever heard.
What did you guess, 3 million or something?
No, it wasn't even. It was like 300,000 or something.
300,000.
He was like, that is the most astronomically stupid thing I've ever heard. So, you know, I don't know if we're going to be friends or not. That's what I'm trying to say.
What time?
No, I jest.
Steve's a tough cookie.
He's a tough cookie.
He's, somehow, he tolerates me.
Steve, if you're listening to this, I'm only joking, buddy. I'm sure we're going to be the best of friends. Don't worry.
Or just me.
Looks like we're going to squeeze in one last hand before the break, and it'll be the last hand we see of these particular players.
So this will go back to table 21, I think. Yeah.
20 minutes and counting.
Okay.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Ooh. I guess we're going to have to bring back hashtag embrace the squeak, because the little sleeves on those chairs are not working. And if there is one person who's not going to be happy about that, it is Stephen O'Dwyer.
I was going to say.
And he's going to have a microphone and cameras to vent his frustration to.
Look, sometimes the little sleeve falls off, you know what I mean? Sometimes you got to put a new sleeve on. It can happen if the sleeve is too big for the leg of the chair.
Ace 9-7 on the board. It is the flush draw for Zinnes. Top pair for Van Gent.
Squeak. I mean, break time's perfect because everyone's getting up.
Well, when I was in the room the other day, I remember thinking to myself, wow, they've really sorted that problem out, but I don't know if maybe we've already like worn through the sleeves.
Yeah. You got to replace that sleeve every once in a while.
Yeah, you can't keep using the same one.
All right, so flush draws in.
We're coming back here or not?
No. I mean, you can come back there, but it won't be your seat.
You know, Joe, these are really weird ones because if you got the ace-6 and you bet the turn, you're going, yeah, okay, cool, I really want to punish those flush draws. And then you do it, and then they call again. You're like, whoa, is this guy really calling me twice with a flush draw? Oh, he turned the pair with the flush draw.
Well, of course they're calling twice with the flush draw. But yes, it's them missing the flush draw.
And spiking the 4.
Yeah.
It's one of those weird ones. There's 2 barrels here for sure.
8,500.
Okay, 8,500. Yeah, I think Van Gent's actually approaching this almost perfectly, especially with the 12 bigs behind. Great sizing. I think it's actually just a little bit too small for King 4 to ever consider folding, though, is the problem, right? Can have the best hand on the turn. Doesn't necessarily need to improve. Can improve into a very strong hand. Twice over. Very frequently, a king is the best hand. Very frequently, a 4 is the best hand. Very frequently, the diamonds are the best hand. And when you add all that up, you're just going to win way too often, and it's just got to go in. You just got to be calling.
Thank you, James. Okay.
Oh.
We're just going to play for all of it.
Yeah, I think Van Gent probably finds a call, guys. It's one of those spots. You can have like Jack 10 of diamonds. You can have like Queen Jack of diamonds. You can have King 4 of diamonds.
King 4 of diamonds. That's what I was going to say.
If he's really clever, he could have 8-10 of spades if he wanted to, right? If he thinks their opponent's going to bluff flop, bluff turn at any frequency, that puts him in a tough spot.
I, for one, love folding here and coming back from the break with 9 big blinds.
Of course, this being day 2, the shot clock has not been brought into play yet. That starts on day 3. Always the last hand before the break.
I like that Van Gent is still rocking the Tiger Woods hat. There's a lot of bad stories that came out about Tiger Woods over the years. He lost me as a fan when I read this headline. Tiger attacks trainer at circus. And I was like, you know what, dude? I'm no golf expert, but maybe you should spend a little bit more time on the links and a little less time attacking trainers at the circus.
By the way, if he was taking golf seriously, he wouldn't be going to a circus.
That's what I mean. That's my whole point.
Want to make me fold.
Nice that he took his trainer with him, though.
Yeah, I mean, clearly they
Show me
have
if I fold?
a strong bond.
Or do I have to wait 30 minutes?
Show if I fold. Yeah, show him.
So you show me?
Yeah.
Watch. Is that a hoopla?
Possibly.
You can't say show if I fold and then call. I don't like that. I don't care for that.
There's a lot of schools of thought about whether or not agreeing to show is a
I
bluff
know,
and all
you're
that kind
not
of stuff.
supposed to answer.
You think I'm ever folding?
Well, you didn't have to ask that. Patrick asked, why raise if you're not going to call all in? Who raised?
Yeah, that was a bet, not a raise. Oh, dear. It's a cool move, though. I respect this. I think he's going to put it all together and make the call, though. It's nice that he doesn't have the 6 of diamonds. It makes it a little bit less likely your opponent has a hand like, you know, 8, 6 of diamonds. Again, you could argue that might not be in the small blind range as well, though. So lots of factors here, guys. But I think there's plenty of combinations that do check, shove, turn as a semi-bluff. So you're probably just going to want to go for it, even though it is a really, really rough one. You hate to call and just look at, you know, ace 10 or something. Yeah, it makes the call.
And calls as a 68% favorite, but there are cards he's going to have to dodge on the river.
Yeah, that's what we call it, semi-bluffing. There's more ways to win now. Plenty of outs to fade. A very sweaty moment for Van Gent's tournament life.
Elka says, imagine Papo, Lena, and Steve coming to the table after the break, and that guy's still sat there tanking.
I said I would show.
We're close to fold, huh?
I was thinking about it.
Just go on your break. Come back and find more chips or less chips.
River card is a king.
That's the one. That's the one we were talking about right there.
You gotta stop doing that to people.
One of the many outs that Zynus had hits on the river, and on the last hand of the level, the last hand before the break, we see Van Gent eliminated.
Van gone.
But the moral victory, he did make the right call.
Sure, buddy. I'd rather have the literal victory.
Well, that took out half of the break, but we're going to have to put some time back on the break because remember, we've got to change the feature table. So these are the stacks of the players we've been watching for the last hour and a half. Mark Hilou had a great session up to 82 bigs. Jong-Wook Lee still short with 11 bigs, and this is at the new blind level. Blind to be 1K, 2K when we come back. And a reminder that yes, there will be a new lineup on the main stage. We will be joined by a former EPT champion, Steve O'Dwyer. We'll be joined by an online beast, Lena 900, aka Nicholas Osted. And we'll be joined by Papo MC from Team Pro. Back in 14 minutes with more action from EPT Prague.
It's like I was rooting against Chris. I just said, well, I hope Farha wins. I was an idiot. What do you want from me?
One other thing I wanted to ask you about your first year on the World Series, the Moneymaker year. Is it true that you thought that it would be bad for poker if Moneymaker won, that you felt that in order for the game to have legitimacy, the established pro, Sami Farha, needed to win?
Okay, James, I'm not expecting softballs here, but earlier you wanted to finish the story that, my investors got zero back on 25K. Now you're pounding away on a mistake I made, an honest mistake. It's not like I didn't kidnap the Lindbergh baby, all right? I wasn't one of the masterminds behind 9/11. When we were coming down the stretch, in fact, when Phil Ivey got knocked out 10th just before the final table, and obviously we were gonna have 7 episodes, so we were gonna have plenty of Ivey. I was horrified. I thought that was bad because he was the most established person left. Yeah. So now we got 9. Now we got 9 clowns left. But yes, when it got to heads up, when it was Moneymaker versus Farha, I believed with every inch of my heart that it was bad for poker if some accountant, 27-year-old hick accountant from Tennessee who almost sold a seat and won a seat for any one of 37 different numbers. Now we have $39, $49. You want to
$110, $150.
I know the exact amount. The correct number, by the way.
7-11.
The correct number for posterity is $86.
$86 as of today, James. But anyway, I thought it was bad for poker if some amateur came in and just showed that you could be a nobody and have no previous experience and have a rank of hands chart in front of you and beat the Humphrey Bogart gambling figure with the cigarette dangling out of his mouth. Yeah, so it's like I was rooting against Chris. I just said, well, I hope Farha wins. I was an idiot. What do you want from me?
Okay, well, to that point, do you think that over the last 18 years or so since 2003 that you have changed your opinions on much else besides that? It feels like, to me, you've grown a lot, or changed, we'll call it, because grown isn't necessarily always a positive or a negative thing. It seems like you've changed quite a bit. Do you feel like you have?
Again, sometimes there's changes that you don't feel or see. It's almost like when you're in the water in the ocean and what's it called? When you move from one part to another part, you don't even notice it.
You just drift away. Yeah, you realize your towel's way over there now.
Yeah. Okay, so there can be an undertow in your life. It just happens so slowly, so incrementally. You don't notice it, and 12 years later, you're convicted for manslaughter, and you were having a bad day, but you didn't know how you got there. So there have been changes. For sure. The one change I've never made, which I've been stubborn on in terms of my approach to how we do the broadcasting, is screw the strategy. And I take grief for this with certain segment of the poker community, but I literally did not even study up more on No Limit Hold'em because I didn't want to reach the point where I'm thinking, okay, now I'm gonna make a point. I'm gonna make a point here on why he is betting Jack 10 offsuit from under the gun 2 because I know what this is. I don't give a and I've never given it. I always thought it would change what I'm doing. So yeah, I've made a point of actually not studying the game. Even when I've gone in the last few years to do bracelet events, streaming them on Poker Go or wherever we stream them on, that's a game that I play, like a stud game or a horse game. I don't do much strategy because I just don't think that's the way to go for most of the audience. But yeah, I've had changes and I just don't know what they are.
Pocket fours under the gun. He raises to 45,000. Finger and Trinovsky are folded. Seidel's on the button, and we haven't seen his hole cards.
Come on, Seidel. Grow a beard. Also show us your hole cards.
Well, whatever he has, he thinks it's worth a call on the button. Martin Jakobsen in the big blind has ace-7 offsuit.
You probably got no choice but to defend a medium ace here, even though you can't love it.
He calls as well. We're going three-way to the flop. And that flop has a 4 on it. A set for Coleman.
What's Martin doing? He should be checking here. This is bad timing.
He leads the flop for 77,000.
I like a flat call here from Coleman because I think Martin's donk leading this flop with a bad hand way more often than a good one. So if Dan raises, he probably gets 2 folds way too often, which you don't want. You want Martin to keep bluffing.
Coleman does just call. And Seidel folds. We'll never know what he had. 10 on the turn. Jakobsen now with a gut shot.
Martin's probably never going to get a fold here unless the board runs out so badly for fours that it makes his hand actually win.
He's betting again with just 9% equity. 155,000.
There's not much more reason for Dan to fold now than there was on the flop. 7-8 got there.
Once again, Coleman just calls. 627,000 in the middle. 1 card to come. And that card is a king. A set of 4s are good.
Yeah, I don't think Dan's ever folding. Hopefully Martin just gives up.
He bluff shoves.
Or he just blasts off. Probably not going to work.
Quick call from Coleman. And Jakobsen's out.
Yeah, you probably got me,
Let me just calmly take a second before exiting this 50K tournament.
That's on.
Martin Jakobsen, the eternal bridesmaid on the European Poker Tour.
Good luck, guys.
Wow, that was nice. That was a gift.
It was sick. I've never seen him doing something like this.
Yeah. That was ambitious.
Huh?
That was ambitious. You don't need to do stuff like that.
It is obviously the flagship. It is what gets everybody's juices flowing.
So yes, here he is, the man who has been the voice of the World Series of Poker since 2002. I think I've got that right. He will correct me if I'm wrong. Lon McCarron, welcome to the podcast.
It's so good to finally be here.
I think he's referencing the fact that Norm has been on before. Sorry, Lon.
No, I get it.
Just to be clear, Lon, I know that Norm made his debut in 03, the Moneymaker year, but you did do the World Series the year before that.
Oh, yeah. I have much more experience than Norman is why things turn out the way they are. Yeah. Yes, with my good friend Gabe Kaplan. We did that show, and it was quite an experience. But yes, it led to 03 and let me get out of the banking world for after a few years. Yeah.
Just to be clear, we're talking about 2 decades, 20 years now.
Yeah. No, I was talking to some people today about this could be the first year where people can play in the main event who weren't born when Norman and I started.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
Is that awful?
That is a sobering statistic. My goodness.
Yeah, exactly. No, but that's good. But we all look great and we're all happy and we're healthy, right?
I know that obviously you play World Series of Poker events, and you've been playing some events this year. Have you ever had the opportunity to play the main event, or is that a conflict with your broadcasting work?
They've never let us do that. I'm not a 10K buy-in guy anyway. I would play it if I could get into it, but no, they don't allow us to do that. Especially now with the live stream. You know, we're busy every day. Our color commentators will. You know, Antonio played it back in the day. Jamie played it. Maria Ho working with us this year, and so she'll be playing it. So we work around them. But for us broadcast guys, no main event. I'm hoping that's my Ty Stewart send-off gift. You know, it's a gold entry to the main event as long as I'm alive.
Nice. So as someone who has observed it from the sidelines, from the commentary booth, what does the World Series of Poker main event mean to you?
It is obviously the flagship. It is what gets everybody's juices flowing. And even as exciting as it is to play in the earlier bracelet events, you know, few people get that kind of thrill of playing in the main. I think the buy-in is perfect still, and I don't ever want them to change it. They can do all the high rollers they want. You've got so many fabulous stories of every person coming out, scraping together the money, getting donations, selling themselves, whatever. It is the World Series of Poker, and that's what people talk about, and that's what people brings people to Vegas all the time.
And look at the story we're giving you this year, Lon. We're giving you two of your fellow poker commentators playing their first ever World Series of Poker main event.
And now I'm thrilled. I'm a little shocked. I know what broadcasting pays, and I know you, Hardigan, you know, can't afford. I know what Ohio stand-up comedy probably pays. So I'm really happy for you guys. I really want to know what's going to happen out there.
So we do too. So part of what we wanted to talk to you about, Lon, is that I'm having a bit of a crisis here. I won my seat via a charity event. Now, I did sink about unknowingly, I sunk about $1,800 into this charity event, not knowing that I thought my credit card didn't swipe, so I had him swipe it like 3 times, and I ended up donating like almost $2,000 to the charity. So basically, I satellited in for about $2K. I'm struggling. Okay, first of all, I want to say, hearing your voice is actually calming me, soothing me. I'm stressing out over this in a big way, Lon.
Wow, yeah.
It's not fun for me at the moment. I'm really freaking out over playing for this much money, knowing that if I had a 10K score in a poker tournament, that would be huge for me. Like, that would be the biggest score of my life, and I'd probably have a really fun summer and can go on a nice vacation with 10K and maybe don't want to roll the dice on it. But hearing your voice, it is taking me back to when I would stand on the rail at the World Series of Poker main event and feel that magic, right, for lack of a better word, that energy. And you're actually calming me down a little bit right now, and it's starting to take hold that this can be fun for me.
And that's what I was alluding to with all the memories, with all those moments, and the fact that if you go back to like 05, 06, it was like a circus. And those day ones, you talk about all the characters, Lon, all the stories. That's what I'm looking forward to. I'm the opposite of Joe. I'm super excited because I just want to enjoy the experience.
And you're both correct. And there is always that fear. I had fear when I qualified for and then cashed in the TOC, and I had fear when I qualified and paid into the and cashed in the Salute to Warriors the other day. So, excuse me, 2 cashes and 2 events.
Don't worry. That was a Jeff Platt level humble brag.
No, please. He's such a better player than I am. But no, it's been built up all these years, rightly so. And for you guys to be in the industry and have those same moments that you broadcast and put yourself into that seat. And you know, Hardigan, man, you're a good player. You know what's going on, and you can see the big picture. And Stapes, you both have worked with us at the World Series, and so you know the vibe that's going on out there. And I know Joe was busy drinking, I don't know, syrup and relish or something, but I don't know if he ever got inside the playing area. But it's going to take a while to calm down. I think both of you. I mean, when you walk in, I don't know if you're going to go, minute 1, and be there at the start. I'm that kind of guy, but I love to have that. I love to have that excitement and pumped up feeling, and then have it kind of subside and say, okay, get that over with and move on and get on to business. It's a poker game. You got 9 or 10 guys sitting there, and you know how to play poker.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Our live coverage of day 2 of the 5K main event continues here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. We've played one of 5 levels, so we're 20% of the way through the day, and we have a new feature table coming to the main stage. But as we're about to get play back underway again, let's check on who the chip leaders are right now. The 5 biggest stacks in the room with around 355 players remaining. Tamas Adamski is chip leader with 388,000. All 5 of these players have more than 300K. Blinds now 1,000, 2,000 with a 2K big blind ante. The blinds will go up again in around 90 minutes time. Average stack, just so you have it for reference, is around 108,000. As James Harskin joined for this session by Griffin Bencher.
Hello, everyone.
Main event day 2, Griff. And very excited about the lineup we have on the main stage. We'll introduce our feature table in just a moment. And very soon, we should hear from tournament director Toby Stone and should get the payouts announced. We know the prize pool, 6.2 million euros. How many players are going to earn money? What's them in cash? What's the top prize? We'll find out very, very soon. But here is the feature table. Nicholas Ostedt, Lena 900. Steve O'Dwyer, a former EPT champion. Alejandro Lococo, Papo MC from Team Pro, plus a couple of Japanese players, Rocky Kuzumoto and Emi Kasenda. So that's all we'll be watching for the next 90 minutes at least. Action getting underway at the feature table in just a moment. But I think Toby is about to confirm to the room what we are playing for in the EPT Prague main event, a record-breaking main event with 1,285 entries, which means a prize pool of 6.2 million. And we'll get the min cash confirmed shortly and how many players get paid.
Over €1 million up top. An incredible turnout here at EPT Prague.
Apologies that we can't actually hear Toby make the announcement to the room.
Sounds like you did a good job, though.
So, the number is 191. Min cash, 8,420 euros. And yes, Griffin, great to see a 7-figure score up top.
Poker life is a little glimpse of the feature table here. I have a feeling this wasn't a difficult feature to pick based on the players that we have here. Steve O'Dwyer, Nicholas Ostedt, Lococo, of course.
4 fold, 5 fold.
And the 2 biggest quote-unquote sharks on the table with the chip leads on the table. Ostedt starting with just under 280,000. O'Dwyer with 265, both good for well over 100 blinds. I think they might cash. They might do it.
9 fold. 1 fold. 3 fold. 4,500.
Nonchalant complete here from the big blind. Under-repping a very strong holding in the big blind.
He's been out flopped. It's second pair for Steve O'Dwyer. Oh, but that 10 on the turn changes thing. Sergei Pilsky now with Broadway and Street flash potential, the
Royal
royal
flash.
draw.
Free bet 12,000.
Steve facing a bet of 12,000. It's half pot.
And O'Dwyer's alarm bells, I think, are going off a little bit here, but probably a bit too high up in his range with the queen. You don't want to be bet off your hand here by something like ace-5 with the ace of diamonds, jack-8 with a diamond, something like that. So you need to sort of protect against those bluffs by calling here, but in this particular instance, it's drawing dead. And I would be surprised if we see Steve call again on the river.
Oh, good shout, Noodles. It was a full pot size bet. Of course, it was 12,000 in the pot on the turn.
Sure. Yeah, you know what? And I think
I didn't realize the pot updated after that bet.
Yeah, I think that with that particular sizing, I think I would have preferred to see a fold from O'Dwyer facing the pot size bet like that.
Well, 45,000 and the fold from O'Dwyer.
Yeah, and a rare grimace from Steve O'Dwyer there, and I think maybe that's him realizing that facing a pot size bet on the turn there against that particular range, even if he is bluffing, you don't really have a lot of leg to stand on the river there to make a call. So
Steve's still a big stack, Griffin, close to 250,000 chips. He's the second biggest stack at this table. Nicholas Ostedt, Lena 900, is the table chip leader, though, with close to 279K. And we are looking at 356 players remaining from a starting field of 1,285. Confirmation again that 191 are going to get paid, and we're expecting that bubble to burst a bit later on today.
And then, like, by I was 19, I have been doing quite well. And already playing. Nothing. Well, never been working. Never. Started playing at home, like companies. Yeah, I mean, like the first 2
quite a tight fold there on 13.5 big blinds with the queen jack suited, but if you're not prepared to come in for a raise, sometimes it's hard to shove that amount of chips in a main event with hour-and-a-half levels. So many other opportunities to get your money in good, especially near the bubble. So many things to consider at this stage, the very exciting and interesting bubble day.
Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a straight. That's 2 straights in a row. That should not be allowed.
It's all coming up Durs Hipilski.
Well, he has checked, and Kuzumoto bets jack high. 2K into 6K. Called by Derzhipilski. 7 of clubs pairs the board, and Kuzumoto is now drawing dead. It's been checked to him a second time.
And finding another barrel. If you find a player betting twice with a hand like this on a board like this, it really makes you realize how many more hands that player is going to have and be prepared to bluff on this board. So Kuzumoto, I think, probably over bluffing in this spot if Jack 2 is one of the candidates to fire twice.
Dimitrios, watching on YouTube, asks about the payouts and asks why it's less than 10%. I double-checked it I used the calculator app on my iPhone because I refused to believe it could be true, and Dimitrios, it isn't true. 191 players from a field of 1,285 means 14.86% of the field, close enough to 15% of the field, is getting paid. Action is going to start with Amika Sender, folding the ace-6 suited.
Messi is not playing.
Messi?
Messi.
I don't think so.
I wish he could play. Then you would know him, and then it would be easier to get a Messi t-shirt as well.
Sergio plays.
I know. I met him in...
Lena 900 opening here with ace-10 suited. Nikolai Zavadsky all in with ace-queen and called.
You think Messi is coming?
Maradona.
Maradona, la mano de Dios.
Okay, it's TVT. I forgot.
Yeah.
Why we are waiting for.
This doesn't look good for you.
No.
It doesn't?
No.
But you won last one, yes? It's like Jack of Diamonds would be the best.
Don't be fooled.
Or like maybe Deuce of Spades.
Jack of Diamonds is good for the reels, you know?
Never use it.
Yeah, for the,
it's not against you, but for the reels?
for the
TV,
yeah,
for the show. Jack of Diamonds for the show.
Wow. Deuce of Spades. 22-5. 22-5.
So that's going to be a double up for Zavadsky.
Never call ace-10 with you guys with kids. You just told me it's dead.
Zavadsky is an online qualifier.
Like one ace against my...
Won his way here via a €530 satellite.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I'm running bad today.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw your scores online. Did you cash anything lately for like one last year? Like, do you have any cash? Did you won something?
Last year?
Last year, yeah.
I hope so. Otherwise, I would be losing a lot of money.
But you didn't play a lot of live tournaments, like from the beginning.
No, I don't. I still don't play so much.
Yeah,
a few times a year, you know, Barca and Prague and a few others.
7-5.
So it's not too many.
Yeah, I saw you in Vegas
8-5.
2 years ago.
Yeah, I go there sometimes too. I haven't been for a while. I look forward to going next summer.
1-4. 3, raise 4,000.
Shapilski opening with ace-queen. Kuzumoto with ace-4 folds the button. Small blinds out. Amika Sender is the table short stack in the big blind with 7-5 of hearts.
Yeah, I think it's probably right on the line for Senda as we creep closer to the money, but I think I would have preferred to see a peel there and try to flop some equity. We are still, you know, a good 160 players away, so you're going to have to start acquiring chips, and that's a hand that can flop something on a lot of big blinds.
Out of my hands.
Yeah, but it's thanks to the dealer.
Down to 350 players now. We started the day with around 450, Griffin, so 100 eliminations so far. Fair few to go before we get close to the money, with 191 sharing the €6.2 million prize pool. Action starting here with Papo MC.
9-5.
Followed to Lena. Nicholas Ostedt with 9-8 of spades, raises. That was raise and take it. That's the respect this guy gets.
Damn right.
You're on the big all in or what?
These are the tables still in play in the 5K main event. Just under 350 players now. So I have to ask you the question, Griffin. We broke the record set in December 2022. That was the biggest EPT Prague main event to that point, 1,267 entries. Nearly 20 more entries year on year. I thought we were actually going to be down year on year. With the competition from the World Series, with the competition from the WPT, it's extraordinary this event has actually gone up.
Well, I guess there was no competition at all, James. No,
Well, it's not like they're not pulling in players
exactly.
either.
No, it's a pretty incredible, you know, what's going on this week, the last week or so, in you know, the spread out of all the amazing live poker and how there are so many players that want to be playing, and it's a testament to, you know, sort of a new boom that's going on right now in live poker. People are loving it.
And as Joe is fond of reminding us, Europe very much a thing. Not everyone wants to travel across the Atlantic to play poker.
Prague's pretty nice this time of year too. It's kind of a vibe, James.
Well, we've got an all-in.
Yay. I thought that I see that.
Alexandru Danez shoving from the big blind, gets called by Papo with the ace-king. And we have a race, a classic race on the main stage.
52-48, those are twite.
Eight, 8-6, fives are holding.
Counter-tunities.
Indeed, sixes work for Papo as well as the aces and kings. Turn card is a king, let's do it the easy way. And now Dennis has one out, the 5 of clubs.
Didn't even flinch.
Inconsequential deuce. So that is an elimination, as Papo MC will chip up to around 50 big blinds. Monkey May asks how much of the 5K entry goes towards the prize pool. It is all published in the app. It's all clear, concise. The entry fee for an EPT main event is actually 5,300 euros. The 300 euros is the house fee, the registration fee, the rake. Of the remaining 5K, 3% is taken as money for the dealers. So that means 4,850 euros goes into the prize pool.
Yeah, now you know next time you're in a hand, he's making a show, right?
Yeah. Then I will 3-bet him. When he will be making a show, I will 3-bet him. When he's silent, do not 3-bet him. The story about Kings was the same. You said that you were silent, like, on the beginning.
Maybe I make a 4-bet for the show. That's the part, you know?
I know what you are doing with people's brains, so... All right.
5 raise 4,000, 6 4. 7 5.
All in for the show.
9 all in.
For the show,
So good timing.
All fun and games till someone gets hurt, Griffin.
Yeah.
I told the flip.
I feel like just being the awkward guy at a party, being like, what are we laughing about, guys? Oh, these poker players and their inside jokes.
to 338 players now. Pretty swift pace of eliminations during the first couple of levels of day 2. And Steve O'Dwyer raising the button with ace-6 offsuit.
Yeah, and electing to increase the sizing to 2.5x, probably trying to dissuade Lena 900 from defending too wide, just because he's so good post-flop. You're happy to just sort of take this down pre, but Queen 8 going to be far too good for Lena to consider folding, but is out-flopped here.
Dwyer with top pair wins that pot. So 1,285 total entries, Griffin. 64 countries represented here in the EPT Prague main event. Which country is represented more than any other? Of the 1,285 entries, which country had the most number of players?
I am going to guess French.
France is number 2.
Okay.
And there's one player in it between the number 1 country and the number 2 country.
What does that mean? You mean that they only have one more than
Correct.
France?
Correct. So France is pretty much tied at the top, but there was a 1-player advantage to the country in first place.
Okay, don't tell me. Huh. UK?
Not even close.
No. Do I get a third guess? It's like
you do get a third guess.
Three wishes?
Yep, I've seen it. I've seen this. The name of this country typed a few times in the live chat on Twitch and YouTube.
Oh, I know what it is. It's Italy.
It is Italy. 79 players from Italy, making up 8.4% of the field. France, 78 players. Then Germany, then the United Kingdom, and then Sweden.
So the UK was still in the top 5. It wasn't a horrible guess. You made it sound like they weren't even in the top 10.
48 players is not close to 79 players.
So Nicholas Osted actually getting some nice value here from this middle pair, getting the king-high call from the big blind, blind on blind. Just so astute is a stud. Able to extract that value and might even go for more now. Check on the turn, leaves Lena the opportunity to bet this 10 for value. Hope his opponent has a 9 or something like a king-high that might be prepared to call. Now, is this a pot-sized bet? Remember we had the exact same situation with the 12? I think this is pot-sized bet, right? It's already included the... James, are we half pot or full pot here?
This is a full pot-sized bet.
It's kind of thrown me ever since I called this out. It's like, we know how this works. We've done this before. So pot-sized bet, that's how confident Lena 900 is here that this 10 is good. Probably also recognize that if Durs has a 10 himself, most of the time is going to be chopping with that 9 high on the board. This was, of course, limped pre-flop. So most likely it would be something like a 10-7, 10-6 that would quickly call and they would chop. But otherwise, looking for some value from that 9. Doesn't get the call from king high. It's nice to peer into the mind, though, of one of the great players, the great online legends. See how he values his hands in certain spots.
And you call for the show. Call for the show. And you go home and watch the show.
But the show, yeah. But PokerStars, then you will get the letter from PokerStars. Thank you for the show. You got the chest. $5 on PokerStars account. You can use it wherever you want on casino games for poker.
Sounds passive.
Yeah, it sounds super passive. And
you win $1 million.
Yeah, and like your clip on the YouTube might have like 1 million watch. So
and you get nothing from that.
Yeah, maybe GG will call you and they ask you if you want to work for them. They're taking everyone. They take you for the show.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Looks like this has been forwarded to the blinds, and
I have one PokerStars clip on YouTube that's got me.
oh no, there's been a raise from Steve O'Dwyer.
Cappuccinos.
Action is on the big blind. Ryohei Kuzumoto with Jack 4.
Yep. 100 cappuccinos from Lebanese players.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be the type of player to fold the Jack 4 suited.
So you see, it's good to make something for the show.
Jack 4 flops best. Steve O'Dwyer betting 2K. Gets the call from Kuzumoto.
Very small bet on the flop. And really,
Oh.
because he wants to get to a turn like that where he can start blasting, it can be very difficult for Kuzumoto to defend against big pressure here. Just 4.
Steve O'Dwyer picking up the flush draw on the turn. Continued for 2K, and here comes the second bar.
Second bar.
O'Dwyer barreling for 8,500.
When I started in 2007 or 2008, he had already been going for like 4 or 5 years. I think he told me that.
And Kuzumoto folds the best hand.
So yeah, every time I play with a Lebanese player, 100% of the time,
They
give me a free cappuccino. They buy me a cappuccino because of this hand I played in Monte Carlo in 2014.
Here comes a new player. This is Marcin Krev from Poland.
We are taking over the table.
If you squint at that hoodie, Griffin, you might be able to make out a cat's face.
If you fold, I'll show. And I'll buy you a cappuccino. And then he gets up and he does like the Karate Kid. Like, he stands up on his chair and does this move. And I'm like, I take forever and call, and like whoever some ridiculous hand to beat me.
So it's then always cappuccino.
Yeah, every time now. Free cappuccino.
Raise. 7 days, 5,000.
Cascap says, I think that was a seat cover on the National Express circa 1997. Steve O'Dwyer has raised with the Snowmans.
No.
Verzapilski with ace queen.
3 calls, 5,000.
Just calls in position.
Wow, this might create quite a big flip potentially between Kuzumoto and Verzapilski. Quite under-repped, this flat on the button with the ace-queen. This is 20 big blinds for the Japanese player, the small blind.
36 or 41?
41,000.
There is even a chance O'Dwyer gets tempted to go for it here, but it's just a bit risky with the player behind. This range from the small blind is quite strong. It's rarely worse pairs, so you're really hoping for a flip by putting in this 40K. But the problem for Steve, I think, is he can afford it, and he does like to gamble, and that is why we are going to see the call.
7 calls, 41,000.
And now Durs is sitting there like, well, this doesn't feel like a trap. My hand is quite strong, but it's just getting too juicy. Yeah, let's see Steve's face, probably a bit annoyed, yeah. Maybe I didn't have to call, but, you know, you're hoping you're up against the ace-queens and the ace-kings. You got to protect your opens if you're opening as much as O'Dwyer is, and that's just one way of doing it. Just gonna have to get lucky.
Ace, 6, deuce, all diamonds, and O'Dwyer has the 8 of diamonds.
Flip for the show. Flip for the show, yeah.
Turn card is the Queen of Spades.
10 of diamonds for the show.
Kusamoto needs to fade an 8 or a diamond on the river.
Yeah, say 10 of diamond would be for the
Got it
show.
for the show.
Yeah.
But I don't want to ask him for respect to him.
Yeah, obviously I also didn't ask before the turn comes.
Ball pairs on the river and 10's hold.
Make the job done.
Too many outs for Stephen O'Dwyer.
But that would be cool.
Yeah.
My friend regret that he didn't give me the badges of Poker Academy because now we have the show and I...
Kusamoto's doubled up to 91k, around 45 big blinds. Nicholas Ostedt, Steve O'Dwyer, still the two biggest stacks on the main stage. Ostedt playing 130 bigs right now. Still 60 minutes on the blind level. B. Zephyrus is James' favourite watch you've seen at this stop. Bear in mind this is only day 2 of our coverage. Yesterday we streamed the final table of the 10k Mystery Bounty, and Enrico Kamoshi was the runner-up in that event, was rocking a Rolex Milgauss. Not a watch you see that often. So right now, Enrico is winning the prize. Ace-5 suited for Papo MC.
Oh, okay. She's in the big blind right now.
Raises to 4k.
Oh.
Dejapilski with King Jack of clubs. Calls. Round to the big blind, Amika Sender, who is the short stack at the table. She's got King 8 off.
No, 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 no.
Wow, this is bold.
Very ill-advised shove here. Not going to have a lot of fold equity for just 10 big blinds. You know, you're going to get called by a lot of dominating kings, those king jacks, king queens, ace kings. So I think this is a bit reckless from Senda, maybe getting a little impatient, finding a couple pretty hands earlier, but not being in the right positions to put the money in, hoping to just get away with one, and I don't think it's going to work against Dzerzapilski.
Well, what's awful here is she's not going to have live cards. Domination situation, Senda behind and at risk.
Natural 8.
How about an 8?
That's right. Diamond's coming. Diamond. Diamond for the ladies. Always diamond.
10 for deuce. Sender looking for an 8. 3 outs, 13% equity. Seven on the turn. Still 3 outs, down to 8%.
Resonant chat yelled for a 7 about 30 seconds ago, and it came and then wrote, nice.
Oh!
Oh, Joe!
I guess you didn't expect that. That was a really bad reaction. It's like, okay, so give the river, I'm busted, and they're like, nice. Oh my god.
Oh, that's lovely.
Amika Sender doubling up to 23 bigs.
Thank you. Thank you.
And receiving a visit from her boyfriend, Suganari Toma.
I guess you're out.
Hey, buddy. Good luck in the mistake.
Good boy.
Good boy.
Massive double up for the short stack. Senda now playing 23 big blinds. Long way to go, but you're not out of it. until that last card is dealt.
Those chips that were in the pot, Griffin, they got returned to sender.
Oh no. Oh no, that one is very, very good. Got a tip of the cap there. Kraft now the table shorty with 14 big blinds.
Come on, fold. 4,000.
I've raised 4,000.
Nikolai Zavadsky opening on the button with 10-9 off. Steve O'Dwyer, 5-4 of spades in the big blind.
Yeah, Zawadzki just trying to get one through here. I don't think 10-9 offsuit, you're always going to raise that on the button on 20 big blinds, but I think probably recognizing that Senda's probably going to play pretty snug after getting so lucky there, and then you just got to hope that you can get through Steve O'Dwyer. That's a tough man to get through, James.
I would be very, very happy with this board. Top pair in a straight draw.
Yeah, this is O'Dwyer's happy place for a check raise. And Zawadzki not going to fall into that trap. Check back. This is the kind of board that is going to greatly favor O'Dwyer's range. And that's why Zawadzki doesn't waste away with a continuation bet. And look, doesn't lose another chip. So I think both of them played that well.
O'Dwyer still playing more than 110 big blinds. 324 players remaining. We do expect to burst the bubble today. 191 are going to make the money, and we can expect that to happen either level 14 or 15, the last two levels of the night. Pilsky with King 10 suited.
Pretty hand. Pretty hand, King 10 suited.
Sixes for Zavadsky. And he shoves for his last 17 big blinds.
A bit more. No. Sorry.
This can be a really nice spot to shove these sort of middle pairs because you're folding out so many hands that have so much equity as flips, like a King 10 suited that can't call 17 bigs. It's a nice chip up there for Zawadzki.
So we play loser picks?
There's a big card.
Loser pick card?
Yeah, if you want that, sure. I mean,
everybody's in?
Pick one card.
Yeah, the loser.
You're not in? What do you say?
No, yeah. We can. I didn't get it at the beginning. Yeah. We can play whatever you want.
You okay?
2 cards?
Huh?
No,
one. Loser pick one card. It's okay?
Yeah. For me, it's okay. You know, yeah.
Sorry? Yeah. Okay.
No stand-up game?
You want to pick it?
Stand-up game as well? Huh? Stand-up game as well?
For me, it's okay if you want. And we can make it drinking table too, so.
You want drinking table?
Yeah, drinking,
with
standing with loser pick.
You want drinking table with Polish guys? You want drinking table with Polish guys?
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
Sounds
on
funny.
our rules.
Sounds good for the show.
Okay, for sure.
So it looks like we have a bit of a fun table, James. They're talking about showing one, joking about doing the standing game or, you know, drinking game. These Having a great time here.
These crazy kids.
These crazy kids. They're all just a bunch of kids.
Against Lina, out of position.
Easy fold, right?
sounds like a fold.
Snap call.
Should be a fold, but it's a call. Ace King versus 7-6. Wow. Gut shot versus nut flush draw.
Yeah. A massive flop for Ested and a little tickle for Lococo where it's like, oh, if this bet's cheap enough, I could peel one off, try to pop off an 8 or even a 7 or a 6 that might get checked back. But against this sizing, I think we're going to probably expect the Team Pro to sigh, let it go. And I didn't hear him sigh, but he felt kind of sighy. And yeah, as Lococo alluded to, you know, Lina's going to know exactly what to bet and how, you know, and on which streets and all that sort of stuff. And that was the perfect bet to sort of fold out equity.
Wow. That was a lie, actually. It was like, oh my god, you will see it on cameras. Okay, that was a lie. Oh, that was a lie.
I mean, 2 diamonds. It was so big.
My hand felt like aces, I'll tell you that much.
Three raise, 4 down, 500. Fold. 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 6 fold. 7 fold.
Out of position, Ukraine superstar, easy call.
Two players.
Ace 10 still ahead. So I'm sure, Griffin, it hasn't escaped your attention that the squeak is back in full force. After that temporary respite in 2022, when we had the little plastic sleeves on the legs of the chairs, the squeaking has returned. And if there is one person who we know is not a fan of the squeak, it's Steve O'Dwyer.
Yeah.
And I'm just expecting him any moment now to have a full Michael Douglas falling down moment.
The squeakening.
Hashtag embrace the squeak. Steve in action, raising from the hijack. And you see Queen 10.
Lina going to be prepared to play quite a wider range from the small blind, I think, than your average player, being so comfortable post-flop. I could see him having something as weak as even Jack-8 suited from this seat. Well, it's not Jack-8 suited. It could be 10-8 suited.
I don't know, I've got a feeling Steve's got the best hand here.
For now, but the combos that Ested has with that 8 of clubs are pocket 8s and then a ton of clubs. So if we see it continue here, I think it's going to be more likely that he has something like ace-8 of clubs, 9-8 of clubs. I don't think pocket 8s is going to be calling on this board, so that's more evidence that Lina has even something like 8-7, 8-6 clubs. And if O'Dwyer offers the free card here, Ested's going to have a pretty nice opportunity to bluff on Brick Rivers. And I think he's going to be inclined to do so to represent that King X. Maybe even as something like Queen Jack or Ace Jack could value bet in this spot, which are hands that Queen 10 is losing to. And just look at that sizing. Estet really wants to give the appearance that he has something like, you know, a Queen Jack, an Ace Jack.
Yeah.
Maybe a King Queen, maybe a King 9 suited. Really betting a small amount. Sort of a fake value bet, if you will. And that's what's so intelligent about the bet is that
Close one. Closest to me.
he's going to see the 8 of clubs. What did he show him? 6 of clubs? Yeah, it was one of those small clubs. And it's just such a fun hand to watch, James. Because it's not something you see every day. Someone like Steve O'Dwyer, quite famously sticky, you know, likes to make hero calls, and a small bet takes it down.
Just looking at some of the players out in the field, including PCA 2013 champ Dimitar Danchev, sharing a table with Patrick Jarosz, who final tabled EPT Barcelona in 2022. Across the room, we have Italian pro and World Series of Poker main event finalist Dario Sammartino. Marley Sprague representing the Spragues. Benjamin no longer has any chips. That is a former EPT winner. That's Neil Farrell. Another EPT champ, Peter Nijinsky, won Barcelona back in 2018. And repping Team Pro, the Squid, Sam Grafton.
For me?
Oh, yeah.
Who's he talking to?
We heard how bad you played.
Oh, it's Conor Beresford. Back to the feature table. Halfway through the level, 316 players remaining. Lena back in action. Nicholas Osted raising with 7-6 off on the button. Gets both blinds to fold.
Pick one.
Should have picked one.
Yeah, it's
that's right. Yeah.
that's okay.
I had a right or left? Left 6. Okay.
You can say that ace.
I promise. 6. You picked a 6.
So 6 was good one or a bad one?
That is too much information. But bad one.
Bad one.
Yeah, I forgot. Remind me if that's so. That was so fast.
No problem.
It's not really that exciting.
I know.
spot for it,
Yeah. Obviously.
I suppose
obviously.
of course.
8 fold. 10 fold.
It's also not.
Another raise from Lena.
Getting cocky. We love to see it.
Depends on the hand.
Ace, deuce of hearts for Kuzumoto.
Come on, Kuzo. 17,000. Great candidate as for a 3-bet bluff here. Elects to instead just call, which also opens up the door for a squeeze shove from Zawadzki and has the hand to do it. You know, had Kuzumoto made it 17,000 here, I don't think that Zawadzki would be inclined to shove the 20 big blinds with king queen off. And now, instead, it's a nice takedown.
Zawadzki showing the queen of diamonds there.
I believe you.
I believe.
I know it's scary to 3-bet Lena 900, James, but ultimately, you know, if you don't attack his loose opens sometimes, he's just going to run over the whole table, and I think that was a missed opportunity from the Japanese player. Do you ever do any dealing, James?
I mean, not to a standard.
Like, yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've dealt in home games, not to any standard that would be acceptable in an actual poker room or live event.
Kraft deciding, is this the hand that I want to lay down? And he goes for it.
Wow, queen 10 offsuit under the gun +1. A lot of players to get through.
Yeah, it's probably a bit too loose, but maybe getting a little impatient, just not finding a spot, hoping he can just squeeze this one through, maybe get some tightish folds from hands like your ace-9s, maybe even ace-10 off. If it was in Lococo seat, wouldn't be too thrilled about calling with all those players behind with how tight Kraft has been. But ace-king, I think, it's going to be good enough, James. It's going to be good enough.
Yeah, Papo MC doesn't fold a lot of hands. Certainly isn't going to fold ace-king here. And at least Kraft's got live cards.
Yeah, this is you're fine with this, you know.
Good luck.
Good luck. Thank you.
You are a favorite. Come on, do it on the flop.
You think it helps?
I know it helps. I don't think it's like...
You believe in energy?
I believe that my friend will double up. If it will be your all-in, I would cross fingers for you.
Huh?
If that would be your all-in, I would cross fingers for you. If that would be your life turnout. That's fair, I guess.
All blanks on the flop for Kraft, but has a man in his corner for the countryman cheering for the...
Could still hit a jack, could still make a straight on the river.
Did lose some outs, but gained different ones.
Oh, come on.
He tried to warn you.
Oh, how much funner it is to go runner-runner.
Start on the turn, like, okay, we are killing your 10, we are killing your outs, then you have only jacks, though.
That straight on the river saves Marcin Kraft. He's now got 25 bigs, and we get to enjoy the human magic eye puzzle for a little bit longer.
Is that a cat?
You see it? I told you to squint.
Nice cam.
Papo now playing around 30 big blinds. Less than half the tournament average right now. Average stack is 124,000 with 311 players remaining. Folded to Nicholas Ostad. Lena not going to play this one. Instead, it's Andrei Dezhapilsky who raises with King Jack of Hearts. called by Kuzumoto with ace-10 suited, and Steve O'Dwyer calling out of the big blind. Nope, folding the big blind.
Yeah.
So heads up to the flop. And it is 9-7-6, just the one heart. Check, check, and now Dezhipilski with top pair, 85% favorite.
Yeah, very lucky turn of events here for Dezhipilski. But is going to check again. Now holding what feels like the effective nuts. I think we're going to see a bet come out of this king-jack now. Hope to, catch your opponent with a bluff catcher, maybe something like 2 8s or 2 5s or an ace, ace 6 suited, something of that ilk.
Bet of 11,000.
Kuzumoto does look a little curious here with this ace-10 high, but I think it can be hard to really be beating many bluffs. A lot of sort of straight draw combos like your queen 10s and king 10s. Well, you block them holding the ace-10, and also those would probably have been heard from on the turn as a bluff. So.
King Queen for Nicholas Elstedt. And the online beast, Polina 900, raises to 4,500. Ace 3 of strawberries for Dezhipilski.
Yeah, and I think finally we're going to start to see some pre-flop aggression. So many nice sort of suited hands or some really good value hands that maybe you don't want to 3-bet like an ace-queen off, have we seen from Dezhipilski. It's nice to finally get a really good candidate that'll play as a 3-bet. Finally slow Nicholas Elstedt down a little bit. And as you can see, folds out the, and I think may have seen the 3 on the show 1 there with the smirk.
I love how delighted he is to see the 3.
No. I should have picked that one. 3 of hearts. Yeah. Like why did it fall on my cards? It was actually. Yeah. That's sick. That's sick.
Wait till we get to the bubble and this guy in the 1 seat is raising and 3-betting every single hand.
Yeah.
You won't be laughing then.
Listen, it's an even playing ground when you're all playing the show 1 game, but I'll tell you what, if I was getting away with a 3-bet with ace-3 against the best online tournament player in the world, I would rather he didn't see that I did it, So it has its disadvantages. It's just a more information game, and you don't want someone like Nicholas Elstedt to have more information on you. It will change the dynamic of how things proceed.
Well, Elstedt's opened here with ace-jack under the gun. Steve O'Dwyer calling on the button with king-queen. Papo MC is in the big blind. And is calling as well. Only seen one of his cards, the 8 of
Can be a
clubs.
funny flop, please.
He wants a funny flop.
Something like 5, 6.
The eight of clubs seems to like being alone. It's not the first time on this level that the 8 of clubs has decided it's all about me today.
That's it's a funny flop.
That's the funny
For
flop.
example.
Asta just wants to clear out some equity here, wants to be able to represent a bigger hand than Ace-Jack down the future streets. Doesn't really need to bet much because you're not going to get a ton of folds necessarily on the street from both players. Going to expect maybe one of them to continue, but based on how the board runs out, you know, Dwyer is sitting there, you know, with the kind of hand that if they were just heads up would probably float to such a small size. But without a spade in his hand as well,
I like that.
and look how effective this small bet was.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of players would just check there, but Lena finds the continue and takes it down. So just the little things, the little intricacies that makes him so special.
You even fix the flop almost, like you fix the deuce.
I forget I can't lie here.
Great little overview shot here.
Down to 309 players. Half an hour until the next break. Zavadsky opening with ace-9. Round to the blinds. Papo in the small. Folds 10-6. Lena in the big. Kings.
So this is going to be really interesting for Nicholas, you know. Sometimes you're going to be wanting to mix in some calls as traps here because this is such a strong 3-bet to make from the big blind. But is going to 3-bet it, hope to, you know, get it in against a hand like 10s or your ace-queens.
What was the bad one? The Brazil special, King 5. Kings. So King 5 or King?
It was either King 5 or Kings. More King 5 combos. Blockers are real.
Against one King, I was a... So the like white range from King 5 to Kings.
Either or.
But not Ace King. Not Ace King. It's from King. Or maybe, yeah, Ace King can be as well.
I could have Ace King too, yes.
Sometimes, obvious.
She folded to Amika Sender. She's out. O'Dwyer passes. Martin Kraft. Ace deuce. Nope. Papo MC folds the button. Lena 900 completes in the small. Andrei Desipilski checks his option with King 4. Has the dominating hand. The flop is 10-7-3. King high still ahead.
I don't expect to see much interest from either player in this spot. King high going to be good enough for the time too. You can just check back, but boom!
Oh,
lady on the turn.
Domination rotation.
Never mind. Never
Heard the words all in. Amika Sender shoving here. For 41k with ace king.
Quite a big shove. You know, a lot of players would elect to min off this stack to maybe try to get some weaker hands in there, but not uncommon to, you know, just not want to see a flop, just get the money in, you know, with the ace king.
What's the wrong one? Cannot name mine. Actually, had ace eight.
You buy 8.
Ace 2 was funny.
Senda with some great, just happy to still be here energy, you know? Just like when you hit that river, you're just this is great. I feel like I was already out the door. You guys let me stay, you know?
I like that. Happy to be here energy, yeah. Kings 159 asks, prize pool? Yes, we can confirm there is a prize pool. Thank you for your question.
You've been hanging out with Joe Stapleton too long, James. That was such a Joe Stapleton answer.
13 years, Griffin. 13 years.
Some of it's going to seep through there.
Oh, and by the way, if I said that in a tone of voice, it sounds like I'm talking about a prison sentence.
Limp with the queen 4, and Sawadsky is going to quickly check back with the ace 4. Having about 22 big blinds effective. Ruh-roh. Bad turn card for Kuzomoto. I was going to say sometimes you might expect to see a bet here to try to fold out some 8x, Jack X type hands. But good for him to fold, to check there and then quickly fold. And looks like he pulled up the ace.
He did indeed.
But when we saw 8 in Nicolas 10 against Stevie, that could be a bet.
King 8 of clubs.
Oh, King 8 of
Or was
clubs.
he king of the clubs there?
That was
King 8 of clubs is possible. That's the hand I'm praying you.
I'm praying that you get because he flopped. I will find you later.
It was a small.
If you didn't have King 8 of clubs, I made a terrible, terrible fold.
Just 8-7.
I didn't have anything in that.
Round the blinds. Zavadsky with queen 3 in the small.
Raise.
Raises to 5,000. Amika Sender in the big blind. Queen Jack. She calls. Ace 9-6.
And gonna really be advantage aggressor here. I think some players would be willing to float in this situation with the queen of diamonds, but not a lot of maneuverability on this stack for Senda, so I'm not surprised to see a quick fold.
I didn't know which one you wanted.
Folds to the C-bet.
Do we have a bluffer?
And a reminder that play's already underway in the first of today's mini EPT Prague tournament. It started at 3:15 Central European time, but late registration is still open. There'll be another 2 tournaments at 6:15 and 8:15 today. 3 MTTs every single day. It's an online series you can play while you're watching the live stream. And we add New Year's Series tickets to the prize pool of every single tournament. And on Sunday, we have 2 mini main events. One with a $5.50 buy-in, one with a $55 buy-in, and there is a gold power pass added to each of those tournaments. The winner of the 2 mini main events, both winners will get a gold power pass, and of course that can be redeemed for an EPT package. We talked earlier on about that Felix Schneiders won a gold power pass and used it to play his first EPT. We've got 3 other gold pass winners in the field on day 2 of this EPT. And what's really exciting is PowerPath has been running in most markets now since the summer. PowerPath is coming to PokerStars players in France and Spain on December the 18th. As we return to the action at the feature table and see a raise and take it for Derzipilski with ace-king.
3. It wasn't for sure like 4 of spades, so I have 4 of spades. Everyone now should tell what he has the hand, then we would eliminate and we would see what he's raising. Like card removal effect.
I mean, ace is still good. I'm fine with
ace,
raising
yeah.
Ace
Is still good, yeah, ace, yeah. You craft me with the ace.
I'd be a little insulted if he was ace 2 soft suit.
No, it wasn't.
And fold. 1 fold.
Oh, I've been advised it looks like we might be down to 1 gold pass winner. Griffin. We still have Virgil Greco, but Alf Peter Onestrom and Adigio Solandi and Felix Schneiders are all out.
Oh boy.
So we started the day with 4. Looks like we are down to just 1. But 1 is better than none.
There can only be 1. Well, there could have been more, but now there can only be 1.
Maybe it should be the rule that we always show 1. It would be good.
There's our
for
chip
the game,
counts.
for the whole table.
Estat just slowly, surely chipping away up to nearly 300,000 here at 1K, 2K blinds. O'Dwyer still chilling with those 100 big blinds. And a very joyful table, James. Just
yeah,
people having a good time, showing cards.
Yeah, maybe day 6 now. Yes. Let's play final table normal, but
very eclectic, nation-wise. Couple Japanese players, couple Poles.
4.
5.
A Swedish legend. Always an international crowd here at EPTs. You love to see it.
As we established earlier this level, 64 countries represented in the EPT Prague main event. The Zavadsky opening with ace-9. O'Dwyer with 7s on the button.
And O'Dwyer leaning 3-bet to get in for the 28 big blinds or to call. Probably call. But I know Steve, sometimes he just, and you know what? He is actually going to effectively shove, and that's going to have a lot to do with the stacks behind. So you don't want to be 3-bet calling off pocket 7s, but when you just shove over an open for 28 bigs, it can be kind of nice, and that's what Steve does.
Can I get my cards back?
It is quite interesting
I don't
because
know how good you are at flipping, but
of
yeah,
how good these players are, that when they see one card, a lot of the time they're going to know exactly.
I would never call my hand.
You know, they all know that the other card was a 7 there. They all know when the 3 of hearts was exposed from Derzipilski, it was the ace 3 of hearts. So it's just, you're given a lot of information with this. It's not to be frowned at. It's a big thing. This show one game.
Rounds the button. Marching Kraft. Ace-6.
Not really the most fun spot to have around 20 big blinds and a lame ace, a lame donkey ace on the button, but you got to raise it up.
Wow. Papo playing his ace-6 very aggressively.
Yeah, 20 big blinds effective. Changes so much when you're suited in the spot. And last aggressive action.
The old 6-4 suited? 6-4 suited, yeah.
6-5. Come on. Give him a credit. 6-4 is like, you know.
A6 suited, guys. I'm a tight guy. Okay?
Tight
guy. Ace king, pocket threes, A6 suited. All right. All perfect. I'm a fucking solver.
I see no mistakes. I see no mistakes.
You see one mistake there? I'm a solver.
$15 minutes left on the level. I think we're going to stick with this table for another level, Griffin.
Oh, yeah.
Nice mix of players.
Good vibes. Good vibes.
Absolutely.
You gotta chase the vibes.
Good atmosphere.
We often have great featured tables, but this is among the better ones. Don't look too interested there, Dersey. You're not gonna like what you see.
Kraft has raised to 4,000.
Don't say all in.
The 5-3 defend.
Ace-2-4. Wow, pretty close.
Oh, wow. The open-ended straight draw now for Derzipilski. Kraft, the 3-1 favorite with aces.
Yeah, and I think Ders is going to respond differently to certain sizings. On the small side, I think he's going to be happy to just call. You would hate to check raise here as a bluff and get shoved on, and at which point you'll have put nearly a third of Kraft's stack in. So I think this will play nice. It's just a call, try to get lucky, try to pop off that 6. Or of course, one of the 2 remaining black aces.
Derzipilski checks again.
Nej, jag kan inte. Tack så mycket.
9,000.
Second barrel of 9,000.
Shakomba!
What? That one.
Vad har ni gjort? Har ni käkat? Var det bra?
Derzipilski folding to that turn bet. And we now have fewer than 300 players in the EPT Prague main event. We're down to 298 now. 100 more eliminations, and we will be on bubble alert. We will have world-famous bubble coverage. A reminder, 191 will get paid, and we're expecting to hit that number. We're expecting to crack open that €6.2 million prize pool tonight, probably in the last 2 levels of the day.
Free for the show.
Ah, yeah.
down to Kraft. Is
But
out.
the reaction of the 8 on the river
Yes, was the best. Like, it was
for
like
sure.
pure natural thing. Like super, like the biggest surprise ever.
Deuces for Papo MC.
And raise 4K.
Raises to 4,000. King Queen for Lena.
Yeah, and I'm curious whether Lena is going to just call or 3-bet this hand. Does elect to just call, and I think that that's going to be, in this situation, the exact strategy you want to have, because the Coco could 4-bet shove these 28-ish big blinds. It's not a, you know, it's not something you want to be in any hurry to do, but you know, sometimes if you open hands like this, you're going to need to protect those opens with 4-bet shoves. So had Estat 3-bet, maybe the Coco would have been his Huckleberry, but there we go. It's going to be all Kuzomoto and Estat here. Estat with the top pair, Kuzomoto open-ended.
Oh no, 95. Thought they saw Marley Sprague walking away. I can confirm Marley is still in the EPT Prague main event. Marley still has chips. So if that was her you saw walking, maybe she was just getting a water or going to the bathroom, but she is still alive and well in the tournament.
Very ambitious bluff from the Coco here. Hoping, I think, that, you know, Estat has something like an, I don't know, ace-7 suited or maybe an ace-10 off that could fold this flop, and is going to get 2 calls and realize how much this continuation bet isn't working. Going to need to get a little lucky. And I'll tell you what, James, if there was one card in the deck that Lococo could win this pot, it would be this ace on the turn. Neither of these players should have a lot of aces here. You know, some ace-X of clubs type hands that, you know, probably Lococo, Kuzomoto sometimes could have. But can he get Lena 900 to fold a king on this turn card is the question. And do I have enough room in my arsenal? Do I have enough bullets? There's 43,500 in the pot. I only have 45,000 left. How am I going to do this? What's the amount? And it looks like the answer is going to be somewhere between 16 and 21K, 17,000. And this is the inflection point of this hand right here. Can Lena 900 find the call? Because Kuzomoto is all but out of this hand. Wow.
Papito. You just said there are no big pots, and now they were trying to build something.
They're trying to do something.
Show the deuce!
Yeah, I'll do
The deuce. Incredible.
How do you feel now?
Yeah, ace deuce probably. What do you think?
Ace deuce? Probably.
What the fuck else is supposed to happen? I mean, deuces. Loco.
Very impressive.
I think we're still in the table, guys.
Another hit, yeah. Then it wasn't ace deuce. Ace deuce, you will not
For
do
the
that.
show.
Let's hope so.
Okay, news for the show.
7 deuce. 7 deuce he shows both.
Yeah.
How can you do this play without 7
He
deuce?
should show both. Yeah, 7 deuce.
7 deuce now.
No, he
I
would
don't
show
open 7 deuce, man.
Yeah, come on.
But 6
I know
deuce,
you are
yeah.
solid, man.
No, I'm not solid, but 7 deuce, you think I'm stupid. You
But you
know?
said you are solid. Come on, no.
Something is solid that I'm not stupid.
I didn't say it wasn't me. That
You know,
about
7 deuce, come on,
It
man.
wasn't me.
I'm
about
not
7
playing
deuce.
cash one deuce in the TV, you know?
But you said that you are solvers, so come on, I know you're
I'm
not
solver.
open.
It's,
You're not opening
of course,
7
it's
deuce.
fun when I'm saying I'm a solver. I hate solvers, man. I play street poker. I love street poker. I'm rapper, you know? I have tattoos, I'm fat, I use glasses. How you think I'm a solver?
Did Papo say he loves strip poker?
Street poker.
Oh,
Yeah.
street poker.
That he did.
Oh, you did
Yeah,
say
he did say that.
Huh?
You did say that you're not solid.
Yeah.
Yeah. But before, he said.
Alejandro Lococo, of course, quite famous for an epic hand in the World Series a few years ago.
People love to say they play solid.
Wild stuff. So very capable
I'm not solid.
street poker, as
Of course not.
they're discussing. Very strong hands in the blinds here between Kuzumoto
Bam, 10K.
and Zawadzki. I think Kuzumoto is going to be too high up in his range here. We cannot see a turn card with those spades as backup. Unfortunately for him, is quite behind the king-queen.
Good time for me.
Good time for you, yes. Yeah. Well, you bet the same on any turn, no?
Huh?
Yes, good time.
Actually, after the use is the best time for me.
Great opportunity here for Kuzumoto to turn this hand into a bluff. If you're going to be check calling on a texture of this nature and get no bet on the turn from your opponent, you don't want to show down King Jack high and lose to Ace 3 here. It'd be a disaster, right? You have so many 6Xs, some 2 pairs that would bet here. You need to make it look like you're looking for some value. So nice little bluff there.
Griffin, you have a background in video games. Did you ever play Sam Fox's Strip Poker for the ZX Spectrum?
No. What's the ZX Spectrum?
Griffin. This is... That, my friend, is a ZX Spectrum.
Looks like a keyboard.
It was an 8-bit home computer.
Okay. Jesus. Forgot you were born in the 1940s. Kraft with the ace-9 of spades. We always like the suited ace on bubble day.
Just to prove I wasn't making it up, by the way. The game was also available for
Commodore 64.
And for the ZX Spectrum. I played it on the Spectrum, but it was also available for the Commodore 64. A 1986 erotic video game developed by Software Communications and published by Martech. You could also play it on the Amstrad and on the BBC Micro.
That's hot.
Even on the TV, usually slow.
Lococo is just going to flat the ace queen instead of 3-bet getting it in for the 23 bigs. I like this. You stay under repped. You don't get it in against a range that's slightly ahead of you when you 3-bet call it off against an early position. And you keep in the dominating aces, something like an ace-9 of spades. You know, if this flop goes check or bet call and the turn is an ace, Lococo could be looking at winning a very big pot. You know, you 3-bet this pre, you probably just get a fold.
Do you know what I just realized? That was my introduction to poker at the age of 11.
Come on.
Seriously.
Oh my God, that's so... explains a lot, actually.
Make day 2 by having some patience. It's not
Does go check. And the queen draws crafty Deddy.
All you do is loco. Go loco from the side.
Bereft Kreft on this turn.
Boom, boom, bust, boom, boom. Big stack.
Don't you go trying to tell a story now. You know this is all over Lococo's range. He does know.
Papo had it.
Again, a nice, solid.
And Alejandro Lococo is up to 97,500, closing in on the 50 big blind mark. Still a below average stack though, average being 132,000 with 292 players remaining. And we're into the last 2.5 minutes of the level, Griffin.
Level danger zone.
2 minutes.
No, not a thing.
No.
You're staying or not?
Huh?
You're staying here or not?
I have no idea.
No, I think change tables.
Yeah.
Oh.
Should.
King 10, Kreft folds under the gun. Papo. Folds. Round to Derzupilski, who's got 8-5 and is out. Kuzumoto with 6-3. Nah. Savatsky on the button. Ace, Queen. Starts the hand with 22 big blinds. Raises to 4,000. 10-9 suited for Amika Sender.
Yeah, if you were in the big blind here, you would love to just call this raise. In the small blind, you're kind of more in that shove or fold territory. But some players will mix in calls here because this hand does just flop so well.
And I'm like, okay, he has a king, right? I need to get him to hold the king.
Oh boy! The rich get richer.
Stephen O'Dwyer with the aces.
Yeah, it's like crazy. When he calls, like, fuck, can't you fold one?
And Zawadzki is going to be just fine with getting this in.
Crazy hand.
A shove and a call, Sender getting out of the way. Zavadsky, the qualifier, at risk and behind.
I don't know. 9%.
Steve O'Dwyer trying to
doesn't look good.
cash his first ever EPT. Can the aces hold?
Yeah, picked up.
Jack 8-10.
Jack 8-10. We'll see.
We are going to the flop.
Yeah, and this will be our last hand of the level before we go on a short break.
I don't even have to sweat it.
So I hope you get a little bit of a sweat.
But we want to.
10-8-7 with 2 diamonds. And Steve O'Dwyer is going to take his break. He is not going to see the run out this board.
Such a boss. Such a boss move.
Zavadsky will learn his fate. And that fate is sealed on the turn. Mikolai Zavadsky eliminated.
Runner.
So the rest of the players of the feature table will be returning to the main stage after the break. We're not going to change the table. Steve O'Dwyer narrows the gap between himself and Lean at 900 at the top of the leaderboard. They are the table chip leaders. And with Zavadsky gone, it looks like around 289, 288 players are going to be returning after the break. A reminder that we'll be in the money when 191 players remain. That will happen tonight. So Nicholas Ostedt is the table chip leader with 109 big blinds. This is at the next blind level, by the way, 1K, 2.5K. Steve O'Dwyer, the second biggest stack, with 103 bigs. Derzupilski's doing okay. Papo MC hovering around the 40 big blind mark. Everyone else on the short side. Kuzumoto sub 30 bigs. Kreft sub 20 bigs. And Mika Sender, the table short stack with just 12 bigs. So same feature table when we return from break. Another 90 minutes of poker to be played on day 2 of this record-breaking EPT Prague main event. So we'll be back in 17 minutes with more live action from the Prague leg of the 2023 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Well, the chip leader is first to speak here with pocket sixes. He's counting out a raise to 135,000. Round to Adrian Mateos in the big blind. Queen 10. He defends.
This will be a race if we see all 5 cards. The trick is to sometimes not see all 5 and win some of the ones by betting that you'd lose at Showdown.
A set for Ferez.
Check.
Mateos checks his gut shot. And Ferez checks behind.
Oh man, you gotta bet your sets. You're losing value and giving free cards.
Mateos turns a straight.
Look, the jack was coming no matter what, so it's not like the check hurt him that much. But now would be a bad time to stop playing it slow.
Mateos leads the turn for 250,000.
Oh boy.
Ferez raises to 500,000.
It's not really Ferez's fault, but in general, you don't want to be checking when you're ahead and raising when you're behind. For your health. And now that Ferez has shown himself to be strong, I'd say there's a pretty good chance Mateos tosses in a few more betting discs.
Here comes the re-raise. A 3-bet to 1.3 million.
Now, I really think the move here is to just call. If you're behind and you get it in, you're in really bad shape. If you're ahead and you get it in, he's probably folding. At least if you just call, your opponent can bluff again on the river.
I'm all in.
Ferez shoves, and Mateos calls with the nuts.
It's a straight. It's bad. You got outs though, dude, bro. All of Senegal on its feet.
This is the biggest pot of the tournament so far. Adrian Mateos gets a huge double up unless the board pairs on the river. Kings, jacks, nines, and the K6 all eliminate Mateos. The river card is a 10.
Yes! 10 of diamonds.
That changes everything.
Yes, it does. We have a new chip leader.
Leave it 6.
Blind's now 61-20. Ferez has ace-9.
Hey, that's his lucky hand. That's the hand he busted Johnny with.
He raises to 310,000. Mateos with 7-4 of spades.
Hey, we are heads up, and Mateos is going to have the post-flop advantage, so a call here is perfectly reasonable.
He defends. And what a flop. Top pair for Ferez, 2 pair for Mateos.
That is some post-flop edge, but also what a cooler. Heads up, this is a bigger cooler than the one where they keep a cryogenically frozen Marlon Brando.
425,000, the C-bet from Ferez.
It's got to be very tempting to raise here.
Mateos does check raise. He makes it 1.1 million.
Ferez might just think Mateos is trying to push him around, the big bad pro.
Three-bet coming. 2.675 million.
Ferez has also got backdoor hearts. And once he's shown himself to have something here, it's entirely possible Mateos goes to play this fast as. which I am totally on board with.
All in.
Mateos moves all in.
Too many chips in the middle to fold now.
Ferez calls, and the cards go on their backs.
Dobles contra as-9. Doble stopper, sí.
Ferez has run pretty good this whole tournament, but that can all change in a blink of an eye.
Ace of hearts, 9 of clubs, pair of aces. Adrian.
The turn card. Jack of diamonds. So Ferez spikes an ace, jack, or 9 on the river. He's the grand final champion. 8 cards that give Ferez the win. It's a blank. A huge turning point in the match.
That was the big double-up opportunity he was waiting for. Now he's in the lead. Now he can put it away.
Adrian Mateos now has a 7-1 chip lead over Muheddin Ferez. Back to the action. Mateos commanding chip leader.
Well, this is a different story than before, eh?
Ferez with ace-6 of spades. He raises to 410,000. Mateos has him dominated with ace-8.
All in.
He shoves on Ferez.
Ace on ace, heads up. One player short. This could be for all the monies.
Ferez calls! And this could be it.
He doesn't need an ocho. He just needs no seis.
More than half the time, Mateos seals the deal here. Here comes the flop. And there's the ocho!
That is just about gonna do it. It might finally be Ferez Bueller's day off.
It could be over on the turn. Spain has been waiting for its first win on the EPT for 11 seasons. And the wait is over! Adrian Mateos takes down the EPT 11 Grand Final! And a great showing from amateur player Muheddin Ferez, who finishes second.
Buenos dias, Adrian.
I was trying to have the energy and the hunger to kind of, finish the series strong, but also kind of try to not feel the pressure and stress and be able to perform as well as I could.
You broke Denis Strebkov's record from 2018, a record that many never thought would be broken.
Yeah, probably including myself.
What was the record?
5.
5 was the record, yeah. And I'm friends with Denis too, and I remember at the time, years ago, just thinking how completely insane that was already, and how that would maybe never happen again. So, yeah, I'm kind of blown away by the series in that sense. I remember getting my 6th, and I was like, what have I done? This is wild. Yeah.
I mean, we obviously saw what you were posting on social media. I like the fact that you were self-aware enough to realize that this was utterly ridiculous.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm not going to lie. It was quite a streak of tournaments. That was, very fortunate.
Utterly ridiculous. Obviously happy, but I know how hard you are on yourself. So my guess is that the way you finished, even though keeping it that consistent was going to be near impossible anyway, just what I know of you, my guess is that you're probably kind of still like kicking the wall a little bit after the way that things ended.
Yeah, that is pretty accurate and fair, unfortunately. it does feel like it was quite a rough end to the series. Like the last 5 days, it's not just like player of the series, like there was all the biggest tournaments as well. So money wise, that was kind of a rough end when, you know, I'm playing a lot of 10K buy-ins, all that stuff right at the end. And that was pretty rough. Like I think I still played, you know, fine the last week. So it's not like I'm necessarily hard on myself for my own performance in that way. Just the results weren't as desired.
So when you're sort of at the end here and you, first of all, if this isn't accurate, please correct me, but when you really want it the most, right? Like, okay, now you're like, oh man, it's all the big event buy-ins. I got to hang on to player of this series. You're like, I personally, when I'm in situations like that, I can feel it. I can feel me wanting it too much. Do you experience that feeling, and does that affect how you play?
It was kind of weird in a way, because after I've, you know, had won 6 and 7 in this series, and it was kind of like I'd already achieved in that way kind of everything I could have wanted and more in that way.
Yeah.
So I was less hungry, but also, yeah, absolutely, I still wanted the player of the series. It's actually something I've been wanting for years, really, that I've been trying to get. So I still absolutely wanted that. It was hard kind of with that struggle, because I was also feeling there was like pressure and stress to perform as well. I felt like both from myself for sure, and, you know, maybe you know, friends or people who are following me and rooting for me. Whilst that was, you know, very nice to have, it still like felt like there might have been some pressure to perform for the end of the series and try to reach the player of the series. So it was kind of hard. Both I was trying to have the energy and the hunger to kind of, you know, finish the series strong, but also kind of try to not feel the pressure and stress and be able to perform as well as I could.
I assume that you would rather have people rooting for you than saying nothing, though, right? It's kind of a double-edged sword.
Yeah, for sure. It's, I mean, it was kind of funny with the following. It was obviously mostly all positives. Some were just like saying, you know, how absurd it is, or like what's happening, or like they don't care anymore or something like that. But yeah, it was definitely very nice and very positive overall. That was definitely fun. Yeah.
Okay, good.
And just looking at this series compared to last year, I distinctly remember you having a phenomenal number of second place finishes last year. Like almost like you could have eclipsed the record from this year had you gone one better in a number of tournaments last year. So I guess, again, to accentuate the positive, it feels like year on year, this was a better series.
For sure, yeah. This is definitely my best series results-wise. Overall, definitely much better. Yes, there were an unfortunate amount of second places last year. But like even last year was a really good series. And then in the Take Two, I had won 2 more series that time as well. But like I remember when I was going for player of the series last year, and
everything fell apart on the final weekend, right?
Pretty much, yeah. So I ended up getting like joint second with Kelvin when Rui won. And I remember Kelvin saying to me, like, any other year, he and I would have won it if Rui hadn't had like such an insane year. And like, funnily enough, this year I had an even more insane year, like better than Rui, and still didn't manage to win. So it just kind of accentuates how crazy of a year this was, and like how, you know, impressive also Patrick's achievement is.
We have never hit this blind level before on the EPT. 200,000, 400,000 with a 50K ante.
That's over 10 times the starting stack for the big blind. Crazy.
Kimo Coco raises his button with ace-4 offsuit. Pocket fives for Tom Middleton.
Stacks are a little deep for Tom to 3-bet, call it off with 2-5, so maybe he just calls here. Nope.
That is a 3-bet to 2 million.
And I think Kirko could go either way here. And by either way, I mean fold or shove. Tom has left himself room to fold to a shove. And if Kimo thinks that'll happen a certain amount of the time, he could easily stick it in.
All in.
He does shove. And Middleton calls.
Loose call by Middleton. I think he's really lucky to be up against ace-4.
Tom Middleton is a 70% favorite to win the EPT Barcelona main event on this hand.
That's about as big a favorite as you can be.
Kimo Kirko looking for an ace. It's a 10-7-6 flop. Fives holding for now.
Not a particularly dicey flop for fives.
Finn's looking for an ace. It doesn't come on the turn. It has to come on the river. We have a champion here in Spain. 3 outs for the Finn. That is not one of them, which means Tom takes the title.
Middleton is on Toppleton.
He was the chip leader at the start of day 3, day 4, day 5, and day 6 at the start of the final table, and now he is an EPT winner, joining his friends Jake Cody and Toby Lewis in that elite circle.
Also, let's not forget, good game, Kimo Kirko, but it's time for Hit the Hole to hit the bar.
Welcome to EPT 2024.
Game on.
Yo. Hello, my babies.
Oh, ay caramba.
Wozniak makes the call and wins.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Live from Prague, from the King's Casino, inside the Prague Hilton. Coverage of day 2 continues of this record-breaking field. 1,285 total entries, 286 remain. These are our overall chip leaders. Omar, the overall chip leader, 559,000 in chips. We'll get to take a peek at our feature table chip counts in a second, but for now, I'd like to introduce this level's co-commentator, Nicholas Michael Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Very excited to be here. Prague, always very special. Great vibes here in this city. Great vibes during the EPT. And I am proud to say those vibes have continued despite a lot of competition in the market right now. As promised, featured table chip counts, 2 players at this table with greater than 100 big blinds. And no surprise, it's 2 of the all-time biggest winners in PokerStars events. On the live circuit, we've got Steve O'Dwyer, and online, Nicholas Ostet. Goes by the name Lena 900. Maybe you heard of him. Also at this table, a PokerStars Team Pro, Alejandro Lococo, aka Papo MC, sitting around 40 big blinds. And of course, we have Ryoji and Amika, both repping Japan. Always a treat for me when we have Japanese players on the European Poker Tour. They bring a little something that we don't see all the time. As long as we're naming, let's get everybody. Andre, we've got with 68 big blinds. And Marcin Kraft rounding out the 7 players at this feature table. Lena 900 in the 1 hole.
There he is, the Crusher. Absolute online legend. We've been seeing a lot of them in the live circuit, Joey.
Which one? 9-8 of clubs. Yeah, 9-8 of clubs.
Action on Bestia.
What did you fold?
Lococo.
I know
Go
you
Lococo.
always say that about all the spots, but that spot is actually like very few, right? Very few hands I have that. Yeah. But I managed to have one of them this time.
I was very skeptical.
Big slick for Kuzumoto. Comes in for a raise to 5,000.
Give it up.
All right, Nick. So, oh! We're folding suited cards. I approve.
That was one of the ones that you said you never play, right?
Yeah.
High card, low card situation, like the jack deuces of the world, the 10 deuces of the world.
10 deuce maybe.
Okay.
9 deuce no.
Okay.
First hand.
But you said jack deuce was a fold earlier.
Jack deuce is a fold.
Okay. Yeah, did not want to get involved there. Just decided against it. Is that Marcin Kreft who made that fold?
That's correct.
All right, so Marcin here has about 14 big blinds. I think that makes a little bit more sense, though, Joe. The shallower you get there, obviously.
Very good.
Yeah, you're not going to want to get too tangled up in those really low value ones.
Oh, can I say that
Yeah.
I might call 9-3 suited in the big blind if I'm chip leader?
Sure, if you want.
Yeah, that makes. I've just never been chip leader.
Yeah, that usually makes sense.
I wouldn't know.
You said flop this bad without a pair. Huh? You said big bet, like flop without a pair. He had a pair. He had a pair, yeah. Actually, yes.
And I'd heard this table's a little chatty. If they keep on chatting, I ain't going to say a word.
There we go, back in the mix. As you said, Joe, really nice to see 2 Japanese flags here. Don't see tons of Japanese players on the circuit, but have been seeing an increase over the years, especially in recent times. Love to see our Japanese brethren join us.
I'd love to see EPT Kyoto.
That would be amazing. Look, Coco's never folded Jack 9 in the big blind before in his entire life. 37 big blinds, easy.
Papo, I want to say, has been the team pro, has made the most noise in tournaments over the last couple of years, other than Ramon, who got his team pro status from winning a massive tournament.
Yeah.
10 high flop.
Because Sam Grafton hasn't won a couple million in the last years or anything.
Well, I mean on our tour, I should say.
I know what you're saying. I'm only joking. Ooh, it was a check flop. Oh dear. Queen 10 not finding the continuation. That seems unusual. And if I know Papo like I know Papo, Papo don't stop-o. And easy call with a Queen 10 top pair looking juicy. And this is the kind of run out that Papo might try and get ace high to fold. The check on the flop, kind of unusual, Joe. He can definitely try and target some 6x, some ace highs. Unfortunately, Queen 10 was a trappy trap. Glenn Coco, don't slow down here. But it's not the best run out to try and get ace high to fold as well. If your opponent does have a hand like ace jack, definitely not the craziest call down. I just know Papo quite well, and I assume he goes big.
That looks pretty big to me. I like how you said juicy and it came runner, deucey. Delia also predicted this on Twitch. You can write to us, by the way, on both Twitch and YouTube, who says pot bet incoming. And Lococo overbet the pot. Plus.
Yeah, and I think that kind of indicates that Papo's thought process is similar to mine. Probably not expecting a lot of 10x to check flop here. Pretty unusual. Probably not expecting a 6 to be able to call a really chunky bet, although definitely a pretty reasonable hero call. I think Queen 10 is gonna be feeling okay about this. When he checks flop, definitely under repping, definitely an opportunity for Miss Spades to bluff, definitely an opportunity for random Jack 9 to bluff. Oh my days, how does he do it?
That hand was not just Lococo, it was Co-Loco.
The power of aggression. Take that. Queen 10 not interested.
And are they doing the show one game? Is that what I just saw?
It looks like that was what was going on, yeah.
I heard this table was having some fun out there.
It's kind of wild, Joe. Honestly, if you're not calling Queen 10 there, I mean, what, King 10 plus? Is that the deal? I don't know. It's seems like a spot where you got to call. If you're checking flop, you're just not going to have that much 10x. Your opponents are going to try and put you in some tough spots. So did well to find a trap that was effective to get other chips in the pot, but unfortunately, wrong fold.
Is the thought process there, Nick, to say, okay, so what hands is Lococo going to be able to legitimately overbet, value bet?
Yeah.
And you go, well, it's probably not 10s because I have a 10.
Yeah, and also the kind of like there's a chance maybe ace-10 might have even considered 3-betting. I mean, not, you know, if I think the flat is actually
Right, but also I don't think you can go that big with ace-10, can you?
I'd probably find a big bet there with ace-10, but I don't know. Again, if you want to try and get hero called by a 6, maybe full pot's not the way, or slight over pot, excuse me.
Senda sends it with ace. Trey suited is certainly going to get looked up one way or another by Steve O'Dwyer with the Niners.
The Niners.
7 call 30,000.
Just a flat. Still some action behind.
9 call. 1 call.
And no other players getting involved here. Senda at risk. This is Amika Senda. Steve O'Dwyer, the favorite. Just about 2-1 favorite. Ten, 7, deuce, 1 diamond. Significant amount of sweaty turns for Senda. Still can spike an ace for the immediate lead. That's a diamond, however.
Ooh, sweat. Somebody Senda the diamond.
Somebody wants to do a best friend joke here. River card. Bricks the diamond, ends up being a straight for O'Dwyer. Senda sent to the rail. And for some reason, her mic pack was on her purse. We have 2 people that'll do that for you, you know. That's all right. You just went broke. You do what you want.
Yeah, shout out to our excellent sound team. I'm looking at you, Steve.
And we have a new player arriving at the table as we lose Amika Senda.
Yes, I'm sorry.
We've got, well, that's Steve O'Dwyer.
Fun fact about Steve O'Dwyer, he's seen at least 300,000 flips in his career. So. Just kidding. Hashtag fake fact. Sorry,
I
Steve.
forget where we landed on that number.
Yeah, I don't remember either. I really don't want to revisit it. I feel really ashamed of that now.
Okay, so this new player is Karel Havelka from the Czech Republic.
Use the cards in the box like this. Yeah.
And we are playing loser picks. You agree with that?
And Karel being
Loser pick 1, you know? Loser
show
1
one
pick
game
1
is
card
happening.
Of the winner. Okay.
Action folds to Marchant Kreft. Not the 10-7. King deuce off for Papo. Says Pap, no. Ostet, Jack 6 suited. Completes. Derzapilski. No, I think I added an extra syllable there. Derzapilski. Checks back with the 4 tray. Nicholas flops a 6 and bets below the minimum, which would have been enough.
It's enough. Yeah, I think there might have been an opportunity for big blind to ISO there. Raise versus limp. I just think you're gonna mix it up. You don't always want to be doing the same thing there. I think probably the raise is fine in position. The check also, of course, never going to be terrible.
$48 bigs.
48 bigs. Gentleman from Czech Republic. This is a home game, Joe. The annual Prague EPT home game.
I mean, this is 2 feature tables in a row that have agreed to play the show 1 game.
You know what? I like it. I dig it.
I love being here every year this time of year, holiday season. Happy Hanukkah out there, which is presently happening.
You know, Joe, when I show up and I hear that squeak, I start to get that nostalgic feeling for Christmas. I know Christmas is on the way.
It reminds me to light the menorah.
Santa Claus squeaking to town.
Some of that oil that lasted for 8 nights would probably do well at the bottom of these chairs. And the chairs never squeaked again.
It's Christmas miracle.
Ace-9 tray, the flop between Kusamoto and Lococo. Bottom pair for Kusamoto. And Lococo loves betting.
He does.
Bets into bottom pair, does not get a fold.
Hey, Joe, I'll bet you 100 euros Lococo
No.
bets this turn.
No. No bet.
He's got a gut shot. He's firing again.
He's a bestia.
There's a 0% chance, mate. He's going to bet 20,000 on the turn. Woo, half that. Going for that half pot feels good. I actually didn't spot how short we were getting here at this point. That would be a big chunk to bet fold, and I think the turn sizing can be nice and small. I prefer Lococo's line here.
Gets Kusamoto again.
Twitch chat saying bestia means beast in Romanian. Guess what? It means beast in Espanol también.
My button then, okay?
One time, bro.
This is
Yes, that's what I'm saying. One time, okay.
La bestia del hardcore.
Ooh, another new player.
Ooh la la. Here we got some chips.
Now, don't let the name fool you. This player is coming at you from the United Kingdom.
Buongiorno. Hello, everyone. How are you?
Buongiorno says Enzo Vito.
Nice stack.
Let the war begin.
Repping the Italian flag on his hat, but repping Union Jack on his passport.
7 raise 6,000.
PUBG Karakin asks, any Romanian player in the world? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying watching Lena here, Nicholas Asted, playing more live. Great to see behind the curtain. Real privilege to see these guys grind it out, sharing a little bit of info for our benefit and entertainment. And here we go. How many big blinds we got here? 66 big blinds behind Derja Pilski.
Sounds like the active ingredient in acne medication.
24,500.
Yeah, so 3-bet, none all in. These guys are pretty deep.
Whoa, they sure are. These are numbers 2, 3, and 4 in chips. Enzo Vito coming to the table as the new boss.
Is that 20?
So between these two, effective stack depth about 56. 6-7 suited might sneak in here as a defend. Obviously is a great candidate to try and crack aces. Has even more equity against ace-king. Yeah, definitely a consideration. Maybe 8-7 suited sneaks in there a bit more. 9-10 suited probably always. You guys know the score by now. This calling range is important to get right.
Anna Clara Marion on YouTube says, "Sup, Joe? Cheers from Brazil." What's up, Brazil? Love to have you here. Guessing at this stage, the Bahamas slightly closer for Brazilian players.
Ever so slightly.
I'm pretty excited to see a Steve O'Dwyer Lena 900 battle.
I was excited just to see Steve smile on the feature table.
He's not really as grumpy as he seems.
I'm joking.
No, I think it's a perfectly reasonable assessment of Steve. You're seeing him at work. People forget about that sometimes. And I'm not talking to you, by the way, Nick. I'm talking to the audience at large.
Yeah.
Kreft all in with ace-jack from early position.
Oh, he's got a good poker face. I mean, that sounds about right to me, especially on the feature table.
I'm different at work than I am in real life. I don't ban nearly as many people when I'm not working. Enzo Vito.
Would you like to spin?
Would you like a spin?
Is that yes? Like good, yeah?
As I was saying.
I'll let you live.
Yeah.
You get to see one.
We are playing pick one. Loser picks one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Top one then. Top card.
Top card.
Yeah.
It's the jack.
Are you trying to say you don't crank it nearly as much when, you know, in your downtime as you do at work?
What's that? Sorry?
You don't crank it nearly as often, you know, in your downtime?
No, I gotta save my cranking strength for later on. I mean, these days are a set number of levels.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Gotta make it count.
it is what it is.
Yeah, how have we never done a crank that Soulja Boy meme over a picture of Joe Stapleton at this point? That's a really missed opportunity.
Fortune folds this time. Papo, 7-6 off. Not from that position, at least. Ah, Queen suited. Oh, my goodness. Running right in to the aces of who we will just call Andre. And this is the third, not the third, but a third bet for the second time.
Correct.
Jerzapilski had a pretty strong hand moments ago.
Havelka, don't get any ideas, buddy. Cold 4-bet here is looking real bad for the ace-deuce of hearts.
There we go.
I love the thought there, though. I like that you can think about it. I think against those positions, you probably don't do it that often. If he's in the big blind versus like a cutoff open and like a small blind 3-bet or a button 3-bet, it starts to get really interesting there. And I appreciate that as a 4-bet bluff. But this time, he's calling for sure. We're deep enough, king, queen of hearts. Beautiful hand, wouldn't you agree, Joe?
Yeah, it might be my favorite hand. I feel like if you can manage to make a pair with this hand, it's almost never bad to get to showdown.
Apart from when you play it.
Yeah, or apart from right now. But other than that, in our little commentator game yesterday, somebody tried to, I don't know what they were doing. They were value betting second pair pretty hard, and I almost folded top pair with king queen. Ooh, we got the little teasy C bet. Just over a quarter of the pot. Easy call for top pair. Second best kicker. Turn card is a 9er. So Ostedt does have outs. And this board's getting a little less safe for aces.
Yeah, I mean, still Jack 10 going to be in there, still Queen 10 going to be in there, both probably suited. Queen Jack potentially might have just check raised flop, although not always. I think at this stack depth, you tend to play that much faster, though. You want to try and get chips in faster when you're deeper, generally speaking, just because that's an opportunity missed otherwise. So I think a second barrel here makes a lot of sense.
And a size up too, probably, from the quarter pot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can start small, but I think you got to start going 60% plus here most of the time.
Baby.
Yeah.
It feels like 60% to me. 42,000 into 67,000.
Yeah, feels good. I think 50% plus minimum if you're going to continue turn, and anywhere in between there, depending on the texture of the board, is important. Just to realize the size up is correct, as Joe alluded to here. And Lena has a gut shot now. Oh man, it's getting pricey. It's getting pricey. Now,
That makes the call. 151,000 in the middle.
This river is so important now. Oh my God, Joey! It's such a good river for the aces. No flush, and of course now counterfeiting.
Queen Jack.
9, Queen Jack, and also
no flush,
making
no other straight card.
Yeah, no other straight card. Yeah, exactly. And of course now King Queen feeling pretty good about their hand just the same. I think there's a great opportunity to go for a lot of chips here. Astet, not the effective stack. Aces has 110K behind it, 151K pot, less than pot behind. I think you go for all of it.
Derzhapilski did move all in. And I'm getting word that our stack size for Andre is off slightly. It's off by about 12K.
It doesn't matter. That's still less than pot on the river.
Yeah. He's got 98, not 110.
Now, I appreciate Lena just kind of looking him up here, because at this point, you know King Queen's going to be the best hand here a lot, and it really boils down to, are there any tells available, right?
So what do you think you're up against when you've gotten 3-bet pre-flop and this happens that you're beating? Ace-King? Is that what it's going to be most of the time?
I think Ace-King is probably a very reasonable...
With 1 or 2 spades?
Yeah, maybe even a hand like Ace-10 potentially, where they were kind of semi-bluffing the straight draw on the turn, and now they're blocking King-10, they're blocking, you know, those kinds of things as well. I think there are plenty of hands that might find 3 barrels here, but it's looking strong in my opinion. More strong than weak, excuse me, is Joe, is kind of what I'm getting at.
Would pocket kings be able to play this the exact same way?
100%, same
okay,
hand,
so
yep.
kings,
Even
queens,
more so.
jacks,
Kings, queens, jacks,
aces,
9s even sometimes,
that
potentially.
feels like a lot of hands, and not that many that are bluffing here.
Yeah, I think this leans a little bit more heavily towards value at this stage, especially for such a massive pot. He's looking for anything that'll give it away. He's looking at his neck there. You see that, Joe?
Yeah.
Looking for the pulse tell.
But my neck would be going crazy here with 2 aces or with 2 6s.
You know what the trick is there, though, Joe? People's pulse goes no matter if they're strong or weak, right? The difference is when they're bluffing, it keeps going, but when they have value, it cools off.
Oh, if you take a long time?
Yeah. So if
because you get more and more comfortable
yes,
as you go?
Yes,
okay.
Exactly. Whereas if you're bluffing, it gets more and more stressful as you go.
You know, all the years I've been doing this, I'd never heard that before.
Top tip. Top tip.
I think you're probably right.
You can identify with that, right, Joe? Like you
yeah,
felt that
no,
before.
of course. Logically, that makes sense to me.
Right.
I guess you have to be a really good player to be this tortured over this decision too, though. I think I'm probably overfolding in this spot.
Yeah, potentially, but I also think this isn't a spot that is bluffed a ton. Nice fold there. That's why he's the best.
Still a nice pot. Derzhapilski.
The thing is, the ace is actually not a good card to see because he still could be ace-king and all that.
Right.
Look at me, ace-10.
Well, he should have shown the other ace, I guess.
Again, guys, you know, I'm not sure if ace-10 is played that way. Probably not. I don't know if ace-10 can like, sort of semi-bluffs the straight draw on the turn. I'm just trying to create some conceptual idea about 3-betting hands that, you know, end up with the potential to bluff. But ace-king certainly makes sense, especially what if it was ace-king of spades, Joey, right? 2 overcards,
I guess
straight
you
draw,
could
flush
turn
draw.
ace-jack suited into a bluff there too, right? I just don't think people are 3-betting that hand that often, but
I don't know. I think ace-jack might be too strong. I don't think he bluffs ace-jack there. I think he tries to get the showdown more often. But anyway, really interesting one. Fantastic fold. And yeah, nice little discussion there about the old pulse cell as well. I know that helps a lot of people.
And Ostad's going to be right back in the mix with pocket eights. The Snowmen's.
Call 5,500.
And this flat from Derzapilski is going to get punished by Kuzumoto, who starts the hand with 50,000. Which isn't a lot of big blinds, just 20 big blinds exactly. And understandably gets it in with the ace Kuzumoto suited. Ostad asking for a count. Lots of love out there for Lena 900, finding the fold on that last hand. Decides to make the call this time around. And it is going to be a flip between Kuzumoto and Ostad. Like one day of presence versus 8 crazy nights. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
All right, good luck, boys.
Ace hidden, sandwiched in between the 9 and the deuce. Kuzumoto, I think, smiling. Ostad reduced to 2 outs now. Turn card is the 5 of diamonds. So 2 outs for Kuzumoto to fade. 1 card to come. And that card is the 7 of spades. Double up Kuzumoto.
I asked for an 8, yeah? I had 8.
Oh, I think that you have an ace king. I think that you have ace king. I was thinking how Mario doesn't win, doesn't hit the coin, you know? Sorry, Lena. I think that you have ace king.
Definitely a smile now. And from 20 big blinds to a very healthy 44 big blinds. Ostad, who started the level with more than 100 big blinds, is down to 57 now.
Yep, still plenty of ammunition. There's a look at the chip count for you guys.
Shortest snack now belongs to Martin Kraft.
That's right, Kraft looking at about 14 big blinds. Leads a little spin here.
267 players remaining. Prize pool information was released during the last level. 191 players will be paid. So a long way to go, but we think we're gonna hit the bubble later today. Top prize in this event, 1,030,000 euros, 643 per second. So that is a significant jump from second to first. Somebody's gonna have a very, very Merry Christmas Kwanzaa.
Just that sweet Millie, baby. On to the next one. Ace Queen UTG +1. Now a 95 big blind stack. There's the raise coming in. 5.5K to go.
Woder on YouTube says, hey, why is my luck so bad in online poker? Woder is someone who also has very bad luck in poker. I'm going to tell you this. I believe you. I believe that you run worse than anyone else. I believe you've been supremely unlucky. You're probably like an okay player. You're probably not a great player, but you're probably better than your results would indicate. So here's my advice to you. Have you ever thought about commentary? Just going to throw that out there.
Have to wait to find out.
Those who can't do, teach.
Teach, that's right.
And those who can't teach do
PE.
commentary.
Oh. I thought we were getting a School of Rock reference there.
Ace-Queen versus Ace-10. Both players missing this flop.
Yep, take it from me. He's not wrong.
Not a bad addendum here from Simple Hacker, who says those who can't commentary, chat pro.
That is excellent. That is absolutely excellent. Thank you for that, mate. All right, Lococo. If Ace-Queen slows it down, okay. And now our friend Lococo has an excellent opportunity to find the bluff, and he has the 10 of diamonds blocker, very useful. That's sort of unblocking some Jack 10s. He's blocking diamonds. Sorry, not unblocking, blocking Jack 10s, blocking diamonds. And of course, a whole bunch of other stuff that I won't want to call a bet here. I would be very tempted to go big because you probably want to do the same thing when you have a Jack. So something close to full pot would be good here. 44,000! It's absolutely ginormous. And the wrecking ball that is Lococo continues to smash.
Lococo. He is the crazy company.
He is El Papo, El Bestia. La Bestia, excuse me.
Quick look at the entire field. Squeaky chairs, squeaky floors, and all. I look forward to hearing that glass bottle hit the floor in about 40 minutes. Ting, 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 ting. Great vibes in this room. I know you can't really get a feel for it at home. You know, I credit a lot of that to the country that we're in. I think it's just a chill country, the Czech Republic.
It is certainly cold, Joe.
Yes, literally and figuratively, it's chill.
It's actually not that cold this year. There were years when it was really chilly, lots of snow. I'm missing the snow this year, actually. I'm going to say it.
I wore my boots out last night just
in case.
Just because. Pavelka with pocket nines. O'Dwyer seems a little interested with 5-5.
5-5-5.
Just a call. Making things a little juicy for the blinds to squeeze. Ace-6 suited. Ace-5 suited, definitely a squeeze candidate. Ace-6 plus Papo MC. Nope, we're gonna see just a call here. What say you, big blind? King 10 off. Certainly not a fold. Hey, we got this squeeze from Lena 900. More or less 5xing it.
Oh man, this is funny. Pavelka here, 43 big blinds behind after putting in that initial raise. Calling absolutely reasonable. Raising a lot trickier with that awkward 40-ish big blind stack. We've spoken about this before, right, Joe? Very awkward stack depth to play well. A lot of people struggle with this one, myself included.
I mean, how ridiculous is this spot, right? Like,
yeah, it's
many players, you look at them making this move from the big blind, and you're like, they have it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're going to know who Lena is, and you're going to know he's capable. The biggest issue I have with a flat, Joe, is you're incentivizing the other players behind you to call, and it makes it really hard to win this pot from this position. In these squeeze spots, a flat is real tricky. And I think an all-in is definitely not out of the question. Nice move from Pavelka, not messing around. And
How many people have the
just not living life?
Have the guts to shove 2 9s there?
I mean, look, if you're going to ship the 9s, that's a good guy to do it against when he's squeezing in those spots. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. As Joe points out, obviously, you got to pick your opponents correctly if you're going to make these kinds of moves, because they got to have bluffs in order to make that really, really juicy. Some players just got like queens plus, and you're hating life. But there you go. Nice hand. You don't want to fold. You don't really want to flat too much in multi-way pots, or what incentivizes multi-way pots. And so I guess the only other answer is all yin.
Is Havelka wearing a hovding to the tail, scared of falling off the chair? What is a hovding? A parachute? Anybody know what a hovding is? We're going to see Havelka in action again right now. He's going to full jack 8 suited. It's like an airbag for bicycles. It's an airbag bicycle helmet. Huh. I learned 2 things during this level.
Have you not seen those in action before, Joe?
Hold on a second. I hate learning, though, so I got to ban this guy. You banned. Hate learning.
Have you not seen those before, Joe?
An airbag for bicycles?
No, it's like it looks like a necklace, but then when you fall, it detects you falling and it inflates and creates a helmet that goes around your head.
That's incredible. No, I've never even heard of that.
I'll show you a video in a break. We got queens for craft.
Queens, shove, king, queen on the button. You still got the blind stack behind. It's off suit. Position doesn't really matter if somebody's all in.
I think the cutoff jam here, you're probably going to have a range advantage with king, queen. Yeah, I think this seems good. Yeah. I mean, and you're going to have tons of equity against all the pairs as well, right? Even up to potentially like 10s. I think probably 10s just want to raise off the stack, though, rather than shove. So do 2s to 9s probably quite often, maybe a little bit more.
What about ace 4?
Yeah, you still got great equity against that stuff, too. Only a slight dog against those.
Come in. King of spades and rake and late. It's a good clip for the TV show. Something like this.
Kraft the favorite, but at risk, and there is a king in the window, but a queen
it's good
lurking
for the TV show.
behind.
Sorry, Joey. It's all a TV show.
It's only for the TV show.
Papo's in it for the production.
Kraft is more than happy to collect Lococo's TV show double up. Heart's not a factor.
2 kings left in the deck now. For the TV show. Oh, that really would have been good TV, though.
It was a face. It was a dude. But luckily for Kraft, just a jack. Double up.
Not queen turn this time.
Tal on YouTube says, played the Eureka main 6 bullets this year. Didn't win 1 flip. Prague is cold. All right, we're going to see Enzo in action. Did come to the table with nearly 400K in chips. He's going to open ace tray offsuit. Snap call on the button from Nicholas. Vito the dog no longer has top pair and the only diamond. Ace, 6, deuce. Monotone board.
One bet 4,000.
Yes, Rodrigo, the 262 players in the field are all playing at the same time.
Are you sure? Let me see. That's the wrong one. You sure, yeah? That one? Yeah, I'll show you both. I'll show you both.
Oh, gives them double the info.
Double info. Yes, everyone's playing at the same time. Everyone's playing on balanced tables. We are currently playing without shot clock, which I believe joins in the third day of action, Joe?
Excuse me, the third day of action?
I believe it is, yes, it is confirmed. Third day of action, we will see the shot clock coming in. But so far, everyone seems pretty swift. It only really becomes an issue when there's excessive tanking, which is what we try and avoid, and we try and enforce that from day 3 moving onwards.
I heard for the WPT Prime event, they brought out the shot clocks on the bubble, which to the delight of some players, but other players noticing that when the shot clocks are out, people tend to use the full 30 seconds. Whereas a lot of people really only takes them 2, 3, 5 seconds to fold. So always a debate to be had there.
Maybe one year, like if you make it to the final, you get like bonus chips for having more time cards. You get like an extra 10K for every time card you've saved.
I mean, look, I think that we're all moving to eventually one day having a chess clock. And there you go. You start with an hour of time bank or whatever it is.
If we could create a form of like, you know, what do they call it? Bullet poker, you know, bullet chess, but for poker, I think that'd be a lot of fun. I tried pitching it to Stars once. They didn't like the idea, but I think that would actually be really, really fun to do with a mate.
The Poker Stars Fat Cat. What? He used to take his cigarette, excuse me, his cigar.
What? Tell Walsh to get his ass in here.
King. He said what? King 7-5, 2 spades. Force holding for now, despite the 3 overcards.
Chess clocks, it'll never work. 6 months later. Walsh, why didn't you mention this earlier? What?
Sorry, it's the only thing I can do as the Poker Stars Fat Cat.
Thank you, Tadpole. Yeah, bullet or blitz. That was the term I was looking for. Yeah.
I used to do the Poker Stars Fat Cat a lot way back in the day, but now I actually really like the management and like the company and everyone like that. So I don't even love ragging on them that much because they don't really act like that anymore.
It's like a jack on the turn. Nicholas asked that having a bit of a rough time at the minute. He's had a couple tough spots. Still got plenty of chips to play with, and if there's one person that knows how to play a 38 big blind stack, it's Lena 900. But yeah, pretty frustrating couple rounds.
Yes, X-Ray Punk. The Poker Stars Fat Cat looks like Boss Hog. Exactly. Is that guy still alive? It's also the dude from Big Fish, the dad.
I was
Albert Finney. Is he still alive?
I was kind of imagining who's the editor in Spider-Man.
Oh, J. Jonah Jameson. Yeah. So like all of the above. Absolutely.
Yeah. Parker, get in here.
Yeah, exactly. He's just his chair's just like a big pile of your rake. All right, so Lena taking another small shot there. Shot to the stack. Has lost close to 2/3 of his chips from the start of the level. Yikes. Let's focus on something a little bit more fun. Something that y'all can play. And guess what? Lena 900 won't be playing against you in the mini EPT. Too small for him, plus he's here every single day alongside our 6 days of live coverage from the 12th to the 17th. There's 3 tournaments per day with 40K in added value over the course of the week. New Year's Series ticket added every day to the prize pool of every single mini EPT. Plus, there's 2 mini main events on Sunday. There's a $5 buy-in and a $55 buy-in, and there are gold power passes added to each of those for the winners, which can be redeemed for an EPT Paris package. So I'm not saying what you should do, but what I'm saying is you could play the mini EPT. You could win a gold Power Path ticket, and then you could end up playing at Paris and being on our broadcast. And we get to go, there's gold Power Pass players in the field. And of course, there's you who won from an EPT for mini main due to the broadcast.
Yeah, and he's not going to tell you what to do, but I'll tell you what not to do. You should not take part in that so you can benefit from all of the added value. Go get in right now, guys.
I just think it would be super cool to be like, oh yeah, this person was watching the broadcast.
Yeah.
Back in December, and here we are in February in Paris, and here they are on the broadcast.
Poker is a game of stories. And when you're playing poker, it's also fun to tell stories. And it would be great to tell the story of you qualifying and then showing up and then winning a ton of cash. Let's make that a reality, folks.
All right, we're going 3 ways to this flop, which is Jack, Jack, 8, 2 clubs, Kuzumoto with an 8, and 2 clubs for Havelka. Rui Mosquita asking, where is the next EPT? The next EPT is in Paris. We're going to take an EPT break from December until February.
So you had it. You wouldn't be curious otherwise. I folded the hand I'm probably supposed to call, but...
And
I wouldn't fold ace-queen, so...
my mouth is not really one to write checks that the PokerStars body can't cash, but Paris was huge last year.
Yeah, and actually should have been considerably bigger. That hotel was splitting at the seams with the number of players trying to get in those games.
Correct, and I think some adjustments have been made to allow for it to get bigger next year.
That's right. It's going to be Mahusin. Is that our first stop, Joe? Paris is our first stop, right?
First stop, that's right.
Very excited to return to Paris.
So, checked around on the flop, 4 diamonds on the turn. Vito decided to take a stab once it was checked to him by Havelka. Kuzumoto calls and Havelka calls. 8 on the river is a full house for Kuzumoto.
Huh? Yeah, I mean, if there's ace-3 gangster, then...
Uh-oh. Yeah, it looks
And
like
Vito is betting. I guess trying to bluff out some other ace highs.
It feels like it's more of like a sort of blocker bet situation. Yeah, like you said, sometimes you do get an ace high to fold with
or just call you. Right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, you know, anytime you can get people off a chop is nice, but I think really this sizing kind of says to me, I'm pretty sure I got the best hand, but I'm just trying to feel it out a little bit, but not ideal.
You got aces or ace tensura?
I mean, the only thing you can have for value is aces and
Kuzumoto just calls.
If not like
We don't see this move very often. Do you think this is more of like a cautionary call in case you're up against a jack, or like, hey, if I call, then I can maybe get another ace high to call behind?
I mean, look, we haven't seen too much action yet from Kuzumoto, Joe, but thus far, what we've seen is a little bit on the passive side, right?
Tighter side.
We saw the Queen 10 not c-bet top pair. We saw that folded on the river versus some aggression from Papo. We didn't see a bet from King 8 on Jack Jack 8, which now immediately he's kind of thinking, oh, if he has a jack, I'm going to hate life. I don't know if this is a river you're supposed to raise, but I think it's probably a flop you're always supposed to bet, and then obviously it sort of changes the whole hand and the outcome from there. But nice hand for Kuzumoto. He's having a really nice time. 57 big blinds now. And yeah, definitely stacking up some chips and finding himself in some good situations. Wait a minute. Isn't that the card protector from Espen Jorgstad? Doesn't he have the same card protector?
Oh,
Little Mario?
Whenever I watch Espen Jorgstad, I can't focus on anything but his perfect face.
I'm pretty sure Yulin Poker, a.k.a. Espen Jorgstad, has that exact same card protector. Can anybody help me out here?
While we're doing that, Optimus Clang asks, any word on the Irish Open next year? Yes, there is word on the Irish Open, and that word is crack.
Get me to the break.
The Irish kind. Pretty sure the dates have been announced for the Irish Open. I don't know that any sort of stream has been announced yet, but I have a feeling that we might be back there. You know, James got to play the Irish Open last year, so I don't. Yeah, you're right, Nick. You're right.
Wow.
Plus,
Absolutely.
you know what? Plus, you know what you're right about is I've been focusing on his perfect face, but his arms are also legit.
I'm going to message him. I'm going to be like, this guy's trying to steal his Riz.
You know what's cool, though, is that Espen has embraced the ambassadorial nature of being a main event winner more than anyone had in a long time leading up to him. And so if he's inspiring players to mimic him, I think he's got to be pretty happy and proud about that.
I mean, I hear what you're saying.
Woo, baby.
But I see that. He's just trying to steal his Riz, Joe.
Vito firing into two better hands. And is donk leading into this. Well, Coco was the pre-flop aggressor. A grazer? Is that a word? I just combined aggressor and razor.
The grazer?
He was the aggressor. And O'Dwyer, I mean, what a dream. What a dream to have a two pair here that you would love to raise, and then someone just donk leads into you. Fantastic. It's going to kind of take away one of the moves in Lococo's arsenal, I think, at this point, too. I think Lococo might have gotten aggro on this board. Can't do it now. And Steve. Enzo keeps showing both cards. Also, is it everyone has to show a card or just the winner?
The winner of the pot has to surrender both cards so the loser of the pot can pick which one they want to see. In the event of a multi-way pot, an agreement will be made between all parties. Those are the official rules.
Sick brag that Nick is messaging Espen Jorstad right now. Jack on Twitch asks, Joe, were you proud of Maria on Game of Gold? What is Game of Gold?
Never heard of it.
Action folds around to Havelka. The series on YouTube. Okay, I'll bite. What is YouTube?
The left one.
All right, Vito finally takes one down. Vito remains the chip leader at this table. Still's got about 40 bigs on Steve O'Dwyer, who's got 116. Jack replies with, come on, Joe, don't be an aggrazer. I have not seen Game of Gold, but everyone says that it's really awesome, and things that are good for poker, I think, are good for all of us. So, of course, I'm proud of Maria.
I agree. I agree. I actually need to finish that one up. Speaking of game shows, Joe, have you watched Squid Games: The Challenge, the live action version?
Nah. There's something very dystopian about taking a show in which people are murdered for the chance to win money and then making it real. I mean, I know that the people aren't dying. I hope.
Well, we're not
in the real version.
I guess we can't confirm.
I like game shows. I don't like competition/reality shows in general.
Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb and say you actually might enjoy the dynamics of this one. I thought it was quite clever. And there was a lot of weird metagame. You know what I mean? It wasn't just like a straight, like, all right, cool, you know, let's play a game.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate metagame. I think that's part of what I don't like. I like Wheel of Fortune. Also, the dudes in the masks genuinely creep me out.
They are scary.
It makes me feel sick to my stomach. 3 ways to this flop. Ace, queen, 9, 2 spades. Top pair for Derja Poliski.
Uh-oh. 3 checks on the flop. Lococo got a blocker. What now? All right, finds the breaks. Feels fine. Multi-way pot. I really, really love to watch Papa play. He does have this super aggro style. And I think in recent years, or in recent times, it's only been a few years since he's been with us, definitely seeing a little bit of an adjustment in some of these moments, and I think that's great. You want to have a very aggressive game, but you do want to pump the brakes on occasion. He seems to pick his spots really well, though.
I mean, whatever he's doing seems to be working. People haven't quite adapted to his style.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Bet of 20,000 gets a fold from O'Dwyer. Oh, sorry, it's O'Dwyer that bet. Seems like a pretty trivial call with top pair, and O'Dwyer all of a sudden making some noise after having checked flop and turn.
Yeah, I would argue this is pretty straightforward. It is full pot, but I mean, the action so far has been so passive. Your hand is so under-repped, UTG +1. I mean, even turn was check, check, check. I don't know. I'm not sure if you can fold here.
It almost feels like a slow roll. There we go. Yeah, top pair good.
Yeah, I think Steve just not really expecting him to play ace-8 like that. Had 2 good opportunities to make a bet. I think checking flop multi-way seems okay. A lot of people find a turn barrel there, you know, trying to protect from the spades, get some value from the spades, etc. As played, wins the pot, takes it down. And now 105 big blinds. Sergio Pilisky having a great time.
Minutes left on this level. Jack Jack also noticing Steve O'Dwyer never seems to age. That's why we call him Father Time. Somebody want to explain to Psycho Logic about the mini EPT? I did it like 8 minutes ago. I'm exhausted. Raise from Andre gets through everyone up until Lococo in the small blind with ace-jack.
Lococo, 30 big blinds. Probably just wants to flat here most of the time. Under the gun, open, gonna be pretty on the tighter side. And Astet now, 36 bigs.
21,000, the re-raise. It's still a cold 3-bet if you're in the big blind, right?
Sure.
A lukewarm 3-bet.
I mean, I'd probably call it a squeeze. That's that. I guess
squeeze, sure.
Another name for a cold 3-bet is, I guess, a squeeze.
A tepid 3-bet.
I guess anybody 3-betting is cold 3-betting to begin with, but when you're doing it over a call, so then a squeeze.
Right. Yeah, I guess all 3-bets are cold.
7's out of the way. Is it all in and call, Joe?
It is, in fact, an all-in call between Astet and Lococo.
Lococo finds the back raise here.
This will be a flip. Like the gift versus the thought. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. You know, they say it's the thought that counts.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I was working on that one.
Like the gift versus the thought.
And you told me that you don't believe in
Close.
energy.
Like
and I believe in
X-Flix
energy,
versus Twitter Flix.
Did I say I didn't believe in energy?
You told me something like that, you know? Not today.
Yeah, I'm not very superstitious, but some energy I believe in.
All right. Good luck, boys.
King 6.
Queen for the show.
Queen for the TV.
6, a crucial card for the 2 9s. King 10, not very good.
Yeah.
King 6.
94, thank you.
Okay. Turn card
9-4.
is a 9. Lock it up.
I think he covers.
For Nicholas Ostedt.
Just too good. Gotta believe.
And
Gotta believe. 94. Sorry, man.
Alejandro Lococo has been dispatched.
Yeah, they covers me.
Papo MC has left the building.
GG Papo, great ambassador. Absolutely love this guy. Great to see him play some cards as well. Just loses the flip. Could have gone either way there. And La Bestia is exited from today's proceedings.
He's trying to figure out if the other guy paid attention.
And it's been a rough level for Ostedt. He has recovered some after that elimination. Was number 1 in chips at the start of the level. Now, Enzo Vito did come to the table with more chips. But Osted's still down at least 100K since the start of the level. Oh no, 95. Sad to see on Alejandro go. It was his idea to do the 1-card show rule. I appreciate that. That makes things a little more interesting for everybody involved, including us watching. Pavelka with ace-10. Makes it 55. Adam Helpless says, I hope Joe is back next year. Wouldn't be the same without him. What have you heard? Is this how I find out?
That's very ominous.
Is there something on TMZ?
Is there an initiative somewhere that's like?
Should I put a Google alert on?
Joe, have you been canceled and you didn't even realize it because you were on stream?
Oh man. The Poker Stars. What?
The fat cat.
He just realized I'm still doing comments here. I thought you were fired years ago. 2 diamonds on this flop. The C-bet from Havelka.
They turned on the stream to watch you doing the fat cat voice, and they thought that's the last.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That sounds nothing like me.
Bring me my brandy. Who is Brandy? Nice.
All right.
Funny. I like it.
And number 90, guys.
We have just reached 241 players in the field, which means we're 50 from the money. Check out the bottom of your screen if you want to see what that money is. Steve O'Dwyer going to open ace-8 off. Raise and take it.
Correct. This one? This one.
Everyone, but nice. Always.
Steve O'Dwyer rocking the All Saints hoodie. I approve. Looking good. Looking fresh.
It's even 7.
Got a nice old stack there. Nothing new though. O'Dwyer stacking chips.
Sometimes
Definitely
there's 2 aces up.
something we've come to expect over the years.
Yeah, this is how you guys kings. You're the one who plays them.
I'm waiting for it.
Yeah. No, it. Well,
If you have kings and I
after
3-bet
won-
you.
Right after you won that hand, I was like 80% to happen.
Technics asking, oh wow, what a hand to pick up right after that conversation.
Exactly.
Aces for O'Dwyer. Just quickly answer this from Technics. Do the equities on screen take into account folded cards if we see them folded? If not, no. And is this going to be a raise and take with aces?
Yeah, I think Havelka could probably justify still calling with this combo if he's feeling
Against Steve O'Dwyer.
he's feeling spicy. I think folding is also fine as well.
Who needs it?
I would argue him like 8-9 off. Probably always got a call here, but like 9-6, we're deep enough. He has good price, especially with the big blind ante in the middle already. And we're going to a flop.
King 6 deuce. Middle pair for Havelka. Shaq wants to say thank you for the organizer for allowing Steve O'Dwyer to play on the feature table. He is a really inspiring player. A lot of poker players should take notes on how he plays. There's nothing wrong with that statement.
I would agree. I would agree with everything in that statement. Definitely a great player. Some excellent results over the years. Just very, very consistent, methodical. And 9-6 got a call.
Turn card is a tray ball. No additional equity for Havelka.
Yeah, it's tricky, like you said, though, Joe. You're playing against Steve O'Dwyer. How can you fold on this turn with this hand? He's going to bluff these streets like crazy.
I don't know. I think you fold pre, personally.
I think that's also fine, but Stevie, turn size. We are very deep here, so I think bigger is better. Get maybe in like the 15K range, maybe even closer to full pots. That looks like full pot to me. Ooh, slightly over even. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, you're going to want to do the same thing as a bluff, right? You really want to punish the 6x, the 2x when you have no hand. Therefore, we balance when we got the hand as well. The deeper we are, the faster we play, and very frequently, the larger our bet sizes are on average. So anywhere between like a third to half on the flop, sometimes a little bit closer to 60% on the turn. Going to do chunkier sizes so that we can line up to stack more chips on later streets.
Pretty amazing conversation here happening on Twitch. Sunberm says, if you win with the 9-6, you get the added benefit of turning it over and having the whole table say, nice. But Dr. Spod reminds everyone, you have to be 18 or over to play, so probably not.
There's been so many of those spooky things this week. So many of those.
No, I think that don't J-Mash, don't.
Yeah.
That was a good comeback.
Maybe I get it reversed this time.
Maybe I can get some revenge on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting to see both Nicholas Osted and Steve O'Dwyer at this table is a real treat. No offense, Enzo Vito.
But there wasn't king on the flop, right? That would have been that would have been extra salt.
Steve back in action under the gun. From aces to jacks.
Uh-oh.
Kuzumoto with ace-king.
So Kuzumoto here, 54 big blinds, still chunks. O'Dwyer 111, so the effective stack here around 52, 55 big blinds, something like that. And we see another flat here, Joe. Again, Kusamoto opting for much, much more passive lines.
Oh, boy.
And is it going to work out here? Vito, 149 big blinds, just going to flat here a ton, I think. Don't want to squeeze here versus the under the gun open too frequently.
It looks like a squeeze to me, though.
Oh, my days.
17-5.
You know, I take that back. We are seven-handed. Thought we had more players at our table.
You're just not expecting ace-king to flat in between. Like,
No.
I think it's...
No, you're not. But
pretty
also,
weird.
I'd be interested to see if Kusamoto wants to put in a raise now that there's so much dead money. Because his hand is super under rep. There's a bunch of other chips going in the middle. And you can probably win a ton right here, right now, if you just make another move. It looks really strong, too.
I was about to ask the question, do we think Kusamoto plays risk-averse or plays trappy?
I mean,
and I think we're going to find out the answer to that question right now.
Yeah, and I think from what we've seen thus far, might be leaning more towards a passive action, but it's so tempting. You got a super premium combo. It's really under rep. There's a ton of dead money now.
Oh, my goodness. It is risk-averse.
What is going on this table?
It is risk-averse is your answer to that question.
I don't know.
In the year 2023. Now, to be fair, he was behind. He was behind the two jacks, Nick. And look at this A-high flop.
Behind the curve, maybe. I do not have any comment there.
I have a comment. I'm for it. I think it was an inspired fold.
Accidentally played it in like the most genius opportunity spot of all time. Just lays down the big slick. No, my friend, no. Don't do it to yourself.
I like how McDonkey says that chalks up that fold to him being a Euro.
Or tell me now.
Euros.
These Japanese Euros, man.
Yeah, because we have like this sound, which is so how you would.
Dwyer very comfortably betting 50K into a pot of 44,000. Gets the fold from ace queen. Dwyer shows a jack. Inspired fold.
And they say poker is dead.
Anyway, I was leaning toward Kusamoto playing trappy, like when he checked top pair and when he's taking the more passive line pre-flop. But he ain't trapping with ace-king there. You ain't playing trappy.
Okay, let's say that we always flatten position there, which of course we don't. We 3-bet, right? The amount of dead money in the pot right then, right there to ship, I can almost guarantee that Steve O'Dwyer folds. I can almost guarantee that ace-queen folds. You are going to win
You think
so
that
many
jacks
chips.
are going to fold
Yes.
if Kusamoto folds or shoves when the action's back on him?
He's back raised from position, and he might be one of the most passive players on this table.
Okay, all right, yeah, sure.
It's a monster. It's not going to be. It's just a monster.
Come and go.
And also, Steve's not going to want to flip for 50 big blinds right now with jacks, and that, especially given that weird wonky pre-flop action. Anyway, makes the fold, potentially saved himself some chips, but I think probably he could have won that at non-showdown. Didn't even need to gamble. Might have just taken it down free.
You have like a lucky hat and a lucky pair of socks.
It's just a drawing hand after all, John Delano. You're quite right.
Yeah.
It's a drawing hand.
I believe
Like an enormous collection. And I had a chair that was so lucky that I took it home with me.
Share.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, when I won the Irish Open.
Mr. Ilani, 62 bigs, welcome.
I didn't know they let me keep it.
New player arrives, representing the Israeli flag.
Yeah, like the hat trick or something.
When we redrew with 3 tables left.
Just Music Dojo says it would be nice to hear some comments from someone who actually beats the game. Guess who we won't be hearing any comments from anymore? You.
And he had some
You banned. Thank you
Wait, you didn't
for your
take the chair
comment.
with you and move it around to your new area?
What the fish move, huh?
Yeah, I was like, huge fish move. And I just had a massive stack by the end of the night. And I hid the chair.
I hid the chair so you can have it the next day.
So the final table, and then I just eliminated every single person at the final table. And I took the chair home with me. But then I bought it back for the Irish Open this year. It was very unlucky, so I don't have it anymore. I left it at the venue.
Cool.
A little banning streak happening right now. Woo! Testing my trigger finger. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. Jack's leading once again, but it's Vito with top pair, top kicker. A no good top pair, top kicker. Betting into those two Jacks, which, man, isn't it great having Jacks in a 9-high board? Oh, yes.
Checks it on over. Quick bet from the ace-9. A little bit of pot control from Jacks here. Doesn't want to be blasting off into a set of 9s, set of 7s, set of 5s. Maybe sometimes hand like 8-6 suited might slip in there, excuse me. It's probably not going to in most people's ranges, but people like to gamble on the button a little bit. Like to see flops. And still the best of it on the turn, 87%, the river. 10 of diamonds. I think the button will have hands like Jack-10 quite often as well.
Beautiful run out for Jacks.
Beautiful. I don't know about this bet. Vito seems very dangerous to try and get value here.
Value, not got.
Yeah, that seems more like you value town yourself, but went for the bet, got the call, and another pot going towards Andriy Pilski. 120 big blinds now.
The player who folds gets to pick a card to see.
The show one game being explained to the newest player at the table. That is Ron Elani from Israel.
No, it's a new EPT.
Quick shout out to John Delano. Got his Quest 3 ready to play some Vegas Infinite. If you guys haven't tried Vegas Infinite, by the way, was previously called PokerStars VR.
Yeah.
And is now available to be played on PC as well as VR. You don't need a headset to take part anymore.
I think I'm gonna try to get back into the Vegas Infinite.
It's looking really, really good.
2024. Maybe you can let me know when you're gonna be doing some stuff
Sounds
on
good.
there, Nick, and I can join you.
Sounds good. Yeah, I don't have any streams planned, but we might jump in and do some fun stuff maybe with old Uncle Joe. I think the design team and the devs working on that project have absolutely smashed it out of the park. It's looking really, really nice. They've solved a lot of bugs from all back in the day.
I don't know if you saw my tweet, but I was watching. So there's these guys named called Please Don't Destroy, and they make videos on SNL.
Yeah.
3 young dudes. They do like a video every week, and they had a movie come out on Peacock called Please Don't Destroy the Legend of Foggy Mountain.
Okay.
Really hilarious. Conan O'Brien's in it. It's just like a comedy, like an old school comedy.
Okay.
And one of the characters plays PokerStars VR in the beginning of the game.
No
in the
way.
beginning of the movie.
No
Yeah,
way.
It's awesome. I mean, I know it's Vegas Infinite now.
So PokerStars VR made its way onto that.
Yeah.
Didn't an EPT stream make its way onto the Curiosity Cabinet of Curiosities or something on
a couple
Netflix?
years ago. Yeah, James's voice is in there.
I tried to find it like 4 times. I couldn't find the right episode.
Yeah, I'm sure James has it saved. Domination situation headed to this flop. 8-8-5, 2 spades. Kuzumoto does have the ace of spades. Both players with a backdoor flush draw. Black card on the turn keeps it interesting. It's the king of spades. Kuzumoto had the best hand, has the best hand, is drawing to the best hand. River card, Jack of Hearts, so Ace Jack remains the best hand. Pair jacks now for Kuzumoto, who might just check back. All right. Is that a bet of 5,000? Oh, 10,000. Okay.
Yeah, a couple of people asking about the availability. If you just go to Steam, guys, and just search for Vegas Infinite, I wasn't told to plug this, by the way. I just sincerely think it's a really cool product. If you guys have never tried it on VR, by the way, I know it's nice to have it available for PC. Oh, just a second, guys.
Just having a look at what the next feature table is going to be, including Dimitar Danchev. Patrick Yarosh, you might remember him from that incredible Barcelona final table 2 Barcelonas ago. Dario Sammartino. Handsome for a man. And in the 8th seat is Omar Eljak, one of the big stacks in the tournament, was chip leader at the start of the level. So that will be the feature table after the next break. The next break is in 8 minutes. That break is 20 minutes. So in just about 30 minutes, we'll be seeing those kids up on the feature table.
Let me just finish that thought, guys. So,
Yes,
yeah,
sorry.
I was saying, no, it's all right. No, we had to jump out there. That was my bad. But yeah, it's nice to play on PC. I think that's a fantastic development to get more players in there. But if you guys have never tried it on VR, it might be one of the coolest, most sort of one-to-one proxy for playing live poker. It's very realistic. It feels like you're in the room with the other people. The sound design is fantastic. All the cool props and stuff. It's just fantastic. It has been ever since day one, and it's even better now than when it was PokerStars VR. So give it a try. It's a ton of fun.
And if you're the kind of person that likes community.
Oh, great community.
Strong community.
Huge community. Yeah, really, really, really great community. And of course, every once in a while, some cool promotions going on in there where you can take part in PokerStars VR and potentially win some prizes and stuff like that too. So not played for real money, but the community is rewarded from time to time. Give it a look for yourself. I'll say no more.
One of my favorite players that I met, that I became friends with as a result of PokerStars VR, aka Vegas Intimate?
Infinite.
I prefer to think of it as Vegas Intimate.
Vegas Infinite, that's a different game, Joe.
Vegas Infinite, his name was Look to Windward, and he said, it's not real money, but it is life or death.
That's a great quote.
Yeah, once they come out with the full-on VR suit, I'm going to play Vegas Intimate.
Joe, be careful. The official PokerStars Fat Cat is in the chat.
What?
Real close on the back of your
Hey, Strag, welcome. PokerStars Strag, join us. Presumably from the Isle of Man.
You either have a massive for the VR poker game, or you've been paid to plug it.
It's number one. I made a point of saying that.
I met a guy in VR poker who would play while he walked on the treadmill. You could tell because he was just pumping his arms. Lol. Hopefully that's what he was doing.
So Cool's asking, do you need a VR headset or some kind of hardware? No, that's the point. You can play it on PC or you can play it on VR. Now, you will probably need a PC with a decent graphics card, but it's not super, super intensive. So the point is that they've actually recently made it so you can play along with the other people who are in VR without actually having to have the headset and all the technology that goes with that. We'll talk about Vegas Intimate later, Joe.
Ron Ilani, newest player at the table, makes it 5,500 with Big Slick suited. Big Slick energy.
The left. No.
Oh, that's it. That's over. Oh, he has to show one, though. Shows the ace of diamonds. Way to play along.
Every time.
Envy says, WTF, that's not how you're supposed to play ace-king. You're supposed to flat and then fold to a 3-bet. All right, all right.
All right, guys.
Velka folds ace-5 under the gun. Pocket 6 for Martin Kraft. Haven't heard much from him for a little while.
Kraft, 29 big blinds. It's just an open, buddy. Off we go. People keeping it that nice 5.5 at the minute. Dig the sizing. Uh-oh. Speaking of ace-king.
More big, slick energy.
So Kraft started the hand with around 30-ish bigs. This is still a 3-bet not all in at this stack depth, especially from SB. And suiting ace-king, of course, that makes a difference. If it's ace-king off, probably mix in some other stuff once in a while, I can imagine. Although there is sort of a bigger stack directly to your left, so still probably always a 3-bet not all in, I imagine. 17.5 to go.
But what about... So this is funny here. T Grinder says, wow, Kraft, what a dude. I played with him last year in the Caribbean. He's a former arm wrestling champion. Absolute amazing dude, super nice and friendly. What a surprise to see him on here. I'm dying to make an over-the-top reference. If you don't know what Over the Top is, Nick, it's a movie where Sylvester Stallone wins custody of his son in an arm wrestling match. You know, the way you do.
I thought it was an animated film. That was Over the Hedge.
No Over the Top from Kraft.
This one? It's gonna be ace. Oh. Switching it up.
Jerzy Poliski picks up that pot. 6 is head for the hills.
Guy never loses.
One hand left for this level, it seems. Who's it gonna be? Who is the dealer gonna pick to win this last hand? Not O'Dwyer, not Enzo. Kraft. He does have some pretty big meat hooks on him, I'll give you that. Folds Jack 5. Ron Elani, Ron away from this hand. Ostet also out. Pocket 6 is for Jerzy Poliski this time. Is it going to be raise and take it?
I think it's a raise and a take it,
If so, we might get another hand in. Velka doing his best to make sure that when he folds that there won't be another hand, I think. Did fold and did run out the clock.
There's 2. Yeah,
This
you
one?
got it.
This one?
Yeah. Thank you. And then I don't have to open the stream. Save me the time, thanks. Yeah, I followed King Queen of Hearts, man. Yeah, I just don't know. That was the. Sometimes you just gotta act on.
A little information sharing as these players head to the break and head back out into the field. Andre Jerzy Pilski, the new table chip leader, Steve O'Dwyer held strong throughout that level, did add to his stack, but with the blinds going up, still just has 104 bigs. Enzo Vito didn't do much, but still has over 100 big blinds. Ostedt took it on the chin that level. Will be heading back out with about half as many big blinds as he had at the start. And Martin Kraft will be the shortest stack. Doesn't matter though, because we've got a new feature table when we get back. Headlined by Dimitar Danchev, Patrick Yarosh, and Dario Sammartino, and a big stack, Omar Eljak. More from EPT Prague in 20 minutes time. Back after this.
Okay, we have 3 all-in calls. Clock stopped, we're going to go table by table. Gael, with the 2 aces, is our all-in player.
Gael Baumann is the player at risk, but huge favourite with 2 aces against Daniel Gomez's 9-5.
Let's see the flop, please. The flop is 9, 10, 4 to rainbow.
Gomez has some equity, more than he did before the flop, actually.
On the turn, please. The turn is a queen.
Baumann has to fade 9s and 5s.
On the final card, please.
The bubble's not bursting in.
It's a king.
Aces hold. So Baumann gets the double up.
We have another all-in.
Remember, there are 2 more all-in hands.
This is insanity.
Tournament director Toby Stone races across the room.
Please tell me this is Martin Finger versus Finger Martin.
Thankfully not, because that would be epically confusing. It's Martin Finger with pocket jacks against Jesse Martin's ace-queen. We have a classic race on our hands.
Like clean sheets versus warm towels. Which one has the slight mathematical edge?
Martin Finger is the player at risk. He needs those jacks to hold.
Okay, that's it, please.
Ace on the flop.
It's king, ace, 9.
Finger way behind now.
And the turn card, please. The turn is another 9.
The bubble's about to burst.
Martin's going to need a jack. Otherwise, it could be one of the bubbles. And the final card, please. It's a 7. We have just lost Martin Finger.
Martin Finger finishes in 97th place. He is our bubble boy, but we do have another hand. And remember, hand-for-hand play, these all happen at the same time. If we lose another player, if we lose Andrew Badeker here, they will actually chop the bubble.
Badeker ahead, but at risk to the same guy who gave Maria Ho a speech for taking her time to make a decision, in case you're wondering who to root for.
Come on! Yes. Flop is king, 7, queen. Michael has hit a pair of kings.
Mikhail Petrov takes the lead. Badeker on the verge of elimination.
Turn is a 3. Andrew's going to need to see an ace. Otherwise, there's going to be one of 2 bubbles here today. And the final card, please.
He's trying the walkway maneuver. It's risky.
It's a 3. We just lost 2 players. Congratulations, guys. You're all in money in EPT Grand Final.
So, Andrew Badeker and Martin Finger will actually share 96th place prize money. Adam Levy, who went out in 98th place, is the true bubble.
Thank you. Thank you. As we lost 2 players from separate tables, Michael and Martin are going to split 96th place.
He means Andrew and Martin.
You share?
Yeah,
Blinds 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 ante. Action at the feature table is on Cecil Hansen.
Pretty hand.
Raises with Queen Jack suited. From under the gun +1, he makes it 10,500. Action folded around to Leo Fernandez. Ace Jack.
Yes, I am Leo. I am contemplating what to do.
He's in late position. And he's going to play aggressively from late position, 3-betting to 23k.
And this is actually kind of turning his hand into a bluff.
Joseph Bakar in the small blind decides to fold, as does Lucas Berglund in the big blind. Action back on Hansen.
Pretty good hand to take a flop with.
Well, those blue chips are worth 5,000 each. The purples are 500, so that is a 4-bet to 46,500.
Is there anyone at this table who doesn't want to turn his hand into a bluff?
Leo folds the best hand.
Hansen's play makes a little more sense than Leo's near the bubble, but it's risky. He did not have the stack to 4-bet fold.
Hansen up to 156,000. 185 remain in the main event. We're 2 away from making the money, and we're hearing there's actually a player who didn't even show up this morning who's slowly being blinded out.
Well, that's awkward.
Mario Adinolfi had a deep run in this tournament in Season 8. He's facing a raise from Christoph de Mulder.
What's he looking at? Picture of the Pope?
Stall much.
Play does tend to slow down around the bubble. Wonder why that is.
Adinolfi folds. De Mulder wins the pot uncontested. Let's check on some of the short stacks, some of the players in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Victor said he wasn't interested in a min cash. He may get his wish.
Cedric Morlan has just over 2 big blinds. Alexandru Deleanu has just shy of 3 big blinds.
I think he's fine. He's got like 4 chips. That's 4 times the required minimum for chip and a chair. On the chip side, he's only got 1 chair to my knowledge.
Let's get across the room to table 5. Simeon Naidenov has moved all in. Action on Danny Covain. He calls.
All in, call on 5.
Andler gets out of the way.
I'm no body language expert, but I think Covain's ahead.
I'm the bubble boy, yes.
Naidenov is a 4-1 underdog. Bigger dog now. Needs a 9 on the river. Doesn't get it.
But he is not the bubble boy. He's the bubble boy.
We are down to 184. Stop the clock. We've reached the bubble.
Okay, attention, main event. We have 184 players, and we're going to continue hand for hand. Dealers, if you have an all-in call, you must stop and call the floor, and the cards must stay face down.
Let me take a photo first, okay?
Hello, Kitty. Quo.
Okay.
Tag it, Survivor. Hashtag Survivor.
So we're going to play 1 hand. We'll wait for play to conclude at every other table in the room before we start the next one. Berglund raising from the cutoff with 9 deuce of diamonds.
Trying to go all thief here on the bubble.
7-5 of diamonds for Pasi Sormanen in the big blind.
And this would be kind of a loose defend.
He calls. And what a flop for Berglund. 9-9 deuce for a full house.
Flops him indeed.
Sormanen checks. And folds before Berglund's had a chance to bet.
One check. Luckily no diamonds. I had 7-8 diamonds. So 3 diamonds. Ooh.
7-8 of diamonds, huh? Lol.
Remember, the next player to bust walks away with nothing.
Yeah, I was thinking that this table would be the one who was like breaking the bubble. Like, yeah, that's...
There's always next hand.
Over to the secondary feature table. There's been an under-the-gun raise from Albert De Hare. Petra Hruskova has called with ace-10 of hearts. Thomas Buttshammer in the cutoff has deuces, and he is counting out a re-raise. He 3-bets to 27,500.
Bizarre choice of hand at 3-bet, but you know what I always say? When you want to burst the bubble, best to use a Buttshammer.
Action folded back around to Hruskova. She calls.
She's out of position, and she's got a hand that could be dominated to a 3-bet.
Heads up to the flop, which is King 8-6 with 2 hearts. Nut flush draw for Hruskova. +1 overcard to the board. She's actually a statistical favorite.
Since it looks like Buttshammer was turning his hand into a bluff no matter what, a bet here is expected.
He continues for 24,500. She quickly calls.
Certainly can't fold the nut flush draw.
The turn card. is red, but it's a diamond, not a heart. Hruskova checks a second time.
Maybe giving a little something away with that check, by the way.
Bartshammer not slowing down. He bets again, 44,500.
Now Petra's getting 4-1, so again, she will not be folding.
These are two big stacks going to battle on the bubble.
A needlessly huge pot with two super deep stacks, thanks to the Butts Hammer 3-bet.
Hruskova calls again, 212,000 in the middle. The river is the king of spades, pairing the board.
More like Petra Bricksova.
She checks again. Bartshammer checks behind. Who would have thought that deuces would be good here?
She might literally blast out of her seat when she sees this. Ah, you got butts hammered. But to be honest, I kind of agree with her on the play.
He's now up to 386,000. And we're just waiting for play to conclude at all of the outer tables.
Attention players, as soon as the last hand is finished, I will pause the clock. We have 3 tables with an open call.
3? What happens if more than one person goes broke again?
They will chop 183rd place prize money.
Buka, let's see your cards first, please. Buka shows 2 9s for a pair of 9s. Cedric shows Queen 7 for a pair of queens. You have to show. It's an all-in, yeah. And Nils shows Ace 5. Our all-in player has doubled up. We don't lose a player on table number 12.
Look at them all congratulating him. We're all in this together. Not really, but still, it's cool.
Well, as Toby heads across the room, don't forget there is a player who didn't show up today and is now close to being blinded out.
Yeah, but do the players know that?
Jan has Ace King, so Russell is our all-in player with a pair of jacks. Let's see the flop, please.
We've got a race here.
Classic race, made even more classicer by the bubble.
There's a jack.
The flop is jack 10 9. Russell is at top trips. There is a possibility of a middle pin for a straight. Next card is an 8. It's 8 9 10 jack. Russell is still ahead. And the final card, please.
Oh, and they can chop too.
Final cards are 4. We do not lose a player on table number 21.
2 all-ins, 2 survivals.
We're going to go to our next table where we have an all-in call.
It's Stevich's table.
Can we go 3 for 3?
Mihails is our all-in player, but there is no flop. Mihails has ace of spades, queen of clubs, and Alexander is our player with a pair of 9s.
Another race.
The flop is 2 3 king, and the turn is a jack. The final card, please. It's a 10.
Gets there. Rivers are straight.
He's the real champ, the real one. Have to win this tournament. Thanks, guys.
This is the sweetest bubble ever.
3 players were all in, no one busted.
I know.
No.
10 on river, always.
There's the anti-railing you come to expect on a gigantic bubble.
Alexandru Delianu now has just 2.5 big blinds.
Yeah, but what about that guy that's not here?
Well, they've called the tournament director over because he's still absent and he's about to be put all in the big blind.
They said he did not show up the entire day.
Ah, the whole day?
Yeah. Okay. He did not come. Okay. Easy money. Maybe it's just pocket cheese.
Attention, main event players, we have a very unique situation over here. We have one player who hasn't showed up today and is going to be all in on the big blind. So he will be eliminated in this hand. If we lose 2 players from that table, the player with the biggest chips is going to take the highest finishing position. If we lose 2 or 3 or 4 players from different tables, the money will be split between you guys and the player on the big blind.
Hope the guy's all right. I can only think of a few reasons I'd voluntarily miss day 3 of a tournament, and all of them involve twins.
Well, the absent player has been identified as Nuno de Camara from Portugal. He was due to start day 3 with a 21 big blind stack. No one has any idea where he is or why he's not here.
So once again, just to be sure, if I bust out right now, this hand,
share the money with
I share the money with the bubble. Okay, well.
Stop the clock in the main event, please. Stop the clock in the main event.
We do have an all-in.
Okay, we're over on table number 5. Stefan is our all-in player. Let's see your cards, please, Stefan. Stefan has 2 aces. Ace
that's
of
why.
diamonds, ace of clubs. And Christopher has 3 of hearts, 6 of clubs. Let's see the flop, please.
We're all rooting for the aces here, right?
Flop is 2, 8, 10, 2 of hearts, 8 of diamonds, 10 of diamonds. Stefan is ahead with a pair of aces. Turn card, please. The turn's a queen. And the final card, please.
Aces double up.
Okay, we do lose a player. You are all in the money. Congratulations. You've just cashed at EPT Barcelona.
Weirdest bubble ever.
We win. It's already done. We win prize.
Congratulations, everyone. For the first time ever, literally everyone in the room is happy.
Now that we got to the money, we can fight.
You gotta fight for your right to min cash.
A strange situation. We've no idea why Nuno didn't show up for day 3, but he is our bubble boy, while Alex Stevic has cashed on his return to EPT Barcelona. Two of the players at our feature table, Neil Farrell and Kim Okoko, are still riding high. Let's get back to the action at our feature table, where we are going to sweat with a Demulder. Christoph of that ilk. Action has been folded to Neil Farrell in the small blind.
Oh man, blind on blind hands are tough. I'm rooting for a walk.
Dang it. Not going to happen. Farrell raises to 17,000.
What do we got?
Demulder's hand is Ace-5.
Yep, gotta call it this. No need for a 3-bet because we're usually either a little ahead or real far behind.
He loves his TV time, this boy.
He's been on TV since he was like 6.
He calls for an additional 11,000. We go to the flop, which is ace-high.
That's top pair for us.
Farrell set to continue. He bets 20,000.
And we have to be expecting he's going to continue his entire range here, which is super wide, small to big, so of course we have to call this.
There's the call. 81,000 in the pot. Another ace on the turn. Trips now for Demulder.
I'm starting to like this more and more. That was a weird little stutter step. Wonder what that means.
Farrell bets again, 35k.
Whatever, doesn't matter. We're not folding. It's kind of hard for us to be beat, but what makes me worried is it's also kind of hard for him to be bluffing.
Excuse me.
Must be allergic to betting in the trips.
Demulder calls a second time. 9 of hearts on the river.
This is not a good card for us. I am really hoping he doesn't bet again.
There are now 3 hearts on the board. The flop flush draw got there.
Where's your coughing now, Neil? Where's your coughing now?
He empties the clip. He fires the third barrel. 78,000.
With that heart on the river, I think we gotta fold our hand. Neil could certainly have hearts in his triple barrel range, and pretty much no worse hands would bet here for value.
What do you have?
You'd have to have pure air for us to call. Matthias knows what Christoph has because they have creepy twin telepathy. Ooh.
Full house? You have a full house? It's a good hand.
Wait a minute. Maybe that'll give Christoph the info he was looking for. I don't think this is a bluff.
It's the insane bluff.
I agree. This bluff would be fairly insane.
Are you gonna rub it in my face?
Hey?
I would never do that. I'm a gentleman.
What?
Demulder folds. Neil Farrell also had ace-5, the same hand.
Ah, that's terrible.
My balls just dropped under the table.
What did you fold? I thought I knew what you had, and then I wasn't sure.
Might have been value betting the worst hand then. That's probably not what you want to hear.
Welcome back to Prague and the 2023 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour as we continue our coverage of day 2 of the main event. Here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague, we are coming back from break with 230 players in the main event. 191 will get paid, so this is the penultimate level of the day. We might not hit the bubble during the next 90 minutes, but chances are we are going to see that bubble burst during the final level of the night. Not much concern for these 5 players, they're the chip leaders right now, but there'll be plenty of players hovering around the 20-30 big blind mark for whom it's going to be squeaky bum time. It's James Harshkin alongside Griffin Bencher.
Hello everyone.
New lineup on the main stage, Griff. We have got a World Series of Poker main event runner-up, Darius Sammartino. We've got a former EPT finalist, Patrick Jarosz. We've got an EPT winner. Dimitar Danchev won the PCA in 2013 when it was part of the European Poker Tour. And we have got one of those chip leaders, Omar Eljak, with 592k, almost 200 big blinds.
That's a lot of cheddar.
These are the players we'll be watching for the next 90 minutes, with the blinds going to 1,500, 3,000, with a 3,000 big blind ante.
Another Japanese player too. It's been great to see so many of them on these feature tables and more of a presence than we're used to. It's great.
Yeah, plenty of Japanese players making the trip to Prague. Great to see them in action on day 2 of this 5k buy-in tournament. 6.2 million euro prize pool. And we are going to start paying min cashes this evening with the bubble set to burst in the last level of the day. Can't help but notice that Darius Sammartino is not in his chair. Time waits for no man. He will not be eligible to play the first hand of this level.
Pocket or next to you on the table? No, on the small table.
Oh.
7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold, 1 fold, 3 fold.
I just need to make quick call. I forgot my AirPods. No, I know. I forgot the package, so I just have to.
So first hand back from break, first hand of us watching this new feature table. It's a blind v blind battle. Unraised pre.
Yeah, a little baby limp, baby ace limp
Yeah,
from DeAndre here.
Yeah. Where have I put start here? There.
And a quick fold from the gut shot straight draw. Facing the min bet. A lot of players I think would have continued there, see if they can pop off that nutter gutter.
Oh, Darius Sammartino has arrived. Patrick Jarosz is back in his seat.
I don't even think we have a long dinner break. We don't have a long dinner break, right?
No.
No super long dinner break. There is a 30-minute dinner break at the end of this level.
What do you think, guys, if we show the ends every time? Who won the ends, show the cards. So we don't have to ask to friends what you have, what you don't have. I don't know.
I don't care. I don't mind. Yeah, we can try after big pots, right?
Yeah.
Like after post flop.
Every time someone won the ends.
Yeah. I'm fine with that. Action? If you want. Yeah.
Okay, all agree?
No action so far this table. You can tell me what you had earlier? Yeah. I thought you were gonna have like king 9, queen 9 as bluff, and then maybe, what did you show that? Maybe you go like with 9-7, yeah?
I tell you after.
So more cards showing dealing on this new feature table.
Unlikely.
Pretty unorthodox. Not something that we see very often on the tour. Is a, you know,
I think this will be clip for sure.
Happy-go-lucky table that's prepared to, you know, show one card after a big hand. But we saw that in the last few levels, and now this table is prepared to do it as well. So
I'm looking at that guy who can have only that one bluff.
I definitely think, on average, it will be more advantageous for the, you know, better, more experienced, skilled players at the table. Someone like Dario Sammartino, who was the first one to bring it up. Patrick Jarosz was more than willing. Dimitar Danchev as well looked inclined to be open to it. And I think that's you know, a reflection of them wanting more information from their players.
It was expected, yes.
So hot.
Let me see.
Danchev just calling the raise in the hijack with the better queen, ace queen. Round 2, the big blind, Eduardo Pereira, ace 3 of clubs. And yeah, I think we can safely say that all attempts to sort out those chairs have failed. Hashtag embrace the squeak. It's back in full force. I mean, we're back to like 2018 standards of squeakage. Three-way to the flop. And it is 8-5 deuce. Ace, queen, high, still the best hand. Pereira does have the wheel draw.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult continue here from L-Jack with the king-queen. You know, this particular board probably favors Pereira in the big blind most. Danchev could have a pretty strong range, calling the early position open, and you can see he does with the dominating ace-queen. But a nice free card here for Pereira, who is drawing to that, baby!
Wow, the steel wheel.
And as much as Pereira is loving that, he's very aware that it's going to be difficult to get value from these particular ranges that have shown no aggression on this dry flop. Likely that they have the kind of hands that they do, you know. So Pereira's really going to be hoping that one of them maybe turn to flush draw, or, you know, one of them has something like pocket 6s or 7s that would be prepared to call a bet. But I think Pereira's expecting that much of the time a bet here won't get any resistance, and that's just too bad because you have the effective nuts.
15.
Bet of 15,000.
I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that Danchev calls here. You know, you are going to be beating some bluffs, something like a 9-7 or a, you know, 10-9 of hearts, something of this nature.
But that's also not, it's also not good.
But it's just tough. You know, you do have a heart, so you might be able to ref the hearts if a heart comes, but I think that's a good discipline fold from the EPT PCA winner from 2013.
The last just one card. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, sure.
So I believe they are showing both cards. This is really out of the ordinary and going to make for a very interesting dynamic on this feature table. I think any post-flop pot, they're showing both cards, or at least most of the players at the table. So
well, we had the show one game with the previous feature table, Griffin, and now they've decided to like go one better.
Yeah.
All of the hold cards.
Yeah, that was
Also might have to lose
first I was
80K. I don't understand about how we can sit next to him because he's so hot, you know.
When it's unlucky, it's lucky.
Yeah. Crazy.
Payouts on screen, more than €1 million up top in this EPT Prague main event, the biggest this tournament has ever been, with 1,285 total entries. A reminder that 191 players will share the €6.2 million prize pool.
6,500. 6 fold.
Takayoshi Nemoto, great name.
Raising.
Opens up, yeah. Very pretty Jack 9 of hearts.
Darius Sammartino, ace-4 off.
You just have to get past EPT legend, Italian stallion, runner-up World Series main event, Dario Sammartino.
Ten, 7 tray. Ace high still the best hand. The gut shot straight draw for Nemoto.
5.
Diego Parada asks, what happened with Lococo? Well, point 1, that table is no longer the feature table. Point 2, Lococo was eliminated before the end of the last level.
8 check. 5 check.
Very passive play here from Nemoto that I'm really not liking. Very, you're letting a hand like ace high get to the river, and Nemoto has checked it all the way down. A hand that would have won him both on the flop and on the turn betting, but instead, yeah, that's way too passive for me. And I think you can't let players win pots in that spot when you have a gut shot that a double gutter. But Dario's going to take it quite happily.
Sammartino second in chips at this table. Nearly 120 big blinds, but Omar Eljak playing nearly 200 big blinds, among the tournament chip leaders right now. No super short stacks at this table. Eduardo Pereira, who we saw turn that straight a couple of hands ago, is officially the shortest stack, but has 25 big blinds. And Omar is the overall chip leader right now, just to clarify. As we see Dancher fold the Spraggy under the gun +1. Ace-4. That goes in the muck. Patrick Jarosz folds. Eduardo Pereira on the button. Queen deuce. Nah. Sammartino, Jack 9 in the small blind. Completes. And Eljak in the big blind. Checks his option, and we've only caught one of his cards, the 10 of diamonds. Well, unless it's the case Jack, Sammartino has a lock on this.
Yeah. And is going to throw out that min bet.
I'm guessing Eljak does not have Jack 10.
And look, shows the Jack 9, right? Like, this is so interesting. This is not what we're used to seeing.
All this free information.
Yeah.
So one player I didn't reference when we were going through the lineup at the feature table, Griffin, is Anton Bergstrom, who is also a former EPT finalist. I think it was Barcelona, season 2. He made the final table of an EPT all the way back in 2005. He's had
encyclopedia.
He's had significant success online as well.
3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 raise, 7,500, 9 fold.
Bergstrom prepared to call the 2.5x raise with the king 6 in the big from Dario's button open.
1 check.
Advantage Bergstrom so far. Sammartino's not going to be thrilled with this flop, but is going to decide to continue. Doesn't want to give a free card to some hands that, you know, if king 6 is calling, so is, you know, queen 5 suited. You want to fold out that equity.
Bergstrom calls the 7.5K. Gonna see a turn card. 7 of spades. And Bergstrom's now a 92% favorite. Checks again.
Yeah, gonna prove difficult for Sammartino here to find another bet. If he did, I think Bergstrom would toss it into the muck, but you know, you don't know what part of your range your opponent's at, right? And that's why it's difficult. Now that 8-9 gets here, you're not gonna fold out a jack or a 10. So Sammartino waves the white flag. Now Dario would just hate to lose to a hand like a 6, right? But he knows that it's just this is the script for this hand.
You are losing to a 6.
You did.
King 6.
You are, and you did.
And it's on Bergstrom, now playing 120,000, 40 big blinds. Average stack right now, 173,000 with 223 players remaining.
Yeah, almost 60 big blinds. A lot of play here on day 2. I think I have a good bad lookalike. Not for Bergstrom. I'll wait for the camera to go across them. You let me know what you think.
Okay, well, our producer, Chris, has a bad lookalike for Bergstrom. He looks like a grown-up version of the little kid Barry from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I like that. That is a good bad lookalike.
I haven't seen Close Encounters.
You're a disgrace.
I know, and I'm a big Spielberg fan too. I don't know why. Okay, so how are we feeling about Pereira, Elijah Wood?
Yeah, I see it. That's a good bad lookalike. I'll allow it. Patrick Jarros raising with 10-8 of hearts.
Okay, we need some action.
And that looks like a bunch of folds.
Not sure? Sure? Yeah? What? That bad? What? Come on, man.
I feel betrayed.
Yeah, actually. King, you need to show. I didn't agree that the rules, guys. Oh, so we... I didn't agree that the rules. Come on. Okay. Ask your friends, watch stream later, you know. Okay. You can watch.
Oh.
Wow.
Not everyone agreed to the I'm going to show both cards once the hand is over rule.
A rebel.
Yeah, it's fine. I think it's good for the game anyway. Yeah. In the stream.
Great bit of advertising here from Curling Master, who writes on Twitch, I'm playing the mini EPT Prague event. So nice to play this mini version while watching the best quality poker content on Twitch Poker. Hashtag play on PokerStars. If you missed out on today's tournaments, by the way, well, actually, there's another starting at 8:15 this evening, and the one that started at 6:15, late reg will be open for that. But if you can't play today, another 3 tournaments tomorrow, 3 mini EPT tournaments every single day while you're watching the live action from here in Prague. And the mini main events on Sunday have gold power passes added to the prize pools. The winners of both mini main events are going to win gold power pass.
You just hate to see this kind of seething interest from a player when you're raising something, you know, medium weak, medium strong, button range, Jack 10 offsuit, but Leandra does let it go. Good start to the level for Bergstrom.
Every time and we Okay, like if everybody wants it, I will do it.
I will do it,
Everybody wants it, I will do it.
Everybody okay?
Well, it's only like one level, right? It's not like we're gonna use
Maybe two. It might be 2 levels.
Yeah. You think so?
Yeah, it might be.
If you entertain us, it might be 2.
If the bubble breaks,
I'll make the deal.
Here's the problem, guys. If you agree to this, we're going to show the card stake. You're probably going to end up playing 2 levels on the feature table.
In the money or 5 levels?
So it could be a self-defeating novelty.
Also, I don't think Takayoshi is in on any of this. He doesn't seem like he's been following the narrative.
Okay.
Oh, I saw a thumbs up.
I have to be tight now, okay? Why is that? We're gonna see it anyway.
7 calls.
Action has been folded to Daria Sammartino. Ace, queen of clubs.
8 calls. 9 calls.
Opens to 7K.
1 call. 3 calls.
Round to the blinds. Ricardo de Andrade in the small blind. Folds. Takayoshi Nomoto.
It will be close to break if we are on the money.
Folds the big blind.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close.
Nope, calls.
In this level?
Oh.
He's going to see 3.
Okay, then.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
Always coming 7.
I will say it's only been 3 hands with Nomoto, but I am getting the... He's kind of going fishing. He's like, you know, it's like, let's check down the straight draws. Let's call this and see if I hit anything. It's going to be tough to play like that, you know.
Back in the day, Griffin, in the card clubs of the United Kingdom,
were all fishermen.
people would describe them as bingo players.
Yeah, right.
And classic bingo player, 6-3, catches on the turn.
Is he good enough to find a value bet here is the question. It's been checked down here now. He's got to know this 3 is good. He does! Bet it! Yes!
5 bet 8,000.
Oh, Sammartino has to call, and he's going to be shown the bad news. Getting value bet Finn.
I don't want Sammartino to call because I want to see if Nomoto has agreed to play the game.
Oh my God, that's a great point.
I feel like a mook.
Nah, he's killing it though.
And do you know what Sammartino's going to say afterwards? Bloody bingo player.
8 call 8,000.
6-3 offsuit, holds up for once.
Nice bet. Wasn't thrilled with the way he played the Jack-9. Loved that value bet with the 6-3. So, players can surprise you.
He's 1-1 in Griffin's book.
Yeah.
Hovering around the 50 big blind mark right now.
Yeah, we already established that. Yeah.
El Jack remains tawny boss right now with
we can fold after he said
nearly 200 big blinds, so we've still got 68 minutes to play at this blind level.
I like that L-Jack has a 0.5, so it creates another digit, so it makes it look even more dominating.
Massive
You know,
stack.
massive stack.
Folded to Anton Bergstrom. 10 deuce. No, apologies. Queens in the hijack. And he is going to raise to 6,500. Pocket threes for De Andrade. Flats on the button. Nomoto folding the small blind. Patrick Jarosh in the big blind. Calls with 6-5 of diamonds. 3-way to the flop.
3 players.
King, king, 5. Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. Bergstrom continuing. 5,500.
Yeah, no reason to go big here. You're looking to get calls from the exact kind of hands that we're looking at here. The threes on the button. You know, Jarosz might be able to find a fold now with this 5. I mean, you're going to be up against much stronger ranges. Your 5 could be dead if someone has a king. You know, you do have the backdoor diamonds, so maybe he is more inclined to call once and in case that 5 is live, in case he backdoor diamonds, but I think he knows better and finds the disciplined fold.
So heads up to the turn.
Actually, you wish.
Which is a third king. Both players with a full house.
You hope your bubble is not so
Yeah,
small.
Bergstrom
Actually, you wish.
is internally licking his lips at this turn card. It makes it nearly impossible for DeAndre to have a better hand. So most of the time is going to have something like 6s through 9s, which should get another bet here. 3s, though, I think that his opponent might be able to find a fold. Well, let's see.
0 fucks given.
And it's just not a nice position to be in either way.
Yeah.
Because even if your opponent is just double barreling ace-9 off here, you might get that third barrel on the river, and you know you might just get unlucky, and the river's a 5 or a 9 or an ace or whatever other combo Bergstrom might have. So yeah, good fold.
Shows it.
Nice.
I folded king with the bad kicker on the flop. I wasn't so sure.
$220 players remain as the next hand is dealt. Dario Sammartino folds under the gun. Omar Eljak is out. This is Anton Bergstrom. Dimitar Danchev has queens. They're moving around the table. The good news is, Ricardo, you'll get next. Just Eduardo Pereira left to act with queen 5 in the big blind.
Sick fold.
Again?
Danchev playing 34 big blinds, so below average stack, and by no means guaranteed to make it into the money. 218 players left. We will start world-famous bubble coverage once the field drops below 200, and 191 will get paid. Danchev with ace-5, passes. Ricardo with queens. What? Oh. Patrick Jarosz has queen 9 on the button. Queen 9 suited, and that's a raise. 6,500. 10-3 suited for Pereira. Sammartino, ace-8 in the big blind.
8 calls, 6,500.
Ace it off. Very strong in this situation, but not really a hand you want to be re-raising. It effectively turns it into a bluff. You keep those weaker hands in there. But Queen 9 suited going to jump well out in front on this flop.
Well, it's a pair of 9s and a pair of 8s. Second pair versus bottom pair.
Bets, 6,500.
Jarosz continues for 6.5K. And with bottom pair top kicker, Sammartino.
It's not going to be thrilled, right?
Yeah.
Even if, when you're up against a bluff range, that's going to have a lot of equity. Going to probably bet again. But Dario says, you know what? This hand's a bit too strong. I can still turn an 8 or an ace if I'm behind.
Meanwhile, Jarosz has just improved to 2 pair.
We should expect to see a check a lot of the time from Jarosz here, but there is still a reason to consider betting. You sort of set the price. A jack will probably just check call, and then you can also get some more value from some combos that include diamonds, but does go the passive route. And now Sammartino might be interested in turning this particular combo into a bluff. You're not beating anything but air at this point.
It's a very straighty board. It's not a great board for Queen 9.
Yeah, but, you know, when your opponent has something like 2 pair, it might just snap you off thinking you could have, you know, something like a 7-5 of diamonds or turning an 8-6 into a bluff. And this is going to be turned into a bluff, and it's quite sizable, almost pot. And now Jarosz has to determine if he's up against the straight that's being represented or some of those hands that might be turned into a bluff or straight bluffs. And these are the kind of dialogues that I think players are having in their heads, especially some of the best ones on tour like these two. It's how many different combinations of bluffs is Sammartino going to have versus the combinations of value. And then you come to a decision in your head.
23.
28,000.
Those look like calling chips.
Well, he's counted out the call, but he hasn't made the call. Not yet.
I think because of the 8x hands that would also turn into a bluff, something like 8-7 or 8-5 of hearts perhaps would call the flop. Because of all those 8x's that might be turned into a bluff, combined with those dry diamonds, I think there's enough combos of bluffs that Jarosz should call here at a decent frequency. But it's always easier said than done. It does find the call.
Good call. 2 pair is good. And he wins that part off Sammartino. Patrick playing close to 80 big blinds right now.
Yeah, great pot to win.
Dimitar Danchev, ace-king under the gun +1, raises. Pereira on the button with 7-6 of clubs.
Yeah, not a lot of chips to work with for Pereira. Just 23 big blinds. Can't really get frisky with some cute peels with hands like 7-6 suited. As much as we'd always like to.
I'm always in a mood to get frisky. Chev not going to play this one. Around to Patrick Jarosz, who's got King 3 of hearts.
Going to be just good enough for a raise with this many chips. Problem is you are going to have to show it. So it's going to, you know, make players aware some of the worst hands Jarosz is prepared to open in this seat.
Bergstrom, Queen 6 in the big, folds.
And then he has to show the King 3 suited.
Now we know. It was quite obvious even before. It's nice hand actually. Do you know how many people are left? 216. Curious.
216 players remaining from that starting field of 1,285.
I think 191. 191.
4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold.
Older to Darius Sammartino has ace-5 of spades.
8 raise, 7,000. 9 fold. 1 fold.
Raises to 7,000. Ace-6 for Danchev in the big blind. Milagua asking, is Lex there? No, Lex has just gone to New Zealand for a few months.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, going to be grinding tournaments from NZ and streaming them.
Isn't the time difference quite brutal for tournament schedule?
I think Lex was saying he likes it because he's got kids, right? So he gets up early. Sunday Million starts at like 7 a.m. local time, and so he'll be done playing poker by early afternoon.
Yeah, that'll play.
Well, ace-6 is ahead right now, but 2 times out of 3, this will end in a chop.
Well, that's a pretty interesting card. As the 6 will play now in many circumstances, many rivers here. Right, ace, deuce, deuce, jack. No, I guess if it's like an 8, it's still a chop.
Check, check, and a 9 on the river.
Let's see. What do I know?
Check to showdown. This is going to be a chop pot. And Griffin, you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Well, Dimitar Danchev is among a host of former champions in the field of this EPT main event. Former winners of European Poker Tour tournaments and other PokerStars live events. Maria Lampropoulou, who won the PCA in 2018.
She's got chips, as usual.
Ratman Lucien Cohen is an EPT champ, won Deauville in 2011. Also won the record-breaking Estrellas main event in Barcelona earlier this year. Robin Ilutalo took down EPT London in 2013.
Reindeer farmer. Reindeer farmer.
There is Ramon Calillas, winner of the inaugural PSPC 2019. And a former Prague winner, Grzegorz Główny, won Prague in March of 2022. Officially the 2021 main event. It was delayed by a few months because of you know what. And on the subject of former champs, Steve O'Dwyer, Neil Farrell, both former EPT champions, also both still in the field right now.
DeAndre just playing 25 big blinds, probably calling one of the worst hands that he would in this situation, trying to flop some equity, but won't get married to a single pair board, and that's not a good one. And is gonna have to show the aces after this hand. Such an interesting dynamic.
Oh, very interesting, sir. Good hand.
I would just be a little frightened of players that might have a better gauge of live tells, James, where you know they're paying attention to the person and they see the hand and they maybe make some notes of, because you always know if they have it or not, you know, when the hand ends. So there's a lot of different levels to this little game they're playing.
Yes, the NSX3. When we talk about EPT winners, we are referring to main event champions. I appreciate that there are many tournaments on the agenda at every single stop of the European Poker Tour, but generally speaking, if you say EPT winner, we're talking about main events.
I've always considered myself an EPT winner for winning the Berlin High Roller, though, you know?
What you consider yourself to be and what you actually are two very different things.
I'm an APT winner, too. What can I say, James? I call a spade a spade.
You are legitimately an Irish Open champion.
Yes.
You are legitimately a Shark Cage champion.
You're damn right. The EPT Shark Cage. EPT winner. Advantage DeAndre, the bottom pair here.
Still ahead on the turn. Come on, we want a cool bluff from Nemoto, right?
That would be cool.
But instead, we get the bet from DeAndrade. And Nemoto will probably bin the Queen 5.
Show the hand, buddy.
Nemoto loves it.
Yeah. He's like, these Europeans are crazy. This is a great game. It's a little too bad so far with the card distribution, I'll say, because there hasn't been a big bluff or big pot where, you know, but it's going to come. You got another 45 plus minutes. There's going to be something that makes it really interesting in a big show. Action folded to probably still tournament chip leader Omar Eljak. He's been pretty quiet with his 190 big blinds on this table so far. All the way to DeAndre now. He's got that awkward 25 big blind ace deuce on the button. Is going to come in for a raise.
Show me your passport. Set up.
So we are roughly halfway through the level with 208 players remaining. 45 minutes until the short dinner break, and an opportunity to remind you of that mini EPT Prague series that is running alongside our live coverage of this event. 3 tournaments every single day, and want to highlight that in those mini main events on Sunday, there is a gold power pass to the winner of both tournaments. Silver pass is going to the runners-up. And again, want to highlight that Power Path is coming to PokerStars players in France and Spain very, very soon. It has changed the shape of the qualifiers we get for these events. So many more recreational players, so many first-timers now coming to the EPT, winning those passes via Power Path and redeeming them for EPT packages, Griffin.
A lot of ways to get into these events.
Well, let's welcome Mr. Joseph Stapleton back to the proceedings.
Oh, hello, my babies. You know, that Chop Pot song was so good, it was almost as if there was a third voice in there.
Yeah, we've got this great device now that kind of like harmonizes our vocals, so it makes it sound like there's more people here than there actually are.
Incredible technology these days. Yeah.
Wow.
AI, help from AI. Does anyone actually call you Joseph? Does your mom call you Joseph?
Joseph? Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Patrick Garrosh looking a little more reserved than we're used to seeing. However, we're not at a final table at a massive record-breaking. Well, it is a record-breaking EPT, just not a final table. Hello, Ed. Hello, Ed on YouTube, YouTube mod. Doesn't get as much love as the Twitch mods. Hey, buddy.
Little bubble posturing, I think, here from Pereira, from our resident Frodo.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Right? Yeah. A little bit, a little bit.
Elijah Wood helped me load luggage into a van once.
Really?
At Long Beach Airport, yeah.
Come on. Just you had a lot of luggage and he just offered to help?
No, I was driving. You ever heard of the band Gogol Bordello?
No.
Well, I was taking just like a side gig, driving the band Gogol Bordello from Long Beach Airport to a gig in Hollywood.
Okay.
And when I went to pick them up in the van, they were there on the side of the curb with all their luggage. And it turns out Elijah Wood was dating one of the dancers in the band, and he helped me load the van. And he didn't even ride in the van.
Wow.
He was just there to meet his girlfriend, helped load the luggage, and then effed off.
Wow. That's
Nice
a good
fella.
story.
They live there.
How many lives you've led, Joseph? Fascinating man.
How can I manage to make any story about me? It's a skill. Yarosh with the nut flush draw as we head to the turn and drills it.
Yeah.
That's nice. I also have some private in the night. Not big, but
Andrew says, I carried Schneider Twain's clothes bag into the green room at the US Open when I was working as a PA. Lol. That's pretty cool.
when the swings are not so big, it's also
Don't do it, Dan Chev. You don't have a leg to stand on. He was really wearing that too, wasn't he? He was like clearly upset. And the fourth diamond, I think we could sometimes see a check from Jarosz here, make it look like he has something like, you know, a king 3 of spades that could now be a little frightened of the flush. Could also induce some value bets from some worse flushes. Could also just bet really, really small as sort of like a block. And he is going, I think, on the smaller side. It looks to be about 14,000, which is about 33% pot. Could be a thin value bet with a flush.
So I am a little bit.
But it's the nut flush. Show the hand, pal. Yeah.
He's gonna
Info,
show both
info,
this
info,
time.
info, info, info.
Yeah. Super flush.
Phil Razor says, I once opened the door for Angie Harmon at a tax office in Charlotte and lost the ability to speak coherently. I ran into Angie Harmon and Jason, what's his name, at a CVS in LA one time.
I just did automatically.
I can relate to that. Have you ever, and I know you've met a bunch of famous people in your life, have you ever been so starstruck that you were speechless or had a physical reaction?
Wow, that's a very good question.
I was too deep in.
No, not really.
A lot of calculation.
I saw this one actor from Gilmore Girls when I was like in my late teens at LA airports, and one of my friends, Sarah, was such a big fan that I called her and forced him to have an awkward conversation on the phone with her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was there with his girlfriend. I was like 18 or something. And yeah. Just, yeah. Really pushed my luck there. So ever since I've been a lot
way worse.
A lot more respectful of celebrities' time.
Strag says, I once helped Will Wheaton load his car. Will Wheaton was a team pro, wasn't he? I'm pretty sure.
You'd recognize the guy from Gilmore Girls. He was the lead in Heroes.
I never saw
That guy,
Heroes.
I know.
Unless you're talking about the show about sandwiches.
No.
Okay.
No, save the cheerleader, that tagline?
Yeah, no, I know the tagline.
I remember the tag.
It was one of those
Great
shows
first
that
season.
people talked about how bad it got before I had a chance to watch it.
Yeah, no, it has like an epically good first season. And then turns out they didn't have a plan after that.
Yeah.
It's weird how that happens.
Jarosz opening the bluff with ace-jack. Pereira with a bit of a decision against the button open. You can see why with this stack size.
Yeah, this could be big trouble for Pereira if he, you know, he's going to expect Jarosz to be opening like 90+%. Yeah, 90+% of buttons. And so is just going to take that ace-5 for the 20 bigs and expect a snap fold a lot of the time, but it's going to be a snap call, and he's going to hate to see that.
Show? Yeah, of course. No, because they know something.
You got to show at least one.
Yeah.
Domination situation. Pereira in big trouble.
Yeah, and I think it's important not to be results-oriented here. This is all process, right? I mean, Jarosz is opening king 5 off here.
It's like running kings into
Queen 10
aces.
off, yeah. It's pretty unlucky to happen to run into close to the top of Jarosz's range. Ace-jack is such a premium in this spot. But hey, you know, maybe he'll hit a 5.
Pereira's fate on the line.
It's a good start.
Queen,
That's a
queen,
decent
tray.
start.
It is a decent start. We got a wheel card. We've got some opportunities.
Yeah, basically any card gives more opportunity, and that is a pretty bad card.
That is
there
bad.
for Pereira.
That finally got bad.
Yeah, gonna need a king for a chop, queen for a chop, ace for a chop. But otherwise, you're done, bud.
No ways to win it outright. River card.
A jack's a chop too, isn't it?
And a jack
It's a chop.
is a chop.
We forgot the jack.
Wow. That hand does, in fact, end in a chop. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
When I was a tin knocker, I worked in Sylvester Stallone's house and bumped into him and his interior designer. This was in Miami, Florida.
Don't be too sad. Could be worse.
Could be a fight.
It's not that.
No.
Marianne, you wanna kill you now.
Kill him, not me.
User 1542 says, I love chop pots, but I'm not in love with chop pots. I'll take that.
Everybody wants to eat you.
I can relate.
Yeah, I mean, I think also Joe is...
You keep showing your hands.
Loves banning you, but isn't in love with banning you.
So far, aces, not flush. What else? And there was a king 3 in there.
6.5.
Was there a deal on flights from Tokyo to Prague? What's going on? Yarosh opening King 10 suited. This time, domination, reversation. Pereira with the heavy favorite this time around.
Yeah, 22 big blinds. You're nearing the bubble. You don't really want to induce here. Normally, I think on this stack size, you could find a 3-bet to call off, but because we're so near the money, we don't really want to be, you know, allowing a hand like 2 5s to 4-bet shove and, you know, then putting us at risk to be eliminated before the money. So I would expect to see a shove here from this stack size from Pereira.
I mean, it's pretty much the same stack size as the last hand, right?
Yeah. And you know what? Might actually be finding that 3-bet, deciding, you know what?
Just a 3-bet.
I'd rather just try to get it all. And it looks quite small. I mean, at this sizing,
Not
might
even a 3x.
get, yeah, not even close, not even a 2.5x. So that's actually going to induce a call. And I mean, remarkably, he has gotten a worse hand to continue now and has been outflopped. So yeah, you know, a little bit risky.
Yikes. Brutal. Yarosh does pair his only live card. Pereira does have plenty of outs.
Yeah, and what do you do here now, right? You have an SPR of about not even 1.5 to 1. You can't bet fold this flop with the diamonds. So, you know, I guess you need to check back, and then it kind of looks like you have what you have. It's going to be very tricky here to maneuver for Pereira. Is going to go with the bet, and you put 10 out there, and you have 40 left. But with a 10, Jarosz is just going to quickly call.
Everything about this hand going a little smaller than you would imagine. 8 of hearts on the turn.
And we can see Jarosz has the best hand, but it's not easy in his seat. I mean, you put yourself in his shoes here. This looks like you're getting milked.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
you can't feel great about it.
yeah, the small 3-bet.
Take a long time to check there, hoping you get a check back.
Maybe freeze him up a bit
Yeah.
if he does have something like ace, king, ace, queen. And look at Pereira's stack size, right? You have 14 big blinds if you just check this and brick the river. And I think that's probably what he's going to lean towards. You would hate to just shove and get snapped off by queen jack. You know, king 10 might be folding though, but he doesn't know he has that.
Might, the operative word. I mean, Jarosz can call this off and still have over 200K.
I think it's a check. I think.
Check and pray. I like that one.
Yeah.
It's one of my main strategies.
Ooh, baby doll.
Prayers have been answered.
Broadway. I'd like 2 tickets.
A Broadway.
To the Broadway show.
Speaking of which, have you seen Dix the Musical yet?
No.
Hilarious.
Yeah?
Yeah. Hashtag sewer boys.
Jarosz is just like, dope. Just praying that Pereira has something like, you know, the ace 7 suited and can give up, but probably won't give up once this river comes. You want to be able to bluff out those Jack X and 10X hands. But Prayer, of course, just has it. And, you know, it's great that we've been talking about this. This is going to be the hand Pereira's going to have to show. You know, so it's the first time there's been a big pot with an all-in bet on the river. And
are they showing both cards?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, all level.
They somehow ratcheted it up from 1 to both.
Ace 5.
Oh. Yarosh is like, I don't like this game.
Yeah. Yeah, and a little, you can see Jarosh a little peeved because he had the best hand until the river had gotten lucky.
How many bluffs on the river? Depends who you're playing against. Here, mostly.
You're asking the wrong person.
Yeah. I can come up with 100 bluffs.
I can't find so
Too much blood.
Yeah.
Not balance.
Actually folds around to Nemoto.
Takayoshi Nomoto. Just a great name.
Yep. Ace Jack offsuit makes it 6,500. Pereira is going to find a fold. Bergstrom.
I like the sense
Folds
of
the big
community,
blind.
this thing. Yeah, everyone's kind of like...
I mean, it was fun. The first 2 levels they did show 1.
I know, yeah.
And now it's show both, which, I mean, they're going to see it in 30 minutes anyway.
Yeah. What's next, strip poker?
What's next? Show your junk. Show everything.
Very nice.
It was that day that the EPT changed forever. Suddenly everyone was showing everything.
No, we cannot. No, we cannot. Chip dumping.
This fun.
It would be fun, yeah.
I've seen this on a final table, but they put cash on it.
Ah, they put cash on it, really? What's
Yeah.
wrong with it?
Like 400 or so.
Yeah, but
Nice.
it's not fun with cash.
Yeah, it's more fun.
It's fun with
Yeah.
these chips.
I agree. Fun with chips.
Just folded to Pereira. Ditches the 5-4 offsuit. Dario Sammartino.
For you.
Not going to play the Jack Tray. Ah, so this is Omar L. Jack.
Thank you for finally playing, you disappointing chip leader. L. Jack is a very hard deck at this level. It's just, you know, come in there with your 600K. We want to see blood.
Well, he's going to get some action from Danchev.
Yeah, I think this probably...
All of the
either
action?
play, yeah, as
Nope.
a call or a straight 30 big blind shove. Danchev saying, you know what? I'll just stay under wraps, let you bluff into me here, try to put pressure on me. What's the point of shoving? I'll make a little bit of chips, but you'll never call. I'd rather you just swap a gutter and bluff me off on the turn, you know? Rather lose a small pot than win a small pot. Unfortunate flop for Danchev. Very motivated to continue, though. Ace of hearts in hand. Ace Jack high, going to be good a decent percentage of the time.
Not thrilled by it, but sticking around.
I mean, he never really looks thrilled, does he?
No. There we go.
Uh-oh.
Thrill level rising. Checks. Pretty sure I chose L-Jack as a character in Marvel vs. Capcom before. River's a deuce, ace high good.
That'd be a good thing to say right before going skydiving. Thrill level rising. I love my thrills.
It's a good way
right
to make
before
sure
a
you get
roller
pushed out
coaster.
of the plane.
Yeah. You turn to a stranger for a level rising. And L-Jack, finding himself at the bottom of his range, would love to be able to just bet this and show the 4 high and be the cool guy in the cool blue jacket with all the chips. Or is he going to be a weak man that checks? Who do I want to be on this day? I will be brave. I will be strong. And I will bet a lot of chips. That looks like 50,000.
That's a lot of chips.
That is a significant overbet. Pretty much.
Why so serious, though?
Only a 2. A flush certainly would have continued on the turn. Even sets would have bet again on the turn. So you're just saying here you got a deuce. Or you got skadoosh.
I feel like Danchev could look him up.
Dimitar.
Or, no, it's so much of a big bet that you can't even do that Ace of Hearts thing, can you?
Yeah. Good call, though. No, I like where your head's at. Like, rep the... Yeah, because you would never even check shove with the nut flush here when it's, you know. Oh. Can Dimitar the Scimitar Danchev. That's like a cool sword, you know.
I know,
yeah.
a scimitar, yes.
Like that, yeah. Is it a silent C?
Pretty sure.
Damn.
We don't know.
We don't know.
I've never encountered a scimitar in real life.
Danchev, not a believer in a coffin right now. Trying to see light. Oh, you know he's going to show you a bluff, too.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're going to have to see it.
He just wants him to fold so badly with this sizing.
Calling here and being right, such a rush.
Yeah. You ever done this? Have you ever called a 2x pot bet with ace high?
Maybe like once in my life.
Oh, he folds it. He's going to see it. The 4-3 is face.
Ace high. Yeah, I figured ace of hearts.
Wow. Omar coming.
Yeah, and such an intelligent sizing. And that's what he said about the ace of hearts was that he needed to make it a size that
he couldn't
his
do
opponent
the ace
couldn't
of hearts.
do the ace of hearts thing.
Yeah.
It's like I'm representing a boat. What boat do you really have, right? So sometimes if your story doesn't make sense, just bet really big. And you might, you know, scare off your opponent. Really impressive stuff from the table chip leader.
Oh boy, we have got the bubble on the screen. Yeah.
I heard it.
191 players are paid. We are 10 from the money. That bubble will not hit during this level.
Okay.
Yeah, 23 minutes till we hit a break.
Yarosh opening from early position with 2 10s.
Oh, a nice little complete here for the queen 9 of spades.
Heads up to the flop.
Ooh.
10, 9, tray, 1 spade. Andrade could get in a little bit of trouble here. Top set for Yarosh.
Yeah, as far as flops go and you are defending the queen 9 of spades, this is a pretty darn good one. You know, you have some good back doors as backup to that 9, but when you're up against topset.net, you're in a little trouble.
Yep, we're going to see another card. card is the King of Hearts.
As far as turn cards go, I think it's a pretty decent one for DeAndre to
say,
get out of there, even though you haven't turned more equity. You know, once you see a large bet, which we should expect to see from Jarosz, I would guess, you know, somewhere in the range of 20,000. It is going to be 17 and a half. So still 13 and a half. So a really intelligent size here. Trying to allow a hand like a pair and a straight draw to continue, not wanting to scare it off.
You must be brave AF to make it this size on a board this wet. Like, that is a confident individual.
It's a very, very smart sizing. Really targeting this exact range.
Andrade makes the call with only 10% equity.
Yeah. A jack would be jubilation, a 9 would be disaster, and anything else, I think he's going to be able to get away with his 20 big blinds.
De Andrade checks. Ricardo De Andrade.
Set up perfectly for a pot-sized shove. Let's see if Jarosz goes for the jugular or tries to milk.
Throat or udder?
That should be a new thing.
Behind the third door is a milking machine that don't stop till it gets 50 gallons.
No, I think we're pretty confident that, you know, DeAndre's going to be able to get away from his hand, but there are some considerations. You know, ace-jack, for instance, would be a 3-barrel bluff here. Some sort of heart combination, like an ace-5 of hearts, would find themselves in the river in this situation. So there are some bluffs. Maybe something like a 7-8 suited that would have raised an early position and bet twice. So it is not outside of the realm of possibility that a hero call with third pair here is in the cards. You also block Queen Jack, which makes it a little bit less likely your opponent has the nuts straight. You would just hate to fold here and be shown the ace-7 of hearts, but you know, you also don't want to be shown the set of 10s. If you call.
There's other sets you could be shown too, right? Like
No, just 10s.
Set of kings?
You know, they don't give out those 3s or kings.
Kings?
Anymore. No? No, yeah, you're right.
What about, and I'm not saying this, but what about aces? You ever going to be up against aces here?
You are, yeah.
Okay.
And makes the fold. And he's going to be shown the good news.
Do you think someone at some point is just going to be like, nah?
Yeah, I mean, Jarosz tried to do that earlier because he's like, I didn't agree to the game. And then finally relented.
Fun poker today from EPT Prague.
Yeah.
I have Jack 9 most of the time in this situation. Not one time.
Great level for Jarosz. All the way up to 281,000.
How long we will play from next level?
What?
How long we will play from next level? What do you think?
Either the whole level or until the money.
No. Yeah, I know, but how long it will take?
In the tail.
What do you think?
I think it's gonna be quite quick. It seems quite quick.
Jarosz playing the rush. Queen 10 suited.
The Jarosz.
The Jarosz. Big time Jarash. Ooh, Queen Jack for L Jack. Really?
Yeah, gonna play it as a 3-bet. Chip leader on second chip leader, pretty much here. And Jarosz with a hand that can.
I like it.
Yeah,
Come on,
you
let's
know.
against all the chips. You can get a full
Yeah,
double up
100
here.
big blinds. You want to make some calls here with your suited queen 10s, I think. But you know what? A
Also fine.
disciplined fold.
Also fine.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, playing against the chip leader who's capable of 2x potting rivers out of position, you know, it's okay to make some tight folds pre-flop as well. Isn't it particularly, you know, it's not the hardest table in the world. You're getting a lot of opportunities to make chips by just it being near the bubble. So I think that's where it comes from as well. Is it like, you know, we are close to making the money. Let's not fight for pots in 3-bet pots out of position against the chip leader.
I guess if your goal is to min cash, real players go for the win.
It's true. Throw to rudder. It's catching on.
Hey, all right.
The 1-1.
And it goes big, goes 7,000. No more of this 6,500 nonsense. Yarosh calls with the 78 trombones. King, Jack, Deuce, 3 hearts. Nobody's got a heart. Not having the ace of hearts here.
You have to have the heart.
Really stinks, the heart and the commitment.
You have to have the heart and the commitment.
You do a pretty good Lithuanian Australian accent.
Do I?
No.
Just aces.
If you raise, I took that. Good times.
I like a happy Demeter Danchev. Some people, it's easy to get a smile. Some people, it's like, oh, it's a little more special.
I think it's hard to smile when you're named after a sword. Scimitar.
You're making a lot of steps there, pal. Especially because his name is pronounced Demeter. Which, by the way, James and I called him Dimitar for like a decade, and then one day I heard Dan Shack call him Demeter, and I was like, oh, that makes way more sense. See, in America, there's a snack called fruit by the foot, and in Europe, it's by Demeter.
Oh, God.
Yarosh in the small blind, Jack 8 suited, and he's just going to put Pereira all in. Is that normal? Pereira's got like 31 big blinds.
He doesn't have. Oh, he does have 93,000. Yeah. I think there are some things that you're allowed to do at the bubble like that. Yeah.
I just forgot all the time.
Like, I don't think that he's supposed to call there with like ace 9 or anything like that. You know, things that are slightly ahead, like you kind of need to get in the money. So you just need to dodge here from him getting like 2 10s plus, I think.
All right. Whatever you say, mastermind. What is the minimum age required to play here? Well, Jaden, 21. You're fine. Ricardo de Andrade. Ace tray.
Wait, 2-year-olds can't play. Oh, 21 years old.
Yeah, 21.
I got there.
Andrade's gotten through to the blinds. Pereira eyeballing Andrade's stack. Well, thank you.
Who is the youngest ever EPT winner? I bet James would know this.
It's not something we've brought up for a long time.
Also, it's probably not that impressive anymore because the person that was that young is like not that young anymore.
Right. That person's
Yeah.
probably 40 now.
Yeah, it's just like
Mike
this is not that
McDonald
cool.
was pretty young.
Oh
when
my
he
God,
won.
Mike
He
McDonald
was 19.
Yeah, he must have had a fake ID. That guy was so
No,
young.
no fake IDs. People are always of legal age.
Of course,
and
of course.
Very heavily
But the
scrutinized when they're that young.
Yeah. He was real fresh faced. Quite a legend, Mike McDonald. Timex. I feel like any player whose screen name is named after a watch, James just must. That's my guy.
New feature table. Oh boy, look at this. Thomas Clack.
Griffin Benger, are we allowed to do that?
I don't think so.
No. Oh yeah, there's some very interesting characters on this one. I guess I shouldn't spoil another Japanese player though. That's cool.
There must have been a sale.
Yeah.
We usually get a bunch of Japanese players at Monte Carlo
Because of the whole vacation time
Golden
thing,
Week.
right? Yeah,
Is there
Golden
another?
Week.
Did they add a Bronze Week or something? Oh, we're going to a flop here. Pereira versus L-Jack. 2 10s for Pereira. We are missing one of the hold cards here, and I've been told we're going to get a new deck during the break, which is in 8.5 minutes. I like to try to figure out which card is broken, though.
I will say, as far as single cards to have here on this particular board,
Jack of
L-Jack
Diamonds pretty
is
good.
going to have some reasons to continue, you know?
King Jack good, Queen Jack good, Jack 10 good, 2
Yeah,
diamonds good.
you know, Jack 9 of diamonds is going to find a check raise here.
Yeah, well, check raise indeed.
Jack 9 off even with the Jack of diamonds, going to find a check raise some of the time here. Pereira ain't scared though. He's expecting that this is going to be the line the chip leader is going to take sometimes. Will be continuing. And hope to get some non-diamond runouts.
Tray ball on the turn. These clubs not a factor in either player's hand. Jamie wants to know how many more levels of streaming left, Joe. Today, we're going to finish out this level. Then we're going to have a 30-minute break. And then we're going to play one more level. And that'll be it for today.
L-Jack, the storyteller, slams out 20,000, which represents 25% of Pereira's remaining stack. And even if you are getting bluffed some of the time here, Are you prepared to call here and then call again on the river? Is your opponent going to give up if they don't have it? So many things to consider. I think Pereira is probably going to be leaning call here and then maybe a wait-and-see approach on the river. You would hate to just get bet fold to 20K here from Jack 5 of diamonds, right? So there is the call. And we go to a very important river.
Ooh.
Oh!
Well, other card irrelevant.
Oh.
Jack X winning. Perfect. Thanks. You are the best. I don't care what they say about you. What? Who's saying? Who's not?
Who said that?
This guy, Jamie. Thinks you're the best. I don't care what they say about you.
Are you talking about me or you?
Oh, no. I think he's talking about me. Check, check. Jack, Jack. L Jack for L Jack. Can we see the other card?
Yeah, come on.
I want to see the other card.
I want to know what he has.
Ooh, Jack 4 of diamonds.
Yep. That's a Jack 5 of diamonds, right?
The flat
You gotta call the
tire.
turn.
5 minutes left on the level. $209 big blind for Omar L Jack.
Show off. And that jacket, how dare you think you can
L
get away
jacket.
with that? Beautiful. Light blue
That is
jacket.
a slick jacket.
Yeah.
Man, I hate it when people look good in
I
clothes.
could never pull that off.
Yeah, it's just awful.
I feel like on a good day you can pull that off, like if you're really feeling yourself.
No.
Yeah, you had a good stroll down the hall earlier. I saw that. I was like, there's something going on. If only he had the right jacket.
I can't wear skinny people clothes. Like model clothes don't work for me.
I should.
Pereira folds 8-6 off.
Pretty good button hand for Dario Sammartino.
Ace Jack gives me Ajita. $7,500. These raises are getting bigger and bigger.
Is that allowed?
Oh, I should be 10.
Who the heck is that?
This guy?
Actually, if you have 3 more.
It's Bergstrom, baby.
When did he get here?
Yeah, he's been here the whole time.
What the heck?
He's been chilling. Yeah. No, dude, this is a stacked feature.
I don't think we've cut to him one time.
We did it before you came on.
Top pair, top kicker for Sammartino.
And
top C-bet.
Yeah, and L-Jack's perceived range here of pocket fours or ace-4 suited. I think you're going to see it continue for both of those
It was
hands.
the 4 of diamonds before.
So it could be pocket fours. Yeah, it makes sense.
P4s. 8 of clubs on the turn.
That's a really cool skill to have, actually. You're able to track the cards that aren't reading in the thing.
What's weird is that they never happen. Oh, I know why. I was about to say, they're never broken for the flop, but we can see them.
Oh,
so
yeah,
they can't be.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. That is... Wow. That's good. You heard it here first, people. The RFID works perfectly fine for the flop. We hooked that.
There's never a
stuff
blank.
Up.
There's never a blank.
There's
on the
never a
flop.
blank on the flop or the turn or the river. We're going to show you every single one. Those ones are all working perfectly fine.
Oh, man.
Dario.
All right, well, we're going to cut to an outer table right now where all of the hold cards are broken. We've got Ramon Callias versus Ian Gascoigne. And the board, which we can see, is the Jack of Spades, Ace of Diamonds, 9 of Spades, 10 of Spades. Street Flash possibilities. Ramon just bet 13,000. Now, why did we cut? Ooh, that's a raise to 40,000 from Gascoigne. Gascoigne is almost like Gascoigne. Gascoigne. I'll get there. And I'll have plenty of time. You know why?
Yeah.
Because this is going to be our next feature table.
Nice.
That's why we're here. Not just for a random hold card list hand. Featuring one of the game's hottest tournament poker players, Mr. Boxes.
That looks like a comfy little sweater there.
That's a fun jumper. I like it.
Yeah. Is that a PokerStars official one?
I don't think so. I see no branding on it other than the patch, which is magnetic.
Right. But the patch kind of works with it, that's what I'm saying. You know?
Ramon folds. This pot's going to go to Gascoigne, and at this point, I will inform you what other players are at this table. So we've got Ramon, we've got Ian Gascoigne, we've got Vanni Lossi from Italy, Sebastian Schultz from Germany, Yuto Suzuki from Japan, Nicholas Zamataro from France, Jacob Amselem also from France, and Thomas Clack from the UK. Clickety-clack, we will be back, but this featured table won't. Not as it stands now, and we will hit the bubble in the next level, sending these players back out into the wild. Omar Eljak still on top. Omar coming. Dario Sammartino with 74 bigs. Patrick Yarosh doing well, and then a huge gap between Yarosh and Nemoto, Bergstrom, Danchev, De Andrade, and Pereira. 2 stacks in the legit danger zone. As I mentioned, a new featured table when we get back, headlined by Ramon Callejas. And you know what? I'm just gonna keep throwing Thomas Clack in there, just because I like his name. 30-minute dinner break. And when we return, world-famous bubble coverage. More from EPT Prague in 30.
He's going to raise to 13,000. Salvatore pass.
I wonder if because of the fact that we mostly start in the money on the TV coverage, if people who watched on TV understood how hard it was to cash.
One announces re-raise 40,000.
Like it might have just looked like everyone just gets money.
There is Manuel Bavond. Now, he's quite important at PokerStars these days, Joe, so be careful what you say about him.
Sebastian announces
Is he a bon vivant?
Ruthenberg all in after Maceras 3-bet.
How many chips you got? 130. Total 130.
Sebastian's all-in is 134,500.
Wow.
Not sure you really want to be calling it off with King Queen in this spot for
Yeah, first sevens.
75% of your chips.
Eights.
No.
I don't have 8s.
You have 8s?
I don't have 8.
Close to that.
I'm not sick.
Eh? What are you saying?
Not sick.
Yeah.
That's a good point from Busty. Are we going to hear the trademark Prague squeak in the background of this coverage?
Is it the same room?
I think it might actually be a different room.
What do you have?
King Queen. King Queen, man.
That's sick.
That's sick, eh?
That's sick.
That's sick. I'm really thinking about.
What does it mean, that's sick? I mean, he's just never going to be worse than King Queen.
I called you with nines.
Be careful saying I call at the beginning of your sentence.
I call you with nines. Nines are good. If I can change my card for nines, I call. That's for sure.
Wanna switch then?
This for nines?
No, this. For yours.
I need a ruling if you guys want me to.
Let's see how much I got here. All right.
Neil's like, hurry it up. Let's go. All right, I'm counting him down in 3, 2, 1.
All right, nice hand.
Nice
What
hand.
does that mean, Juan?
He folds.
And passes.
So now I guess I only lost 100K since I started today.
Great. All right, under the gun, Sebastian's going to raise.
Ruthenberg raising with 10-3 offsuit. Pocket fours here for Jensen.
He's going to pass to Juan.
That gets folded. Ace-8 for Juan Maceras.
Juan says he's going to play with his friend.
And he's going to call with Ace-8 suited.
Dan passes on the button over to Raul on the small.
You know the song Guantanamera?
Yeah.
I always want to sing Juan Maceras.
It almost scans. Raul Mestre is the other Spanish player at this table. He's in the small blind.
Why does that sound so familiar? We used to cover him a lot, didn't we?
Yeah, he makes a few appearances on the tour.
I'm all in.
Raul announces re-raise.
Okie dokie.
He's going to shove with Queen Jack. Well, that's a simple fold for Ruthenberg.
I'm going to shove on Maceras.
That works.
So will Juan, and Raul is going to take the pot.
And a fold from Maceras as well. The all-in gets through.
La primera que gano yo.
Blinds 3,000, 6,000 with a 500 ante.
Salvatore folds to Brian. He's going to raise.
Brian Jensen opens with fives.
Thank you. All right. I don't have here. I got to here. Vea, 100 coronas.
Kings for Manuel Bavon.
Raúl, tienes 5 coronas.
Bavon, the bon Bavon.
Estoy quebrado, no tengo ni 5 coronas.
Manuel makes the call. Sebastian's going to pass.
I have Manuel to thank for all those many days I spent in a voiceover booth saying $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000.
But you know what? That's brought a lot of joy to a lot of people.
9 of spade.
In that
I'll be
case,
the first to admit I wasn't sold on that idea, but I've had so many people tell me how tickled they were when they got those videos. Do they still happen?
I believe they do, in which case, claps for Manuel Bavon, please.
By the way, who just flats here at the Pocket Kings.
Nice.
19. Brian's going to bet 19,000.
I'm all in.
Seriously.
Re-raise all in. Raise all in.
Under-repping his hand. But now decides to go crazy with it.
Well, he's obviously just playing for Jensen's stack here, who's got 53.5K behind. Continued with the fives, and Bavon has check-raised all in.
Do you call it off here with fives, hoping to be up against 2 overs and a flush draw? I don't know if I want to fade all those outs. If you're ahead, I think you can just fold here and live to fight another day. You've got... You don't really leave yourself much of a stack here, do you? Oh, no, wait. 6,000, yeah, no, not good.
Yeah, it's fewer than 10 bigs.
I just can't think of a situation where you're going to be very happy when you get it in, even ahead. But I think you're going to be behind so often.
He folds.
Emmanuel's going to take the pot.
I'm genuinely surprised to see a fold there, even though I couldn't think of a reason to call.
Well, it's time to step into the mind of an EPT champion. We're going to sweat with Sebastian Ruthenberg on this next hand and only see his hole cards.
This should be fun.
He's going to raise to 17,000. Fold over to Nasser.
Ruthenberg has raised with ace-10.
Okay, my friend. So me and you again, yeah?
And it's Juan Maceres who's going to take him on.
Man, you look serious now.
It's interesting he says me and you again. My initial instinct is that because of their history,
yeah.
I don't think he's going to be super strong here, but...
Well, you don't know whether you're going to see a call or a re-raise. That's the first thing.
Yeah. I don't think this is an act, right? Like, I don't think he's super strong when he's not really sure what he wants to do here.
40,000 more.
He puts 40,000 on top for a total.
Like, I know it's a boring sweat with him, but I just fold.
I'm not folding no matter what.
There it goes.
It's folded back around to Ruthenberg. So now we have the decision of what to do in response to this re-raise with ace-10.
I just like a fold here. I don't see a lot of situations where, like, we're in really good shape. Like, given the history, maybe Juan wants to get a little revenge here, and he's
8-9 spades.
Raising a worse hand, but...
Can I put Maceres on an exact hand?
Yeah.
Queen 10.
Your hand, I mean.
I think it might be King Queen again.
And Juan's going to take the pot.
Well, Ruthenberg has folded. What did Maceres have? Wow, Ace King.
All right, I'm back, man. Today, I raised 4 first hands. Anybody come over the top. I lost 100K in 3 hands.
It's just a fold with ace-10.
Is this Kate's first appearance on the EPT?
Holy Kate the dealer.
Frederick first.
Frederick Nygard from Finland folds. Pedersen's out. Raul Mestre.
He's going to raise to 50.
Raises with ace king of diamonds. Pocket tens for Bevant. Flats.
Manuel's going to make the call.
He likes a flat.
Salvatore.
He likes a flat with a big hand.
Nazir El Nazir.
He'll pass to Nasser. He'll fold
The flat makes sense here. You don't necessarily want to re-raise and then have to get it in for your whole stack with pocket tens or get 4-bet.
Flop is
Queen, Jack, 8.
And flops like this you can get away from, although you do have a gut shot. So maybe you call 1.
He's going to make it 24,000.
Mestre continuing with his gut shot and 2 overs.
And your gut shot's pretty safe if you hit it, but obviously if you hit the 10, you know, 8 king makes it straight.
For 24,000 apiece, these guys are going to look at the turn card. Turn card is the ace of clubs.
So Mestre gets there on the turn and now has 84% equity.
Raul is first.
Seems like a spot where you want to bet again with ace king. Mestre checks.
So, Emmanuel, these guys are going to see the river then?
Action goes, check, check.
The river is the 9 of
Oh, Bavon River's the straight.
This is just so unnecessary to have let your opponent get there.
Emmanuel's going to bet 60,000.
Nice chunky bet on the river. 60K into 90K.
Pissed. He's just like, why did I check the turn? I think there's just so much that beats ace king, you have to let this go. Like, so many 2 pairs got there. So much of the flatting range, when you raise ace king and then get flatted, is just going to have ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, pocket 10s. You don't worry as much about your king 10s and stuff like that, but even still possible. Yeah, lets it go. Good fold. Frustrating.
Get it quietly, love. Bavon has opened with ace queen. Frederick Newgard, the chip leader, has 6s in the small.
Newgard.
And so we'll
And Pedersen comes along from the big with 7s.
Are you trying to say New York guard?
No.
NY guard?
Flop here.
Six, right? I know it.
Frederick's going to be first.
No one else has really connected with this board, though.
So Newgard has checked, which is fine. You don't have to. I do say always bet your sets, but you can still check to the pre-flop raiser. Now, no one has connected, but Pedersen thinks the 7s could very likely be the best hand.
And he's going to lead into this pot for 37,000. So Bavon with 2 overs and backdoor spades working for him. Has backdoor straight cards as well. 3-way.
I don't hate a call. I really don't hate a call there. I think when people lead that flop, they're going to have exactly the kind of hand that Pedersen has. I think your overs are going to be good a lot. I think there's lots of good turn cards for you.
No, hate is too strong a word, but I don't like it either. And I'm not sure I want to continue with that hand in a 3-way pot.
I'm probably too loose there. I don't mind a call there. Even if they lead with a 10, like, you're not in terrible shape.
Newgard just calls.
In this case, you are in terrible shape to Nygaard.
6, 4, 10 queen with 2 hearts on board.
So look, you play it my way, you lose a lot of money here.
Yeah, because you pay your queen on the turn and then you start paying off more bets.
Yeah.
Anywho, Newgard just flatted.
These guys going to take a look at the river now.
Goes check, check on the turn. The river card is a 3. Last chance for value.
So again, when someone leads the flop like that, like, I'm going to think they have a pair a lot of the time. Something that can pay off a bet here. I'm probably going to put in a value bet with a set. Something real tasty. 141,000 out there. Something like 60.
Tasty.
Frederick's going to bet 62,000.
There you go, 62,000. Now, I don't think Nygaard expects Pedersen to have 7s that often. I think it's going to be a 10 a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Maybe even a 4. I think the lead out with bottom pair is a fairly standard move. Gets the call. Well done.
Sixes for pocket sixes for a set of sixes.
So
Pedersen likes it.
Frederick Nygard will increase his chip lead with around 20 players remaining at this point in time.
No one's clapping for him. I'll do it.
I'm sure he appreciates
We can't all be superstars like Manuel Bavon.
120,000.
Blinds 4,000, 8,000 with a 1,000 ante.
Dan's going to fold under the gun over Raul.
Action folded to Bavon, who's got ace-10.
Doesn't do that quite often. Manuel's going to raise to 20,000. Salvatorial fold to Nostra.
Raises to 20,000. Niceris has 8s in the small and says call. Nygard in the big has queen 5.
Frederick's going to pass.
I check, my man.
Check to me?
Yeah. You can check it down also. Let's see the turn. Let's see the turn. It's a funny game.
You want to check it down?
Yeah.
Cannot check it down.
Not really sure you can discuss that.
That's my bad.
Yeah, take this money in the pot. Just in case I get it.
Okay, 1 and Manuel are going to go heads up.
Let's just chalk it up to a bit of fun.
So Maceris has checked dark. Action will be on Bavon after a flop of King 10-8. Second pair top kicker for Bavon. The set of 8s for Maceris. Bavon does check behind, so we are going to the turn.
Okay, so in all your wildest dreams, when you check dark, like this is your dream, right?
Yeah.
You're like, I'm going to check dark and flop a set. Let's see if this actually works out for the person who checks dark.
This might be like the one time in 150 when it actually works.
32.
We're not checking anymore. We're going to bet 32,000. Juan is going to bet 32,000.
All right, I show you, like everybody else.
Hey, call. Manuel announces call of the 32.
Bavon calls the 32K in this hand going to the river. Maceris has a lock on it. No river card can help Bavon.
King of clubs.
You know what?
That river card.
I have no idea what the hell you got
Bavon, actually.
No idea, man. Italian, no idea. The truth. This is the truth.
Might make him think that his 10 is more likely to be good, but Maceris is going to blast off here, so maybe.
A bet of 80,000. Snap calls it. Oh, man.
Tous des 7, putain. 80?
80.
Did he just say a rude French word?
He did, but in France, it's not that rude.
You got the king,
I
right?
hear it pretty regularly when I'm there. Usually in my direction.
Folded to Pedersen, he's out. Mestre with 9-3 will pass. Bavon's on the button and is going to move all in with 10-6 of diamonds. Salvatore Bonavena has King-Jack suited in the small.
And not much more chips than that. I think you gotta just let this go.
Yeah, but you also don't have your name embroidered on the back of your jacket.
You've also got another player to act behind you.
Announces call. Wow.
Bonavena calls, Nazar folds. So here we go. Bavon at risk and behind.
Salvatore has king, jack of spades.
I think it's very rare you're going to be in this good a shape in this situation.
Manuel has 10-6 suited in diamonds. Salvatore has king, jack suited in spades. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is ace of clubs, deuce of hearts, 9 of diamonds.
King high, still ahead.
Make it interesting. Come on, make it interesting. So far, the king, jack of spades is still in the lead.
Jack of diamonds.
Let's see the turn card, please. Turn card is the 7 of spades. Manuel has now picked up a gut shot straight
10,
draw
8.
to go with his 10.
4 more outs now.
He's going to need a 10, a 6, or an 8.
Hey, he knows the pokers, he knows his outs. Does not hit. The Italian celebrates as Salvatore Bonavena KOs Manuel Bavon in 19th place. He cashes for 13,800 euros.
Congratulations, Manuel. You've won 13,800 euros.
You played some pretty good hands.
Yeah. Hachi Machi.
When I had
Congratulations.
We hope to see you back at the table soon.
Ah.
4,000, 8,000 with a 1K ante. 18 players remaining. EPT 5, Prague, the main event from December 2008. Nazar El Nazar with ace 7.
Translation, Nazar the Nazar.
Nazar's going to raise 19,000.
A raise to 19K and pocket jacks for Frederick Nugard.
I think we can 3-bet this. No reason to slow play it. Can make sure that the blinds don't get a super good price.
Frederick's going to make the call from the button of 19,000.
Oop, he's going to just call.
Are gonna pass, though.
He's too good at flopping sets, I guess.
And with the blinds folding, we're going heads up to the flop.
Flop is 3 of spades, king of clubs, deuce of spades.
No set, but jack's still ahead.
He's going to bet out.
All right, so no choice but to call at least one here. You ever just fold jacks to 1 overcard? You're like, ah, they have it this time.
Oh yeah.
Frederick's going to make the call of 26,000.
I do it every once in a while too. Just like, nope.
That turn card is the deuce of clubs.
That is a safe turn card.
He's going to check. Both players are going to check. Let's take a look at the river card.
Check, check.
All right, that's
River card is the 5 of diamonds.
that's fair. Good run out. Pot small enough. If El Nazar decides to put in any sort of reasonable bet, jacks can call. 108,000 in the middle.
Nasser's going to bet.
I think it's tough to get a better hand to fold here if you're El Nazar. There's not a ton of reason why a king would not keep betting on the turn. Yeah, a couple of straight draws came in on the river, but you really don't expect either of these players.
Daniel Biro out in 18th place, down to 17 now.
Frederick's going to make the call.
You got it.
Want to show?
Nasser shows ace-7 for a pair of twos with an ace kicker.
A7, no good. Jacks win the hand. More chips for the chip leader.
Bad lookalike, ready? For Newgard, dollar bill from Billions.
That's a good lookalike.
Yeah, I will.
Stick the curly wig on him and he'll be passed to Tim from the Americans.
Today, one
That's
hand.
right.
I'm not gonna say what, when, but I only got one big hand. Yeah. Well, I got a eight full, but I got a very good hand today. Only one.
Man, how good was the Americans, huh?
Very enjoyable series.
Yeah, I always have fun playing poker.
Frederick's made the call from the small blind. We're over to Dan in the big blind.
So Mestre
hates re-raising.
Has opened with sixes. Newgard calling with the ace-10. Pedersen with 10-9.
Sorry, Newgard.
Dan's going to make the call as well. So we've got 3 players going to see this flop. Frederick, Dan, and Raul. Let's see the flop, please. The flop is going to be the 7 of clubs, the 5 of spades, and the 8 of clubs. Frederick's
7, 8, 9, 10.
Almost.
Dan's going to move all in.
Sixes, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
How much is it?
See where you're going here.
Does anybody have a straight, though?
Not yet.
There's 47,000 is the bet.
Pedersen getting it in with 2 overs and the straight draw. Mestre considering calling it off with the pair in the open ender. I don't know about this.
Frederick's going to throw it away.
Yes, it is the best hand. I think you're going to be up against like a 7, 6, 7 a lot and top pair a lot. I don't know about the call at sixes. Am I crazy?
2 overcards, and he also has an open ender. None of the flushes are in play. Dan is the all-in player. Let's see the turn card, please. The turn card is the 3.
6 is still holding.
Dan is going to need a 6, a 9, or a 10.
No, just a 10.
Mestre pointing out that a 9 is not one of Pedersen's outs. That would give Mestre the straight.
River card is an 8.
It's another 8 on the river, and that will see Dan Pedersen dispatched in 16th place. So someone just went out from one of the outer tables in 17th, Pedersen out in 16th. So the redraw for the final 2 tables will be down to the final 15. Welcome back to Prague in the year 2023 and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Day 2 of this year's main event from King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. And stand by for world-famous bubble coverage. We've reached that point, ladies and gentlemen. 198 players are returning from the dinner break. 191 will get paid. That's right, 7 eliminations and we will be in the money. So our bubble coverage starts now. These are the chip leaders coming back from break, players who should not be going out in the next few minutes. But there are plenty of players in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Plenty of players like Thomas Klack and Sebastian Schulze are going to have to play extremely cautiously if they want to earn at least a min cash. This is our new feature table. I am James Hartigan. You've already heard the dulcet tones of Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Also with us on commentary duties is Mr. Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Ramon Kalias, hoping to make another deep run in an EPT main event, Nick.
Does that mean we can do some singing at some stage?
Sadly, we have Christmas jumper Ramon rather than mustard Ramon.
Mustard Ramon, yeah.
Jumper Ramon?
We can still follow. Yeah, Jumper Ramon. Jumper Ramon. On a Monday, on a Tuesday. No, see?
No.
Jumpering Ramon doesn't work.
The idea is you workshop it before you then test it on the audience.
Well, you know,
you know what you've just done, Nick? We call it griffining.
Oh, sorry.
That is griffining.
You've just griffined the situation.
I feel a lot worse about that now.
So blinds are 2,000, 4,000 with a 4K big blind ante.
Which one is mine? Which one?
I like to collaborate with the audience, James. That's all.
Right. Perfect. Thank you.
So action starts with one of the table short stacks. Sebastian Schulze, he folds. Round to Nicholas Zamataro. And now Thomas Clack from the United Kingdom.
7 fold.
Jacob Anselm, King 10 of spades in the cutoff. He is one of the big stacks of the table, has more than 110 big blinds, opens to 16,000.
It's a great name for a salesman. Anselm.
Ramon, Jack 4 suited in the big blind.
Ready to see Ramon busted on the bubble, but maybe not against the other player who has 400,000 in chips.
Yes, Ramon is officially the biggest stack at this table. This is why you don't test stuff on the audience, Nick. Dr. Spod, how's this for collaboration? Boo!
Jeez.
I mean, here's the thing. You guys hate the chat pros. I live with them every day of my life. I'm kind of into it. I'm desensitized by that kind of stuff. In fact, I applaud that sort of behavior.
Wow.
Yeah.
We got to get Nick out of there.
Look at this guy. This isn't the PokerStars Christmas jumper, guys.
Maybe that one's dirty.
By the way, am I right in saying that every feature table we've had today, there has been a Japanese player at the table?
Yeah, I was wondering if there was like a sale on flights or something. Like a really good exchange rate, yen to euros.
I think it's great to see a growing number of Japanese players on the EPT. Yuto Suzuki not playing this hand. Nicholas Amataro has also folded. Thomas Clack with ace-8 starts the hand with 16 bigs.
I feel like there's so many great Clack jokes that I can't even think of one right away. It's really bugging me.
Thomas Clack, a regular out here on the streets.
Aces for Vanni Lossi. Italians made up the single biggest slice of the pie. 8.4% of the field. And Lossi's going to make it 8,000. King-Queen suited for Ramon.
I love a good queen suited aces matchup. Oh.
Yeah, that is a re-raise designed to put Lossi all in, and he will be all in here. Also leveraging Sebastian Schultz's super short stack, 6-4 in the big blind.
What to do? Bop, bop, bop. Carry the one. Calculate the pot odds. Yep, bop, bop.
By the way, if somehow King-Queen gets the better of aces, we are going to sing the Ramon song. Traditional version, standard version, classic version, non-mustard variety.
On a Monday, on a Tuesday, we're following Ramon or just
There's
following?
no we're.
No, following.
Okay.
That's why my little workshop didn't work there.
So the fold from Schulze. The call from aces. And Lossi at risk, but way ahead.
Goo!
If Ramon loses this, he'll be left with 300K. He'll have 77 big blinds, still a significantly above average stack.
20%, that's so much percent against aces. God, aces suck.
The flop is queen high with one spade. It's the gut shot for Ramon.
Come on.
Man, so many ways to improve now.
37%.
Yeah, and
No.
Lossi's going to have to fade jacks, queens, and kings. It's a king! On the turn, it's 2-pair for Ramon. Now Lossi has to hit and needs a 9-10 jack or ace.
Raging.
The river card is a 7. I believe in Christmas. Ramon harnessing the power of that jumper to get there with King Queen, eliminate a player close to the bubble, and we're going to sing it, guys.
Follow Ramon. Follow Ramon. On a Monday, on a Tuesday, following Ramon.
Hey!
I was a little lost in the beginning because I really don't have a lot of practice at that one, but Vanny Luzi.
Nice hand, Ramon. You luck box.
Mr. Luck Boxes.
He consolidates his position as table chip leader, 586,000, 146 big blinds.
It does.
197 players remaining. 5 eliminations away from hand for hand and being on the pure bubble. 6 eliminations away from being in the money.
All the stag note, but
Not too shabby. Nice outcome there for Team Pro. Ramon Correas. 146 big blinds in a dream. Under the gun, King and Jack suiting. Was that a fold? Samataro does not want to play King Jack suited. Please note now.
Buddy, if aces don't have a chance, what shot does King Jack suited have?
It's 1 card less than the King Queen suited that cracked him.
You just know that Ramon's gonna. He's on the war path, clearly.
1, fold.
I'm selling.
3, fold.
The raise is to 8,000. Schulze with King Queen suited in the small blind. What do you do here, Nick? Close to the bubble, 10 big blinds.
Oh, man. I think it might be too strong. Oh, it's such a rough spot if you just run into it. King Queen suited, such a monster here for this stack, though, especially against the wider hijack open.
And he just saw King Queen suited run into it.
True. I honestly don't know, James. We are very close to the money, but not so close that I think you miss the instant print spots. And I feel like King Queen suited just does so well. Your opponent will raise fold pre-flop. They will raise call with worse. If you do run into it, you're going to have a ton of equity very frequently. Personally, I just gamble and then I cry when I run into aces. Looks like Schulze agrees with me, and I love to see it.
5, fold.
I'm not sure.
Anselm asked for a count, but has Jack 9 off?
45,000.
Is he calling?
Yep.
Wow.
Whoa.
This is what I like to call optimism.
All in call.
I can guarantee you Schulze absolutely hates this, by the way, despite having the best hand.
Absolutely. Your opponent has live cards. Fortunately, only 1 live suit.
Look at his face. He's so confused. He's like, what's going on? Why?
Rambling and gambling with Jacob Anselm.
Can King Queen suited pull it off again here on the feature table?
This time it's ahead. Ace 8-5 on the flop. Heart on the turn.
Ooh. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 9. It's
yes.
the double gutty.
Anselm, 10 outs, 10 cards that Schulze has to fade. That's a safe card. That is going to be a double up for Schulze. That's King Queen suited, working twice in a row.
Love me Queen suited.
Yeah, love the little spot. Very nice pickup. Probably did not want that call, but now he's going to love it. 24 big blinds.
At least the stream's getting the most sweaty turns possible.
I want to jump on for the stream too.
Yeah.
Tell him, clack.
Anselm still playing more than 100 big blinds, second in chips at this table.
I like how we're staying on Amsterdam so we can just see the 5 stages of grief.
It didn't do too much damage to his stat.
He has not reached acceptance yet, I'll tell you that much.
Here he is, Thomas Clack, a.k.a. Air Draken. Next fold.
7-6 suited for Anselm. Back in action. Raises to 9,000. Ian Gascoigne, King-Jack offsuit.
One call, 9,000.
Makes the call in position. Schulze folds the button. Suzuki folds the small. Zamataro, who won his way here via a €50 satellite, 6-4 in the big, folds. Ace, King, 10. Just the one heart. Gascoigne a 92% favorite here.
What's the best way to get back the chips you lost on the last hand, Nick?
Keep firing.
That's right. Play this hand. Play every hand until you get those chips back. I think that's in Super System.
2 pair now for Gascoigne, but it does put a lot of straights and a few flushes out there. Check, check. And the 8 of diamonds on the river, a very flushy straighty board.
Check for diamonds. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Put him to the test. It's the correct glance tell as well, guys. You notice that he'll look down, checking for diamonds. Just kidding. I know I've got 6-7 hearts.
Your cards are black, my friend.
And also, of course, King Jack losing to the Queen. So great little spot.
Wow,
Team
wait.
Anselm.
I told you.
You were right, Joe.
Chase.
Listen, listen, listen. I'm telling you, Team Anselm, I like his style. Wasn't afraid to gamble with the Jack-9. Wasn't afraid to bluff that river. He's going all the way.
Bold prediction. A bold prediction, by the way. I'm working on something for the way that you like to predict bet sizing and people to go up. I think it's going to be prediction time.
That could be a segment. What's your prediction?
Festive Vermont.
Festive Vermont. Festive Vermont. On a Monday.
No. Let me work on the other
Okay,
bet.
okay.
Okay.
I see where you're going with this, though. I can, yeah, okay. All right, Senor Colillas.
3, all in.
I think he said all in.
He did.
Yeah, he's shoving on the short stacks at the table. Schulze, Suzuki, Zamataro, Clack.
I mean, you've seen what he's capable of. You should be folding aces. Do you think maybe one of those play money card rooms in Japan that they have so many of sent people to EPT Prague?
I would love to think so, because I'd love to get more of our Japanese.
There's got to be a reason.
Fans across.
Where's Howard Swains? This is the kind of thing he's got a nose for.
He's got the looks. He's got the brains.
Yeah. Oh, what's that? What happened?
That was an elimination, taking us down to 196. Now 5 off the money. The bubble has gone red. It's real. This is world-famous bubble coverage, ladies and gentlemen.
Should we get some predictions on how long it's going to take, guys?
Okay, he's already running with it.
I got a feeling it's going to go fast here. I don't know. I'm getting a vibe from the next room.
I'll go long.
How long?
I'm bearish on the bubble. Like from now to where the bubble bursts.
What's the opposite of a bear market? A boom market?
I would take the over on. We're 5 away. What do you consider? You set the line if you think it's going to be short.
Okay. I think it's going to happen in the next 73 minutes.
Oh. Well, that's not short.
Is it not?
73 real minutes or 73 level minutes?
73 minutes from, well, yeah, like 73.
Because the clock gets paused and stuff a lot during the bubble, so you can't judge it on the tournament
Right, good
clock.
point. Clock minutes then.
Yes, I also think it'll be before the end of this level, but I would take the over on 45 minutes.
Place your bets now, chat. Hey, Maxius, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Awesome coverage. Appreciate it, bud.
Okay.
Should we read it and surprise them instead of announcing it?
I kind of feel I need to get your buy-in and get you on board.
Okay.
I will read rather than sing it. Festive Ramon. Festive Ramon. Loves his eggnog and his Yule log. He's Festive Ramon.
Oh, I'm going to botch that hard.
That's
Loves his eggnog and his Yule log.
Yeah,
I can do that.
Loves his eggnog. Can I write it down somewhere? I need a pen. Loves his eggnog and his Yule log.
9,000.
What do we have here? I have not heard much from Zamatar. I was going to raise a 6 on a relative short stack.
7 fold.
And has run into Nick's favorite player, Amsterdam. He looks like a Ron Perlman character.
23,000.
Anselm 3 bets to 23,000. Run away! Run away! I'm assuming Gascoigne's got something good in the big blind if he's thinking this hard. 9s! And Gascoigne is going to 4-bet here.
Oh, boy.
Oh, dear.
4,000.
Well, this feels unnecessary.
And it's also very, very, very committing. If this guy's not folding Jack-9, Amsterdam is not folding Ace-King.
Oh, can I know how much you are doing? No 25.
No, no.
So Gascoigne started this hand with 147k. Kind of feels this close to the bubble to get into a flip here.
I completely agree. Yeah, it's, you know, it's tricky to know what to do with 9s here, right, James? It is a tricky spot.
I fold to the 3-bet. Maybe that's too tight.
I honestly think there's a chance on the bubble you should be thinking along those lines. I think cold calling seems weird. I think raising seems weird.
Oh!
Oh, no, not half the stack and fold. No, no, no.
Well, I'll put my list of flips away.
So Ian Gascoigne was a reasonably comfortable stack at the start of that hand. At the end of it, he's now got sub 20 big blinds.
You guys said that we shouldn't flip, and then when he folded, acted surprised.
Yeah. 4-bet folding is also not great. Jacob Anselm now playing more than 500k, Nick.
Sorry, James. I was trying to find the words. Yeah, huge pickup there. Amselem does, I mean, just absolutely incredible spot to pick up some chips. Perhaps the mentality was, I'm going to raise to find out where I am. I think the three bet can be weak.
Meanwhile, that is Karol Havelka heading to the exit. That is another elimination outside of the money. That means we are down to 195 players now. The bubble approaching in the EPT Prague main event. Chat Pro alert. Chat Pro alert. Ace King watching on Twitch says, I don't mind the 4-bet fold.
I'm with you. James, I think this Ramon song might be a syllable off.
No, no. He solved it.
He's festive. Oh, what?
Instead of following Ramon,
he's
festive Ramon.
All right.
I thought the same thing, but I missed the he's.
Festive's almost like 1.5 syllables.
Definitely 2 syllables.
Festive, swan.
Anyway, we'll wait for him to win a decent pot. Maybe this will be the one. Come on, Ramon. I believe in Christmas. 7-6 deuce.
Check. Bet 12,000.
I fear we could see a fold to this C-bet. Sure enough, Ramon gets out of the way. You don't get a song for that.
$195 players. Getting close to the Michael Bublé.
So cool, you are wrong. 191 make the money. 192 is the bubble.
Wrong.
Should we get like a little button, just a big red button we can press that's just
We had them. We had them all back in the day.
Oh.
Clack with 6s. Starts the hand with 13 big blinds. Ugh. Relatively late position.
Yeah, this is very awkward. On the Bublé, I actually wouldn't mind seeing folds here.
I think after you look this unsure of what to do, maybe fold is the best option.
Yeah, I mean, raise folding seems awful. Raising and then having to c-bet and bluff. Like anything other than flopping a set seems really, really sad.
Oh, was that an option?
Yep.
Oh, well, I should have done that.
It's a consideration, but also, you know, shoving and then 2 players shove behind you when you could have just got out the way right now and saved yourself a little bit of dollares seems fine as well. So yeah, I think that's okay. Folded round to Gascoigne, now playing around 20 big blinds to start the hand. It puts in the raise on the button.
Keedy on Twitch asks, what is the payout at 191? Let me look it up real quick. That is the min cash. Thank you for your question.
So King 10 does make the call. Seems very, very reasonable at this stage. Both players pretty short, though.
8-7-7. Ace high still ahead.
Wow, Gascoigne with the lightning check as well. And unfortunately allows Schulze to catch up.
Street flash draw for Gascoigne.
True. I think you need to lead here, and I think it needs to be something like 20K. That looks like 15. Snap call.
Seven, 8, 9, 10, 7.
It's a full house for Schulze.
Okay.
I'd love to see a trap check here, actually. Although if he reads into the flop check, he might give him some more ace-high combos, in which case you want to probably try and go for value instead. But there are some ace-highs that have misdraws, for example, ace-9 with the 9 of spades, that you can convince to bluff once in a while with the check. Also, a little bit of pot control. I think you can't really make a mistake here, basically.
25,000.
About half pot on the river.
Can rep the straight flush now. Nobody ever plays their straight flush blockers.
So Schulze has chipped up nicely at this level, now playing 30 big blinds, so relatively comfortable. Got a couple of sub-15 big blind stacks at the table, and one of them is Ian Gascoigne, who 5 or so hands ago was a big stack at this table. There is a player with no chips. That is Silvio Costa, who has been eliminated in 195th place. We are down to 194. We are now 3 away from the money. Back to the main stage.
Please finish the hand you're on and stop dealing. If you have a golden call during this hand, dealers, please hold the action. So once again, main event dealers, please finish the hand and stop dealing. And if you have a golden call during this hand, please the action. Thank you.
That is the voice of Toby Stone, the tournament director you heard in the background there, asking dealers to stop dealing, to pause the action after the conclusion of this hand, which makes me think we may have lost 1 or 2 more players and maybe at the hand-for-hand stage of the bubble process.
Huh, that's weird.
Ramon, king-queen suited.
So you're saying the bubble's going quickly. He's all in.
Shoving on Schulze and Suzuki. Yep, we're down to 193, so I think we're going to be going hand-for-hand, 2 off the money.
25. How much do you play? Okay.
For this match, I think.
Ramon picking up an extra 10K there. So waiting for all hands to complete at all tables before Toby Stone confirms that we are going hand for hand. 1 off the pure bubble, 2 off the money. Players like Clack and Gascoigne feeling the pressure right now. No pressure for Ramon.
The table was so calm over there, like, and then comes the TV table and just everyone's all in at 4 betting and whatnot. It's good. It's good for the TV.
It's not been good for me.
Ramon's like, I just got lucky with king queen suited. I don't know what you're talking about.
Doing all right over there.
So, looks like hands have concluded at most tables. There is an all-in and a call. Daniel Erlandson is all in. Kar Kwon Lau, his opponent in the hand. So at least one all-in to get to, but Toby just waiting for play to conclude at all other tables. You can see we've still got some hands running. Once every other table is finished, we will go over to that table and see the run-out. Well, apparently, it's all in on the river. There is a full board, but the hands have yet to be revealed. A reminder, Daniel Erlandson, the all-in at-risk player, Ka Kwan Lau, the other player in the hand. Toby making his usual appeal, which will fall on deaf ears for players to stay in their seats. He wants his bubble to be smooth and controlled. He does not want you getting in his way. Still a couple of hands in progress, but we are going to go over to the Ka Kwan Lau, Daniel Erlandson table, where, as we just established, Erlandson is all in and at risk. See the triangle in front of Ka Kwan Lau because he shoved on Erlandson, and Erlandson has called all in. Full board is out there. That board is the ace of spades, the 8 of clubs, the 6 of spades, the 2 of clubs, the 8 of spades. It is a flushy paired board, Nick.
It is indeed. Obviously a super high pressure moment, however, this close to the bubble. Nightmare scenarios for some players here, and navigating the bubble is a very important part of tournament strategy. Finding yourself inside the bubble and therefore guaranteed a slight profit on a single buy-in is so important. ICM does come into play as soon as we start to get close.
I heard Toby say that's it. Plays concluded everywhere else. Daniel Erlandson, the at-risk player in the 8th seat.
It's gut check time.
The cards will be turned over and we'll see who's won this hand and whether Erlandson has been KO'd.
Complete again.
Ka Kwan Lau tabling Jack-6 for a pair of 6s. Ace, Queen, the hand for Erlandson. That is a bold call on that board. Ace, Queen is good, and Erlandson doubles up.
Wow, straighty and flushy, but not concerned.
You can't give him the keys to the Lambo, James.
Sometimes you just got to do it out of principle, right?
Scared money don't make money.
And looks like we are preparing to go hand for hand in the EPT Prague main event. The clock paused right now. 193 players remain.
Who enter the hand with the most chips will take the highest finishing position. If we lose 2 players from separate tables, the payouts will be split. If you have an all-in and call, we request that you keep your cards face down. Please don't turn them face up. The dealer will stop dealing and you must keep your cards face down. And lastly, we need you to stay in your seats. Very important, so the media and the TV team can move around the room. So once again, please stay in your seats. All right, that's it, guys. 1-9-3. We're going to continue hand for hand. Dealers, 1 hand, please.
Here we go. Hand-for-hand play begins on the bubble of the EPT Prague main event with 193 players remaining. 2 bust-outs and we will be in the money.
I'm shaking.
This is obviously a very good opportunity for the big stacks to start to really ramp up the aggression. And look at this. Again, Ramon just in a great situation. Max pressure. He's going to do this with a lot of King X, a lot of Ace X. Oh, no, what a spot now. Oh, and he lets it go.
Oh. Schulze folds Jacks on the bubble. Oh, Zamatero with Jacks.
Wait, what? What?
Also folds.
Side by side. Jabel's gone.
Two players with jacks, both folding. So the shove from Ramon. I think we've got to sing it, guys.
We got it.
All right, let's do it.
Festive Ramon. Festive Ramon. Loves his eggnog and his Yule-log. He's a festive Ramon.
Oh, no, Joe.
It was me too. It was me too. I'm sorry.
It wasn't my fault.
Loves his eggnog. I couldn't wrap my tongue around it. Love, 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 love. Loves his eggnog. Okay, I can't even do it now.
Loves his eggnog and his Yule-log. He's festive Ramon.
Oh, see,
hey.
I tried to say loves his eggnog.
No, there's
loves
only
his
one
Yule-log.
loves.
It's just an N. Sorry. There's too much love. I'm sorry.
I think that was a success. I think we nailed it.
I think we killed it, guys. Don't worry.
I did write it down for them, Raksha. It's not my fault they can't read.
We had to scroll back so far.
I had it written right in front of me, and I still messed it up. I've got no excuse. Loves his eggnog and his Yule-log. That works better, doesn't it, guys?
I'm sure there'll be the opportunity to try again soon when Ramon shoves on the whole table and they fold kings, aces, queens.
Yeah, it's probably going to keep happening a lot now, so let's just keep an eye out. Chat, we're going to figure it out together.
Unbelievable that two players there had jacks and both folded.
Yeah, and this is the power of the all-in. I think a lot of people out there watching might be like, this seems reckless. He's just shoving all kinds of medium-strength hands or weak hands, but under these circumstances, you just can't be calling there. You cannot gamble 30 big blinds on the bubble when you are guaranteed to cash or almost guaranteed to cash at this stage. Very slow structure, no incentive to punt. Just gonna lay it down. If they're folding hands as strong as jacks, you are literally insta-printing chips, like in the millions and trillions.
Money machine go brrrr.
Money machine go. Can I record that and have that as like a tone on my phone?
Sure.
Money machine go brrrr.
The Brahm says they must have gotten in on satellites to fold for 1.5 buy-ins. Yeah, the guy wearing the Triton hat definitely probably satellited in. Probably was on the $1 power path.
I'm glad that many people like Zcat are now rooting for Ramon just so we can get a repeat of the Christmas edition of the Ramon song.
He's festive Ramon. I think I would have got it. And I typically don't throw other people on the bus, but when Nick butchered the second line, it threw me off.
Yeah, no, that was my bad for sure.
You also don't sound like you've necessarily got a 100% grasp of the melody.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Ramon. Festive Ramon. Loves his eggnog and his Yule-log. He's festive Ramon.
You're just not understanding things, Brahm. Why does a Triton guy need 8K so bad then, Joe? Do you not understand how this game works?
Here's something you might understand. You're banned.
How hard you got him.
Wow.
My goodness. Rare Hardigan from the rafters. The weird thing is that that myth has been dispelled for a long time. That the big guns don't care about the min cash.
Oh yeah, no, that's absolute nonsense. When you watch those guys negotiate on a final table over like 10K when they're playing for like 400,000, you realize what a difference it makes.
Show him.
He saw it. He saw
okay.
It. Yeah, that's how the big guns became the big guns, because they do care and they do battle for that very frequently. That's the whole point even a couple $1,000s is part of your total ROI, and you're gonna battle for every dime that you can because this is a game of small edges.
Yeah, and that might have been true back when there was infinite money in poker and everyone's ROI was insane. If you were even a little good at poker, you could play for the win all the time, knowing that you could cash in the next tournament. It just doesn't work like that anymore. The edges are so thin.
Yeah.
The ROI is so thin. Your EV is so thin that you have. And you look, it shouldn't even have to be said. You can't win the tournament unless you cash.
Yeah, exactly. And once you've cashed, you have the capacity to go harder to try and play for the win, right? Because now you're guaranteed to profit from a single buy-in.
It's just a bad mathematical play to even call there with jacks and have him spike an ace, and then you're out.
Well, let's go over to this table where we've got a hand in progress between Robin Ulatalo and Duco Tenhaven. Got a full board, and Robin has bet what looks like 135,000. Tenhaven is the player in the one seat with the decision.
This guy's name is Tenhaven.
What do you think he's got, Joe?
I don't know. I'll tell you where I'm starting. Comes right behind, right after 9 and right before a jack.
Well, it's a fold on the river.
I want to see it.
20 euros.
Sorry?
Robin not going to show.
Ah, there is high, so...
Ace high?
Yeah.
Pretty much what I'm targeting.
Oh, how can you ban Randy on YouTube?
8-7 or something like that.
That was one of the last hands to conclude. Just double checking. Might be one last hand in progress across the room.
Things are smooth, but are they controlled?
How stressed on a scale of 1 to stressed does Toby look right now?
I can't even find him. It's like, where's Wally? Oh, yeah. No, that's not him.
That is 100% Toby Stone.
Oh, you're pointing at the other side of the screen. He doesn't look that stressed. So maybe it's smooth and controlled.
Correct. And he has announced that we're ready to deal the next hand.
Randy says, not sure why people don't understand that. One might outweigh the other, but let's not pretend like doubling up there has no advantage. That's silly. It doesn't have no advantage, but it is far outweighed by having no chips and not cashing.
Here we go again.
All right, guys.
Leveraging bet from Ramon, all in. For every other player, it's going to cost them everything they've got.
Look how wide he is here. This is crazy. Queen 7. That doesn't work. Queen 7 of clubs.
Quevin.
And with everyone folding, it's your shot of redemption.
Festive Ramon. Festive Ramon. Loves his eggnog and his you look. He's festive Ramon.
Hey!
I set the middle part out because I lost my lyrics. But I thought it was better to sit out than mess it up. I need...
I'll tell you someone who doesn't want the bubble to bust. His name is Ramon Colillas. This is the best time for him to accumulate chips ever.
He could well be tournament chip leader right now with 611,000.
I don't think I can do it now. Something happened. I can't remember.
He is having the best time.
I don't understand.
I mean, what a great position to be in. You've only got one other player to worry about, really.
Yeah, exactly.
And Salem. Everyone else, 30 bigs or less.
While we're actually on bubble coverage, and if we have time to tell the story, yeah, we probably do. Interesting about ICM, interesting situation happened when we were at UKIPT Edinburgh, James. Marley Sprague was on the final table with one big blind, and Finton was the chip leader directly to her right. Blind v blind, he folded for one big blind, and everyone cried foul. They said, you know, Marley, why aren't you going all in there? You need to try and bust her. And he's like, guys, you've missed a trick here. While she has one big blind, I can do whatever I want to you guys. Maximum ICM pressure. Such an interesting lesson on the dynamic of ICM and how much you can manipulate that to your favor. And he did go on to win that tournament. So there you go. This is obviously not quite as an extreme situation, but still the pressure exists. And I think that's a great little learning opportunity there directly from Team Pro.
So short stacks at the feature table include Ian Gascoigne playing 13 big blinds. And over on the other side of the table, we've got Thomas Clack, who's now playing 11 big blinds. Kazcap writes on Twitch, due to Ramon's jumper, I checked out the Christmas PokerStars merch and came across the foam brick in the PokerStars store for £12.99. Product description, designed to look like a real-life building brick, it's perfectly safe to use. The gags, scenes, and pranks you could pull off with this one are endless. Kazcap says, can I challenge Joe to come up with one gag, scene, or prank with this brick?
So I do have, I don't want to play all legal department on them, right? But the part where it says it's perfectly safe to use, it is unless you're going to use it as a brick. In which case, it is not at all safe to use. It's incredibly dangerous to use. So I'm not really sure about the wording there. I mean, that's some prank. Just give it to your construction worker uncle.
Yes.
And let him stick it in a new high-rise and wait 15 years and, oh, the laughs that we had.
The gags, scenes, and pranks are endless.
Endless. That might be an exaggeration also.
Incredible stuff.
Again, we find ourselves in a situation where we're waiting for all hands to complete at all tables before we can deal the next hand on the bubble in this EPT Prague main event.
Oh, Randy. Randy's back. If I'm in for 3 buy-ins, do I really care if I get 8,000 back, or do I want to try and win the tournament?
You can't be in for 3 buy-ins. It's a single re-entry tournament.
Randy, I'll tell you what. Why don't you come on down to the EPT, give me your 3 buy-ins, and then you can go play, and I'll give you 1 back on the bubble.
Well, we have a hand over here. Players not doing as they're told, not staying in their seats. And that hand has concluded. And I think we might be ready for the next one.
Yep. I think part of it for me is it's the gall of thinking that Nick, this person knows better than what Nick is saying. This person knows better than what 2 professional poker players just did. I guess it's the same people who question Tom Brady. And they go, yeah, Brady sucks. I'd have never thrown it to that guy.
I'm not sure if that reads on the European side, Joe.
Sorry. One of the Ronaldo brothers, I wouldn't have kicked it that hard. How do you hit the cross beam on that one?
Does it really matter if you have 3 goals or 1 goal at the end of the day if you don't win the championship?
Ramon opening to 8K gets called by Anselm in the big blind. King 7 versus 6-5, and that's pretty decisive.
Is it?
Festive Ramon.
I believe in Christmas. Ramon bets 10,000. And there is the fold from Anselm.
Are we singing again?
Kind of feels it needs to be a bit more dramatic.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean,
I thought you were just stop at the word bit.
You get 2 players to fold Jack's pre, that's worthy of a song.
Yeah, okay.
You make a C bet with King High on a King Queen flop, then,
Okay,
you know,
okay,
come on.
okay.
Come on.
That's fine.
156 big blinds, 625K. Still half the level to play as we continue hand-for-hand action on the bubble. 2 off the money.
Thank you.
Chaz Brown says, are you comparing poker to sports? No, I'm comparing idiot viewers to idiot viewers.
Randy goes on to say, I would probably fold in that spot, but I know a lot of people who'd call because they want to win the tournament. Randy, you can fold and still win the tournament, buddy. What are you missing here? I don't. The two are not mutually exclusive.
I mean, by that logic, you would call with any 2, right? Because you're trying to win the tournament.
He's all in. Well, I guess I got to play for the win, Joe.
I got to play for the win. What is folding is a guaranteed 0.
I think if we're folding kings or aces there, now we start to question whether or not, you know, people are going a bit too tight. But I think jacks are quite an easy avoid.
First Hands asks, why has Stapes been more violent since EPT came back? P.S. Please don't ban me. I love you. Who? First of all, violent? And came back from what?
I'm going to say that Worst Hands can see into my dreams. I had a really weird dream last night where Joe and I were working in the Bahamas. He was in a really bad mood and he was shoving everyone all the time. He was being physically violent with everyone and I couldn't work out why.
I really hope Stapes gets a contract next year.
That's right. It's my violence.
It's all coming together now, Joe. We got to find that blog that called you out for all those violent acts, man. Got you canceled.
But also, my second question is, since the EPT came back from what?
The hiatus of the pandemic.
So, like, 2 years ago?
But we still did an EPT
only
online.
A year and a half ago.
We still did EPT online. It was still here.
18 months of violence?
I've got the bruises to prove it. Oh, no, that was my dream. Well, there's a commotion at the back of the room. Look at Statric writing stuff down, which may or may not be related to the hand being played. I mean, it wouldn't be surprised me if he was midway through his first novel.
He's just journaling.
I think we have an all-in and a call. Confirmation. Eric Bauer is all in. Has been called by João Mestre, but we're waiting for one more hand to finish before the cards can be revealed. And we run out the board. All in pre, Eric Bauer, called by João Mestre.
Easier to count chips than cameras.
Obviously, we'll get Toby Stone to the table once he's got confirmation that every other hand at every other table has concluded.
What do we got there for a timepiece? Have we talked about that already? It looks special.
Here we go, about to reveal these hands. Bauer, the at-risk player.
Please tell me it's 2-4 for Bauer.
Well, João Mestre just shown King, Queen, and it's Ace-10 of clubs, the hand for Bauer. 10 on the flop. Queen on the turn. King on the river. That is the straight for Bauer. That's a double up.
Let's go.
That never happens. To me.
Look at them all running back to their seats. Listen to Toby. Stay in your seats.
Smooth and controlled. Kuzin says, what does the bubble person get? Was it a free pass for the next EPT, or am I mistaken? You are mistaken. It's another thing that we sort of evolved past, is giving a prize to the person who bubbles, because all you're really doing is changing the bubble to one other place. There has to be an actual bubble at some point.
Okay, Ramon might have run into some resistance here. Has opened under the gun, but Schultz has got kings. I mean, he folded jacks. I don't think he's folding kings now.
Yeah, I would agree. But also, under these circumstances, the other big stack is still in play, right? So he's not shoving into the short stack like we've seen from Ramon thus far.
He's just
under the gun.
opening, yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Does not want to be shipping into a 127 big blind aces here, for example. So the dynamic changes with the position while the other player is still in.
Action back on Ramon.
He's never 3-bet, you light. Oh my goodness!
All in and a call. Cards cannot be revealed yet. Ramon's got the Spraggy. A7 offsuit. Ramon, come on. You're on the same team as the guy. You should know this hand is a loser.
Ramon trying to exert maximum pressure, but running straight into it. Second best hand in Hold'em.
This is pretty wild. I don't know why Ramon would expect a lot of 3-bet folds in that spot.
Let's not forget that we could see some nastiness. There is often, if not always, an ace on the desk.
That's true. Kings are not locked in. Oh, you know who this really shut up Randy?
And it has been a while since we saw the bubble burst at the feature table, although there's 193 remaining, so actually this will only take us down to 192.
Schultz got to be sweating here. Has a great shot to double, but it's on the buble. Straight 70-30.
Guys, please.
Thank you, Scott, on YouTube for the kind words.
The Venice Sound says he doesn't deserve an ace in this spot. To quote the classic movie Unforgiven, deserves got nothing to do with it.
Poker, no justice. So don't go looking for it.
We're going to go look for outer table action, though, and I see a pretty big crowd there.
Yeah, I'm hearing that there have been 2 other hands where there is an all-in and a call. So we've got all-in and a call at 2 other tables out in the field.
So we could have the bubble burst at the feature table.
I believe that they're going to come up to the main stage first once all other hands have completed and we're ready to run out all 3 all-ins. Still action at other tables, so we cannot deal the 3 all-ins that we have here. And look, if 2 of them result in a bust out, we will be in the money. We'll be from 193 to 191. The bubble will burst.
So we need to go 2 for 3 at least?
Yes.
Okay.
If that's the case, what's the order of bust out, James?
Meaning?
Meaning, is it the player with the shortest stack?
No.
Who simultaneously busts?
No. If we saw 3 bust outs here.
Yes.
From 3 separate tables.
Yes.
Those 3 players would split a min cash.
Okay. And
I'd be like, just keep it. I play to win.
But what's the actual order in terms of if we lose 2 here, who goes out first and like who comes in 193rd place and who comes in 192nd?
They don't catalog that. All they would worry about is that the 3 of you went out at the same time.
Sure.
Effectively, you share 191st place prize money.
Got it.
They all go out 191.
Generally speaking, Toby tends to run the all-ins in order of like table as far as like the flow of getting around the room.
Can you imagine haranguing the Hendon mob over being listed as 193rd here?
I don't
Instead
think
of 192nd.
your finishing position gets cataloged unless you finish in the money.
Right.
Web13 asks, is Rory Jennings still in? No, he is not.
He's still here, though. Saw him a minute ago, along with other comrades.
If you do bump into Rory here in Prague, ask him to tell you his amazing, unprecedented bad beat story.
You've probably never seen it before.
It's one of the most run-of-the-mill hands that we see about 5 times a day.
Did he have aces?
No, he lost a flip, but
oh.
He lost ace-king to 10s, but what was incredible is that 10s 4-flushed him. That never happens. So I'm like...
Oh, poor Rory.
Yeah.
He does care a lot.
Rory is here. Makola is here. Really, really enjoy having those guys traveling with us, now ambassadors for the team as well.
So we are going to run out the all-in at the feature table first. This is a hand where we know the cards. Schultz way ahead, but we do often see that ace.
Do they know the cards?
They started talking about the hand and the dealer told them to stop talking.
You'll notice how the guy with kings is playing for the win here, Joe.
That's right.
It's almost like kings is a significantly stronger hand than jacks.
I might have to unban Randy. Just to ban him again when the ace hits.
Here we go. A7 against kings.
The enforcer looks on. Here to make sure this feature table hand is smooth and controlled.
Oh,
Three hearts
always
though.
an ace on the desk.
What a sweat. King of Hearts, very live.
Did you say King of Farts?
You hit the flash on the river better. Now no.
Oh.
And the flush for Schultz on the turn ensures he's going to get a double up.
Okay, Randy's staying banned.
Justice. He didn't deserve it.
Just can't get rid of these short stacks, can we?
All right, so we got to go 2 for 2 now for the bubble burst.
Correct.
Yeah. So you can shove in the king 2 one, I guess. Never mind.
I got no idea what he's saying right now.
He's saying.
Well, the all-in here is a player with kings.
Has 2 6s. Sorry, 8-6.
Up against 8-6.
Even Toby's like 2-6. Oh wait,
And
8-6.
Victor has 2 kings. Once again, Victor with the 2 kings is our at-risk player. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is queen, ace, sorry, 10, ace, queen. Turn card. Turn is a 4.
Boring.
Final card is a queen. Still 1-9-3 remaining.
That's a double up for Kings. One more hand though, one more all in to deal out.
At what point does my prediction of long bubble become true?
All right, we're on table 22, still 1-9-3 remaining. We have Tobias and Stefano. Stefano is our at-risk player.
Stefano, what have you got?
Tobias shows 2 9s. Stefano shows 2 aces.
So the at-risk player has aces against 9s.
Our at-risk player. Flop, please. Flop is 7-2-6.
8.
Turn card. Turn card is a 7. Final card, please. Final card.
Not
is
a 9.
2. Still 1-9-3 remaining.
Wow, 3 all-ins, 3 double-ups. Still at 193 players. Still hand for hand on the bubble here at EPT Prague.
Next hand, please.
Yes, Colin Capone, the heart did hit. The Kings lived on the main stage. I kind of like the suggestion from J-Mash. I think Toby should go around to all the people who are out of their seats and demand a time bank card from them.
No shot clock right now. No cards to revoke.
They get one less tomorrow.
How about you start taking one of their stacks of chips out of play?
Wow, geez. Jimmy the B word.
Oh, yeah.
Full effect.
You're out your seat, you're out of the tournament.
Folding round. I think that was a walk for Colias.
That's how we do it.
It's one way to do it.
Pretty good frisky clicker. I'm not sure I can read it, but
Ramon still playing more than $500,000. 126 big blinds. Obviously, by doubling up Schulze, he lost his pole position at the feature table. He's second in chips now behind Jacob Anselem.
Pole.
Still 125 big blinds, though. Got to be confident with that.
Logan says that sweater is fire, Colias. Do you mean it's fire or it belongs in a fire?
Or is flammable.
Could be any of the above.
So again, we wait to find out what's happening in the field, how many hands are still in progress, and whether we see any all-ins that need to be dealt out. This is the last stop on the 2023 season of the European Poker Tour. We kick things off again in the new year in Paris. EPT 2024 will be going to Paris, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, Cyprus, and then returning to Prague. All the dates, all the destinations available for you to view in the PokerStars Live app.
Man, you just blew through a year in like 5 seconds.
Understandably, a lot of people asking about some of the regional tours, asking about what's happening in North America. Details on other tours will be revealed soon, but the EPT full schedule for 2024 is out there.
Dr. Spot says, so many places, it's like a tour of Europe.
And of course, Power Path running every day. We talk about the Power Passes, Nick. We talk about people winning their way to an EPT main event by redeeming their gold Power Pass. There's a chance to win a Power Pass every single day.
There is, absolutely. Mini EPT running now, added prizes And definitely some great opportunities. Lots of cool stories coming out of the individuals that take part in those. Have you guys taken a look at your client? Is it available? Consider jumping in, because honestly, if you're going to sit here and watch this, great content from us here in Prague, you might as well be playing your own mini version of the same tournament. 3 every single day. Get involved. It's going to be great.
And as far as Power Path is concerned and where that's available, coming soon to France and Spain, considering that Paris is the next big event, and we're really going to be pushing people to qualify for that, with Power Path launching in France, you think of the number of silver passes that could play the FPS main event, the gold pass winners who could go to the EPT main event. I expect that to be a really popular promotion in the weeks leading up to Paris.
Yeah, I completely agree. And if the last couple EPTs have been anything to go by, the Nationals are getting insane volume. Lots and lots of players joining those tournaments. For example, our record-breaking Eureka event from this year's 2023 Prague, that happened just before we started our EPT and Mystery Bounty coverage on Tuesday. Absolutely massive fields. I would argue any EPT regular would be happy to jump into those smaller events, just given the absolute mammoth size of those fields and the value implied in such. I think definitely something to look out for. And also the numbers in Paris last year were absolutely crippling. Do you remember? We were packed out.
Well, the good thing is we are in a brand new, much bigger venue. So new, improved, bigger, better, EPT Paris 2024. Looking forward to that one in February. And yes, already making our plans for our live coverage of that event on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels.
Yeah, I'm hoping the new venue is ready for the storm.
What's happening? Where are we at?
Next hand.
Doing? Next hand.
Yeah.
Next.
All hands concluded out in the field. No all-ins. Eights folded under the gun by Yuto Suzuki. King 7 for Zamataro. That's a fold. Thomas Clack, Queen 6 of spades.
Hey, Joe, I got to say, I really like Amsalem's drip.
Okay, all right, sure. Someone said Amsalem looks like an angry Peter Gabriel. Does that work? I guess it does.
That's a good bad lookalike. Yes, points, points.
He'll shock the monkey extra hard.
Ramon with Jack 9 of clubs in the small blind. Here we go. Potentially unnecessary clash of the big stacks.
I love this. This is my favorite bubble situation.
Domination, rotation. Ramon pairing is 9.
Till the queen hits, right?
Five of clubs on the turn. Ramon now an 85% favorite. Look at Anselm. Second bar.
Yeah, appropriate.
24 into 46. Come on. You're festive, Ramon. You can't get owned in this spot.
I would say the chances of Ramon folding this turn are very close to 0.
Meizumo, we have done the Ramon song yet, a special edition to mark his Christmas jumper. And chances are you're going to be hearing it again after this hand, because he's about to win a huge pot. Do we really have to see Gascoigne picking his nose there?
Does Amsalem have a third barrel? He's not scared.
Multiple bubbles burst.
Oh.
Are you sure Ramon's about to win a huge pot?
Oh, I don't know if he's going to win a huge pot. I just think that Amsalem was about to fire a big bet.
the words of Porno for Pyros, we make big bets.
Ramon makes the call. 170,000 in that pot, which will be shipped in the direction of Ramon Callias.
Festive Ramon, festive Ramon, loves his eggnog and his you look, he's festive Ramon. Hey! That was close.
So that was 85%.
That was passable.
Back up to nearly 600,000, closing in on the 150 big blind mark once again.
James decided to go on hard mode with the lyrics this year.
And Salem has dropped down to 428,000. Still has more than 100 big blinds. And still half an hour till the blinds go up. Now, we have been at 193 for a considerable amount of time. We did say that we expect the bubble to burst this level. Because we've already gone hand for hand, the protocol would be, if we get to the end of level 15 and we are still not in the money, we would play into level 16 and stop the moment the bubble bursts. If the bubble bursts before the end of this level, we'll play to the end of the level and see the opening chapter of the post-bubble bust-out bonanza.
I think we're going to go into the next level.
All I would say is that 30 minutes is deceptive, Joe. As you highlighted earlier on, the clock is paused regular intervals.
Yeah, I think my initial prediction was was with 2 minutes to spare on this level. It was, yeah, about 30 minutes from now.
And Salem with ace-king.
What's going on with gas? Okay.
Round to the blind. Sebastian Schultz 7-4 in the small. Yuto Suzuki in the big. Calls with 10-9.
Sick defend.
Ooh.
Is that a straight? Eight,
No,
9, 10.
but
It's
it is
not?
an open-ended straight draw against top pair, top kicker.
And we know Anselm, he don't slow down when he doesn't have it. I can only imagine when he does.
Eight of clubs pairs the board. Anselm better than a 4-1 favorite now.
Always a pair when you're open-ended.
Quite a small bet here on the turn. Suzuki is on the shorter side, but I still think you can go 40, 50, 60% here. I mean, this is just a fantastic price for 9-10 to call, right? You're not folding for the 12K. Or is he?
Aren't you? You can convince yourself you're drawing dead sometimes.
I mean, probably not drawing dead ever. All right, does make the fold.
Yeah, what if you're against pocket jacks?
Yeah, okay.
Not very often. We can, yes, James, save me and Nick from this conversation.
John Delano observing that Anselm has a serious "are we there yet" face.
Ah, yeah.
No, you're quite right, Joe. Some of the time.
Tom's right. Jacks would have folded pre-flop.
So play is concluded on the main stage, but there is still play out in the field, and I believe there is an all-in and a call. again, we're going to have to wait for all hands to finish before they can deal out that all-in.
Getting a lot of bad lookalikes for Ansel. Jeff Bridges from Iron Man, Imhotep from The Mummy.
The singer from Disturbed.
I still think angry/grumpy Peter Gabriel was the best I've heard.
The singer from Rammstein.
So this is Vytoslav Čech in seat 1, who's all in. Tamas Adamski in the 2 seat has called the all in. Hands have not been tabled yet. You can see the red triangle of death in front of Czech, the at-risk player. And I'm hearing there is another all-in and a call. So once all other hands have concluded, Toby will come to this table first. We'll deal out the all-in between Czech and Adamski. And then we'll go to the other table and deal out the all-in call there. So if those 2 hands result in eliminations, we will be in the money. The bubble will have burst.
That's right, it's getting real close. Just waiting for the go-ahead to run the gambles.
By the way, Adamski, I think it's really bad that Seal got all the credit for that song. Looks like Toby Stone is in position, which implies that all other hands have concluded. Looks like we are ready to deal out the all-in. We'll table the hands and decide Czech's fate.
All-in calls. 193 remaining. We're on the table number 22. We have Vyteslav and Tamas. Vyteslav is our at-risk player. Let's see your cards, please. Vyteslav shows 2 kings, Tamas shows 2 queens.
Well, this looks like another double up.
Vyteslav is our at-risk player. Can we see the floor, please?
Oh, it's a queen!
5-8 queen.
Oh, wow.
Turn card, please. Turn is a 5.
He needs a king.
Final card. Final card is a 7. 1, 9, 2 remaining.
Pure bubble time.
We have 1 more all-in call.
Vyteslav Čech loses. Kings cracked by queens. He goes out in 193rd place. 1 more player to lose and we're in the money. And just to highlight, there is another all-in and a call. Toby's making his way there now.
Brutal.
He's struggling to get there because people are not in their seats. This bubble cannot be smooth and controlled.
Twitch chat said he couldn't mask his disappointment. Get it? Because he was wearing a
No,
mask?
no, I just didn't think it was funny.
Oh.
I didn't mind it.
I thought it was cute.
Allez, Seb.
Un Carman ici, hein? Allez,
Are you ready? Are you there? Okay, got it. All right, players, 192 remaining. We're on table number 3. We have Boris and Sebastian. Sebastian is our at-risk player. So once again, Boris and Sebastian. Sebastian's our at-risk player. Let's see your cards, please.
Is this the stone bubble?
Yeah, it is indeed. Sebastian Matriga all in and at risk with ace-queen racing against sixes.
Queen of diamonds. Once again, Sebastian is our at-risk player with 8 queen of diamonds.
Come on.
Let's see the floor, please.
Oh, Danny. Thanks, mate.
Flop is 8-8-4.
Good
Turn
board
card,
for
please.
sixes.
Turn is a 2.
Ace or a queen needed.
Turn card, please. Handicap's a 9.
That's it. We're in the money.
Congratulations, everybody. You have cash in EPT.
Oh. All right, Grace.
Once again. 1-9 will remain.
So Sebastian Matriga goes out on the bubble. The final 191, all guaranteed at least a min cash. We can start paying players now. Let the post-bubble bust-down bonanza begin.
Correct, the 8 ROM. Now you can bust with jacks.
Oh, we have to break a table, so a short pause while we wait for players to get new seating assignments. So that means we are going to play until the end of this level, and then that will conclude day 2. There is still 30 minutes on the clock, still 30 minutes to play at the 2K, 4K blind level.
Well done. Hey, Tom, you see that? In the money, 30 minutes to spare. Fast Buster Renos. What did I say, Chad?
Oh, right, okay.
You must stay in your seat if you are eliminated. You must stay in your seat when you are eliminated. If you run away, we're not going to pay you.
Is there a branch of Tandy in Prague? Can we get Toby a new speaker?
Tandy.
Yeah, let's get it all in. Come on, just do a flip. Wait, 3-way.
Ian Gascoigne.
Hello.
Over it.
Stefan Huber taking a seat on the feature table.
Today the level 15. Yes.
Having his flag at the table is a big plus.
Look at the laddering.
He's a dapper chap.
Any relation to Sebastian?
Don't think so.
They could be related, looks-wise.
Have we confirmed that Ian Gascoigne is not related to Paul Gascoigne?
We have not.
Carnage now.
Huh?
It was an interesting table for the battle, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's good for you.
€700 just to stay in.
Okay, dealers, you should have 8 players to the table.
We do have 8 players, Toby. Does that mean we can start?
That's not saying the best. What far? But that's it. It's a sort of hands, man. You guys stand, please stand in suit. So that's it, and Jill.
Up to the mic and away we go. In the money in the EPT Prague main event. Everyone guaranteed at least €8,420.
Gascoigne really wants to get it in.
Pocket fives doesn't get a customer. Put your blinds out. Neo just said, I understood more words from Joe's mumbling than I did from the other guy on that tannoy. And Salam opening with ace-queen. Round to Suzuki on the button. Folds.
You get used to that sort of distortion if you've ever ridden the New York City subway system.
Oh, yeah.
So the post bubble bust out bonanza. Sorry,
You're
guys.
not good with alliteration, are you, Nick?
I got that. Struggling. Today.
First festive Ramon, now post bubble bust out bonanza.
I apologize. Okay, we're in the post bust out bubble bonanza.
Oh God.
Post bubble bust out bonanza.
We're in the money.
We're in the money. Stick
We're in
to
the
that.
money. There's
Stick to the
27.
money.
There's 27 minutes left on the level. How many are we going to lose, guys? Place your bets now. We'll get there.
25.
I'll take the under on 25. I actually think we're going to see more of a bust-out bonanza tomorrow. I think normally, say this was the start of day 3, they'd fall quite quickly. But now you got people who've not only made the money, but also want the accomplishment of making day 3. So some of those short stacks maybe won't be gambling as much as they would if there were still 3 or 4 levels to play.
Yeah, you are, of course, correct. Making day 3, such a milestone. Players do put stock in that.
I only ask commentator to stop mumbling loudly to my earphones when I can hear the venue commentator fine in the stream.
Your wish is my command.
Samataro, one of our qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken, taken down a Pots.
Yeah,
Oh.
Taro got here via a €50 satellite.
25 big blinds and a dream.
Has there been 25 bust outs yet?
No, there have been 3.
3? I'm on pace.
Definitely on pace.
We're officially at 188 right now. Contrary to what the field ticker says.
8.
Big sigh. Big end of day sigh.
That sigh can only mean 2 things. The end of day or quads. He's festive, Ramon.
Hey.
Hey.
I'm feeling that Festive Ramon has even more power than Mustard Ramon.
He's imbued with the magic of Christmas, of course. Christmas miracles.
That's the thing,
woven into that.
there's nothing magical about mustard.
I don't know. I really like mustard.
I'm not saying anything against mustard, Nick. It's a fine condiment. There's nothing magical about it.
You're eating the wrong mustard, my friend.
I mean, it's calorie-less. That's a little magical.
That is pretty magic.
Oh, that was a good one.
That was a really good one. By the way, the lack of calories is why my body rejects it. I hate mustard.
As we know, Joe likes his hot drugs dry. Pure, unadulterated, unseasoned sausage. That's what that man
I
likes
took
to eat.
James for one of the most famous hot dogs in the world, and I had it anything but dry.
That's true.
I had nacho cheese, tomatoes, bacon, and sour cream on it. There was a hot dog in there somewhere.
Joe loves a glizzy.
I do love a glizzy.
Well, Hubert with the advantage here.
Finds the opportunity to raise.
Nice. Anselm makes the call with a glance that says, I'm going to kill you.
Oh, jeez. Poker-wise. And it's not a call.
Oh! He's re-raised to 69. Huh.
Nice.
Nice.
Got a great look, though, huh? I would be terrified.
How much do you reckon his hoodie cost?
I'm going to go more expensive than the last one.
Yeah. Anselm has the face of a man who's never even heard of TK Maxx.
Unless he owns 9 of them.
He's really enjoying this.
Are we sure it's not Benny Glaser wearing prosthetics?
What a player. I am Team Anselm all day long. I want to see this guy go all the way.
Nick's been on the Anselm train from the very beginning.
Yeah. Don't. I'm not a Fairweather fan. I've been on the train since I saw him call it off with Jack 9.
On the bubble. I'm getting a little worn out on him being compared to every bald person ever, though.
$187, $186. 5 eliminations since we made the money. 5 players who've scored them in cash.
I'm calling the clack on this guy.
Good luck.
Halfway to the dead man's hand.
Shove gets through.
Clack surviving 11 big blinds, staying alive. With the luxury blind levels, though, that's enough just to stay alive for another round and continue the fights.
Whether you're a mother or whether you're a brother, you'll be staying alive.
Staying alive.
Feel the city shaking and everybody's breaking because they're staying alive.
That's enough.
Staying alive.
DMCA.
Schultz at King 9. Folds. Suzuki out. Round 2, Anselm. I'm telling you, remember when Phil Locke did that thing dressed as an old man a few years ago?
Yeah.
This is Benny Glaser in disguise. He's got a rubber bald mask on. It's Benny. The demeanor, the eyes, the stare down.
He definitely looks like he's got a very similar stare. I agree.
You're saying he looks like Carl Havoc?
Huber with the better ace just calls on the button. Gascoigne in the small blind. only has 10 bigs left, is going to call here with King 7 of hearts. And Ramon gets to see a cheap flop with 10-8 off.
And my guess is Gascoigne's going to go with any piece of this, so we could see some, yeah.
Gascoigne with a pair of 7s, Ramon with a pair of 8s.
Not just a pair of 8s, top pair of 8s.
Interesting to see Huber flatting here in position with the ace-queen. Definitely an opportunity for a squeeze. Maybe he was looking for a squeeze from Gascoigne.
Hey, Nick, Huber Stank just checked there. Do you think you could tell me the reason?
That is a deep cut.
I'll be here all week.
Here comes Festive Ramon.
And the reason is you, Joe.
23K. Amsalem is cut it out. Chips.
Well, he's got the wheel draw.
This dude is a boss.
This is just awesome. He just seems like he knows exactly where he's at in every spot.
He is a boss. He is a bow.
Gascoigne manages to avoid catastrophe, folding second pair.
Ramon had this guy's number earlier. By the power of Christmas.
I mean, is Ramon thinking like, I'm kind of only losing to 7s here? Like what other legit raising hands are there? 3s?
I was going to say a turn set makes plenty of sense. Maybe a trapped set of deuces once in a while, although they probably never miss a continuation bet in a 4-way pot. So really, I guess he's repping pretty thin, I would argue.
Yeah, exactly.
I think most of the sets just bet flop if you're in Amsalem's position, especially multi-way.
Right. Yeah.
But it's power and it works.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to do the same, even though it feels like a weird spot. This guy is killing it. Team Anselm.
Still 15 minutes on the clock. Of course, the clock will not tick down to 0. In 4 or 5 minutes' time, they'll pause the clock and draw for the number of hands to play before the end of day 2. Surviving players will bag and tag and come back for day 3. And I do think we'll see the business end of the post-bubble bust-out bonanza tomorrow. Just a few eliminations probably today. A lot of players will be very keen just to finish for the day. Reach that milestone of making day 3, reset, relax, come back tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Folded to Ramon in the small blind. He completes with Queen 8 of diamonds. Sebastian Schulze with Jack 3 off. And again, Ramon flopping a pair of 8s. He's got those snowmans on his jumper.
No.
Check, check. 9 of hearts on the turn, pairing the board.
I think you got to start betting now.
Fold from Schulze. The clock has been paused with 13 minutes remaining.
13-13?
We are going to draw for the last number of hands to play this evening. Meanwhile, we join a hand on the outer tables. Tuan Mulder against Samuel Biffarella. An ace-queen-9 flop.
You're the horse.
Tuan Mulder has bet 5k, and Biffarella only has 5k behind. So basically, Mulder's bet enough to put him all in. And Biffarella is hoping to hit a pay jump.
Aren't we like 2 spots away from the pay jump?
I actually think we're at 182.
Okay.
You can put the time whenever you want.
Oh no, we are at 184. You're right. Pay jump is at 183.
Time please on 12.
At the end of the day, we will not be tolerating any clock sucking.
So you got 30 seconds.
Oh, he makes the call. Tuan Mulder with a set of aces. Biffarella with a set of 9s. This is gross.
Wow, that is savage.
Case 9 required. Doesn't hit, and Biffarella busts and misses out on the pay jump.
Did manage to squeak in the money, though, James. Would be a lot more disappointing if that's how you bubbled. Whoa.
Meanwhile, they have drawn for the number of hands we're going to play to conclude day 2. The number is 3. 3 more hands to play at every single table, including the feature table. Sean says, nice job, guys. What time tomorrow? Same time as today, Sean, 12:30 local time. That's 12:30 Central European time. We'll be live with Cards Up coverage of day 3 of this EPT main event.
Well, well, well.
Aces and 10s.
But everyone catches a piece.
Uber, a 4-1 favorite in this 3-way pot, bets 14,000. Yeah, Ramon also has top pair. On the turn, and Ramon is now drawing dead.
Tricky one, though. 5 of hearts. Completing that flush draw. I would argue that the dealer button probably has a decent number of suited combinations that call in position. I'm looking at you. You know, Jack 9 of hearts. King, Queen of hearts, Queen, Jack of hearts. You could argue some of those might be 3 bets from this position as well. So with a bet on the turn, I think you just want to play it cool, make the call. You'll have the best hand a ton, but also, of course, the opportunity to improve into a boat if you are already losing.
Down to 179 players now, so everyone has locked up at least 9,100 euros. There won't be another money jump till we're down to 143 players. That will happen tomorrow.
Garth got cubes.
Decides to just check jam instead.
Yeah, and Ramon quickly gets away from it. Penultimate hand of the day about to be dealt on the main stage.
Senkel in chat. No Limit Hold'em looks so fascinating.
Hello,
Tobias, how do you feel about the fact that your nemesis is sat at the feature table in disguise?
He wants to know if he has a nemesis. He's not sure who you're talking about.
The player in question is Benny Glaser, who
has pocket jacks.
Has raised to 10,000. Huber with King Queen.
Wow.
Lets it go. Gascoigne all in.
Oh.
King 3.
Now this is a bonanza hand if I've ever seen one. Gascoigne ain't coming back tomorrow. He's got a flight to catch. He's playing for the win. You're not getting his keys to the Lambo.
Oh, Gascoigne, yeah, just wanted to gamble here. King Trey not looking so good against that undergun +1 opening range, though.
Actually, not to take away from this hand, but I think if anyone is Tobias Lekness's nemesis, it's Alan Kessler. Didn't they get into it, or am I thinking of the other guy?
That was Graf Teckle.
Yeah, whatever.
No king on the flop. Gascoigne drawing to 2 outs.
Once the last hand has been dealt through table and it's finished.
Oh. Trades kings for jacks.
Ask you to print your information on this page.
Anselm does not want to river a set.
We'll check out the nationality.
It's a 4. Gascoigne, more like Gascon. At least he made the money. And will cash for 9,100 euros. One more hand to play at the feature table. One more hand before we draw a line under day 2. It's been a long day. Luminek is past 10 p.m.
Tobias in the chat saying, I'm just here for Nick to tell me how much he enjoyed having me to his left in the 550 horse. I did play the horse, boys. I forgot to tell you. And to my joy, I was sat directly to the right of Tobias Lekness, a.k.a. Senkel 92.
I love the fact all the mixed games players persuaded you to take part in the horse just because they needed some dead money.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
They're very accommodating, friendly guys. It doesn't make any sense to me, but if anyone's Tobias's nemesis, it's me now. Tobias, what was the note that you put in your phone about me the day that I became a real mixed games player? Would you like to share with the class?
That's it, Ramon. You get in there with your 5s.
It's no King 3.
I'm not sure I'm going to make it through the entire week with that PA system.
It might get better as the room gets less full. They'll have to have the volume down a little bit more, probably.
Loving this attempt at positive spin.
Such a nice guy. Get it all ins and hold him. Pretty confusing 7-card stud.
Stud's my second best game.
Zamataro just calls with ace-king in the small blind. Tricky, tricky, tricky.
I'm not sure if I like this guy. It's a great opportunity just to bang it in, but maybe he's thinking about day 2.
That's right, Androff. That mic makes you miss the squeaky chairs. Jack high flop, Anselm with the advantage.
Man, if I am Jacob Amsalem, I do not want today to end. What a spin up. Especially when you consider we didn't play that many hands.
Ramon, you need to make like one of those Christmas trees on your jumper and fold. He's called.
If Zamataro's gonna slow it down with the ace-king here, he's not gonna continue on this board either. I think he missed the opportunity to squeeze, but I think he's sweating that third day.
It's time for you to make like those trees and pine for a 5.
No 5. Anselm is going to win the last hand of the day, bets 10,000 on the river. Ramon calls.
Oh,
wow. Ramon, you do not have the best hand.
He was like, what did I have?
And that is going to do it for day 2 of the EPT Prague main event. And looks like we're going to be coming back tomorrow with 175 players. So, what's that, 16 eliminations?
16.
So yeah, I do think we'll see most of the post-bubble bust-out bonanza tomorrow. I think we saw a lot of players, as evidenced by Zamataro there, just slow playing the ace-king.
Yep.
Just trying to make it into day 3, come back with a cool, clear head tomorrow.
Sure. I still hate it, but...
I was expecting less Zamataro, more Gascoigne.
Ramon will have 98 big blinds coming into play tomorrow. Blinds will be up to 2,000, 5,000. That is a solid stack for this festive chap.
Festive Ramon, I wish him all the best. New feature table tomorrow though, right, James?
Absolutely. Well, there'll be a redraw overnight. So new seat assignments for all the players. And yes, a new feature table to start our coverage tomorrow. A reminder, the start time is 12:30 local time. That's 12:30 Central European time. I'm sure that your computer and or mobile device has all of the time zones on it, so wherever you are in the world, you can do the conversion.
Thank you for hanging out with us today, chat. That was a lot of fun. Great day of coverage, in my opinion.
Including world-famous bubble coverage.
Yeah, got there, no sweat.
But 5 more levels to play tomorrow, and a lot more poker to be played until we get down to a final table, before we get close to having a champion here in Prague. This is how things ended on the main stage. Great day, great session for Jacob Amsalem. He's going to be among the chip leaders with 630k. Ramon, a very comfortable stack. Short stacks for Zamataro, Suzuki, and Thomas Clack. They've got some work to do tomorrow. And of course, we are now in the money. We are now paying out players. Everyone is guaranteed at least 9,100 euros. We've already had the first jump in prize money. But everyone will be thinking about getting more money than that. The biggest scores reserved for the finalists. 6-figure scores for the top 8, with the winner getting a 7-figure score. The winner of EPT Prague 2023 earning 1,030,000 euros. That prize will not be presented until Sunday, and we'll also hand over the Champions Trophy.
Oh, cool million. Plus 30,000.
Record-breaking field, 1,285 entries, the biggest EPT Prague main event we have ever had. Suffice to say, there is plenty of coverage of what's happening here in Prague over at the PokerStars blog. We have got both Jack Stanton and Howard Swains with us at this event. Read their words at the PokerStars blog, including profiles of some of the players, including the qualifiers and those gold pass winners competing in this event. And join us tomorrow, 12:30 Central European time for day 3 of the EPT Prague main event on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. We'll see you then. And until then, from Nick Walsh, Griffin Benger, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Prague. See you tomorrow.
have cash in EPT